stand by and be like, dude, it's hilarious. He'll be like, yeah, get your head out of your ass, go beat him up.
So bizarre to see him like at Legacy and
Welcome to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park. We are here for rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver. Next to me is Mark Wright. We're going to be calling the action the next 2 days out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And let me tell you, we've got some burner racing going to happen. Mark, we were here 2 months ago, and it set the stage for an amazing 2025 and 2026 series.
Well, indeed, rounds 1 and 2 were very important to set the pace for what's going to be happening here in rounds 3 and 4. Lots of points here that are going to be – this is where things get changed up, the mix around. How you come out here swinging for rounds 3 and 4 is going to be really important for the pace of the rest of the season. Do good today. You don't have to really push it here at the end.
Well, and, obviously you and I, we're going to be up here in the booth calling the action, but we've probably got the better part of our team, Miss Tiffany Stone, standing down at the podium. So we're going to bring her into the broadcast. Tiffany, tell us what you're looking forward to this weekend.
Thank you so much, guys. It's so great to be back here, like you said, for 3 and 4. Now, we had a chance to talk to some of the drivers earlier yesterday, and they are really excited. But one of the key players from the Midwest, who is a Pro Lite champion, is racing back with us. Now, we saw in rounds 1 and 2 that Michael Funk was filling in the spot for Johnny Holcher. But Johnny Holcher is here. Not only that, Michael Funk is also racing in his spare truck. Now, the Pro Lite class is stacked up. But the real thing of the entire weekend for rounds 3 and 4, we're talking about the points championship that we have in multiple classes. Now, the fields are stacked. You guys have mentioned that. All the drivers are ready, and I am ready to bring you all of the off-road action. Once they get to the podium, we're going to chat with them. But first, I'd like to introduce Racers for Christ, Chaplain Steve Hansen with our invocation.
Thanks, Tiffany. Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we are just so blessed to be out here, and as the sun rises behind me, we are reminded how your son rose for us, and we give glory and thanks to that. And Father, as we race today, we ask that your favor be upon the track, to keep all the men and women safe as they race, and everyone that works on their cars safe as well, so we can just have a lifetime of memories out here on this race course, and we just thank you for the opportunity of our sponsors and all the people involved. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Back to you, Jim.
Man, big thanks to Racers for Christ and Chaplain Steve Hansen for all they do for motorsports. Great to have them out here. And now, before we get to racing, we got a little something on tap. How about the greatest song in the entire world? Please stand for our national anthem. All right, it is time to go racing. It's time to get things underway for round 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Mark, I'm looking at these beautiful conditions. We were here a couple hours early, saw that beautiful sunrise here over Firebird Motorsports Park. Expecting a little bit of warm weather today. I think track crews are going to love life. Last time we were here a couple months ago, we had a full downpour. Didn't even know if we were going racing, but today it's more of a traditional racetrack that we'd expect here at Chandler.
Man, December here in Arizona, it's always special. It starts off cold in the morning here, but next thing you know, you can almost be by the pool soaking up the sun rays here. in December, just before Christmas. There's no other place like it here in the United States. And indeed, great race coming up. We got the 170 production coming up first.
Yeah, the 170 production, and I mean, this is a stacked field. We're coming out of the gate with, I believe, 15 racers in this one. One of the biggest classes out here, and we're starting things off in a big way with some of these youth racing.
Yeah, indeed. Youth racing, we always chime in to see all the big classes out here, but as you see a stacked field, as you were mentioning, Banks Bodden is going to start us off here on P1 with Creighton O'Connor right there, and Brayton Tonelli will start the first 3 positions out here. And they're going to set the pace here for the 170s and what's going to be happening for the rest of the weekend. Yeah,
you look at that point series and the point standings. You have Banks Bowden there leading the way. Pretty big gap there, 17-point gap over Creighton. So we're going to see if the rest of the field's got a little something for Banks. But Banks having a phenomenal opening round 1 and 2.
Yeah, that goes back to exactly what I was saying. You come out of the box here, and now you set the pace for the rest of the season. And that's a prime example of it, of how far. If you have a great weekend of racing, there's 2 rounds at each weekend. Consistency is key, and that's going to happen here in the round 3 and 4 as well. You have to hit your marks. You have to get it. And, there are going to be things to overcome, certain obstacles that happen back on with the car or even the team. And it's how each team overcomes those obstacles and makes it happen for the points chase.
Well, 170 production, I love this class because it's really, it's a class a lot of drivers get started out in, but it's really about, driving technique. It's keeping the momentum in the corners. These cars don't have a lot of horsepower. You get out of the driving line, you make a mistake, it penalizes you for a good, length of the track, another corner. There's really, you got to run mistake-free in this class to have a shot at winning.
That is 100% accurate, and, I think it is a great way to teach you the opposites things of racing so you don't have to be so critical of the horsepower. And then that way, carry momentum, as you said, and braking and everything, and not scrubbing speed with a lack of horsepower helps you, believe it or not, once you do get horsepower and you're able to actually drive the car out of a turn instead of just let the momentum carry you. This is where racers are born. This is where you learn almost everything about how a car handles.
Well, and the great thing about this class is all these cars are relatively stock, so these kids are all very equally matched. So really the driver skill comes into play a lot in this class.
Yeah, drivers play shock setup. That's about all you can really change on these cars. The suspension is literally identical in each car. One other thing that can change a little bit is the design of the car. You can see there a great shot. You can see how the tubing is laid out, and that's all pretty much preference as long as the safety standards are met.
Yeah, that looks like Daxton Kilgore. He's going to be having the Starstream Pro onboard. So onboard with a 170 live onboard. I'm loving this. Thanks to our partners there, Starstream Pro.
Man, I mean, back in the old days, you had to be the lucky one that got the big camera set up in your car, and you got to be the in-car camera with everything. But now with the way Starstream and everything that's happening out here, you can put one in every car. We could literally have a camera in every car. I mean, by mid this year or next event, we could have a camera in every car.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a unique shot once we get to racing because obviously we've seen the Starstream in some of the fast classes and we've seen how they've navigated this track. But it'll be fun to be able to throw it down to one of the one of the most limited classes we have here and see how these young drivers are taking this track out here at Chandler.
Well, I anticipate you're going to see a lot of sawing on the steering wheel. This is where we were talking about learning how to get the race down pat. The racer that is going to be able to be out in front is the racer that keeps that sawing on the steering wheel to a minimum, gets the line that he wants in the turn, he or she wants in the turn, and that acceleration out of the corner and positioning. And that's really what's going to win this race or make the difference here for each driver. There was an old expression in motocross, slow down to go fast, and I think that's the key here as well.
Yeah, definitely. Slow down to go fast. You got to finish the race. And, man, we do see in some of these youth races a lot of carnage. There's some bumping and banging. These kids drive with the elbows out, buddy.
It's almost like they're hungrier than the big guys. You know what I mean? This is a family-oriented sport. These kids, I think more than the trophy, want to go back and tell Mom, did you see that? Did you see it? I passed them in turn 2, and I think that's what makes these kids hungry for that trophy.
Yeah, lots of bragging rights on the line. They go back to school and they want to be able to go back a winner. We all do.
I have to admit, man, when I was younger, and people would say, "What'd you do this week?" And I used to love it. I raced the Golden State Nationals.
Yeah. That was me. I did a lot of BMX racing as a kid, so same thing. It was lots of schoolyard bragging rights when we got back.
I mean, unlike anything, I don't know. You know, I don't think you have to be a racer to understand that, but if you don't understand what I'm talking about, man, come racing with us then, and you'll know exactly what Jim and I are talking about.
Well, and I'm just looking at these beautiful conditions here. Sunny skies, partly cloudy, which will be very nice. I mean, the sun coming up over the valley there. So you get a glimpse of our front stretch. And this is going to be just an absolute amazing time. We've had Kelvin doing a great job with the track crew and getting this track dialed in, and it's going to lend itself some just amazing racing this weekend.
You know, mentioning Kelvin, he is definitely a legend. He's been doing it back since the old Lucas days. And, you know, he is the character, man. He's, like I said, he's part cowboy, part, I don't know what to call him, but he is just an incredible addition here to the crew. And he does such a great job. And he takes the track prep very seriously.
High of 76 degrees here in the Valley of the Sun. Going to be absolute amazing day as we get some of these awesome drone shots from our great team of drone pilots we've got here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Looking at a little of that standing water there. I tell you what, those were full-on lakes here 2 months ago, Mark.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out if those were the leftover from that, you know, all that carnage, or did we get more? What happened here? And the only thing I could come to, we might have got a little more, but man, it's like the new Firebird Lake has shifted from behind us to in front of us.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we have no drag boats out here this weekend for the off-road series.
We had an airplane come in land here once. At an emergency landing, we had an airplane come in here, land right in Firebird Lake, and I was saying, spark it up, let them fly it out of here, but they didn't. They had to disassemble it and carry it out of here.
Yeah, well, you know, that being said, we have had a very moisture-filled fall here in Arizona. You know, obviously we had the big rainstorm before the rounds 1 and 2 here at Firebird Motorsports Park. But here the last 2 months we've had a lot of rain, but it hadn't been heavy rains. So I think we've got a lot of moisture in the dirt. You know, the dirt isn't dry. It's got a lot of moisture in it, and I think it's going to lend itself once we start getting a groove burn in here and things like that to a very, very racy track.
Well, that again adds to exactly what we were talking about here in Arizona, a very unique climate to the whole United States. And I mean, it's hard to understand that, but, you know, desert is that way. It's very arid. It's very, you know, dry. You always hear people say it's a dry heat. Well, it's dry here, and in December, it's really the weirdest one. We're right in between where, like we were talking about earlier, being hot and cold, and man, tire selection is going to be absolutely imperative here for this race if you want that edge to get your car out front.
Yeah, just looking here, we are waiting to go green flag racing, waiting to kick off round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're going to kick things off with the 170 production class. It's going to be a youth-filled morning. We're going to then move on to our 250 modifieds. Then we're going to have 170 limiteds, followed by 800 open. And then we are going to have some youth production racing as well. It's just a youth-filled morning. I love it. Kicking things off with the kids, getting things, getting things racing, and you love to see how stoked these kids are on, on these races, and honestly, Mark, one of my favorite things is we're seeing these kids race in these youth classes, and here a couple years from now, we're going to see those same kids elbows out racing with the best in the business.
Well, you saw that with Brian Willett in our last rounds 1 and 2. He was new to the pro class. He was racing the youth. Every single class he could enter that car, and he did. In the youth ranks, and he said at the end of the 2024-2025 season here at Core that he was going to jump up to the pro ranks. And coming out here with 1 and 2, he came out swinging, finishing top 3, podium in his first round out there. And, you know, I was going to stress that, and I can't stress it enough. If you're out there watching live on TV and your kids, you're the type of parent that's got them, out off-roading out there, camping and stuff, and you think your kid would be great at racing, Core is an absolute great opportunity. Build your own car or even buy one of the cars that are available from the kids that have done it in the past. Everybody's got a car for sale. Every single body. If you're out there and you want to get your kid into this is the class that you get your youngster into if you want to get him in off-road racing.
Yeah, well, and we got to talk about that. It's a proper ladder system. Start the kids out in the 170s, and they've got their opportunities to graduate up through the ranks. And, we've seen it in the history of off-road with side-by-side racers, guys like R.J. Anderson, who's become one of the most iconic names in the business. Even out here, Arizona local boy Ryder Chapman got to start racing 170s, and now we saw him take a victory here in the opening round here at Chandler 2 months ago. So, proof's in the pudding there. There's a proper ladder system. You want your kid to be a professional off-road racer, this is the best way to get them started.
I got a chance to talk to Ryder Chapman here Friday before I left, and, as we do as broadcasters, go back and a lot of review what we did to see what changes we can make for the next show or see what we didn't see while we were doing it. And you know what I saw, especially in those races with Ryder Chapman, the amplitude that young man brought to the entire race. I think Ryder Chapman, and I said this to him yesterday, I think he literally stepped up everybody's amplitude in that class.
All right, and now we've got our Liquid Moly starting grid for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series 170 production class. Mark, take us through these rows.
Row 1's going to be Bryce Tomasi. Right next to him is Maverick Atterbury in the 161. The 2A car, Grayson Gentry will be starting off row 2. Knox Penrod in the 414. And the top 3 lineup will be Daxton Kilgore right there in the number 19. And the 911 car, Creighton O'Connor, will be your first 3 rows.
It looks like we've got Ryan Jones, Steele Hopkins there in row number 4. Moving on to row number 5, it's Rayleigh Lucas, Xander Kessler. Then we've got Wyatt Dulgarian, Brennan Tonelli. Row number 7, it's going to be Graceland Schuster, followed by Jamison Olsen. That's going to round out our starting grid here for 170 production as we make our way around the track. Looking for that green flag, about a half a lap to go. These kids getting the jitters out, so we go on board there with Daxton Kilgore.
Yeah, what a great deal that is. Lots of names out here. Brendan Tonelli, Wyatt Dulgarian, Ryan Jones, longtime, his family, Ryan Jones, longtime off-road racers. Great to have them out here. And as you mentioned, Daxton Kilgore. Daxton Kilgore, big name in this, lots of family off-roading. And what a great stacked field here with these youngsters breaking into off-road racing.
Coming down the big ski jump, going to have about 2 or 3 corners remaining before looking for that green flag.
Well, Jim Beaver, right off the top, just looking at the screen right now, our numbers have doubled. What a great job we have done here coming into the end of the 2025 season, at the beginning of this year, starting 2025 and 2026 season. And look at that, our numbers have already doubled. And I do put this in, the racing's been the same here, of course, since I've been here. But now this new deal we got, look at our numbers. They're up. I mean, this field literally 2 to 3 times bigger than it has been in the past.
Yeah, it's beautiful. You love to see it. Youth racing alive and well here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Look at these drivers. I mean, they're bunched up. They're ready to go racing. There's nobody lagging back. Sometimes you see on this pace lap, there's, drivers, they're, kind of lagging towards the back, and they'll pick it up. I mean, everybody's nice and tight. Kids, it's been a long 2 months off, Mark.
Yeah, it sure has been. And right when you said that, it brought up memories of what we were just talking about. A lot of off-road racing legends, children out there on the track right now, and that's going to happen here in the first few classes. And, it may look like these kids right now, they're poised, they're ready, but when that green flag swings, it's all gloves off. They are coming out swinging, and I guarantee you're going to see some bumping.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be looking for our pace vehicle to pull off, and we're going to be going racing here to start things off for round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Looking for that green flag. Is the pace vehicle going to pull off? Pace vehicle is pulling off. We are looking for the green flag. Well, look at that. That was, looked like one of the drivers jumped and then all of a sudden dropped back. Knew they made a mistake, but looks like that's going to be Grayson Gentry off with those American flags flying into the hole shot.
Yeah, Grayson always doing a great job being very patriotic here. I guess they're going to call it a green. I'm going to remind everybody out there, we are just the announcers. We're not the race officials, but it looks like we're going to go with the official green. Pace car is coming back out. You got to be careful here, and this is part of racing. You can't jump the green flag there. Sometimes we'll have to restart them again if it's too crazy like that. But looks like we're going green, and we're staying green.
All right, so Gentry now dropping back into the second spot. Got the whole shot there. Looks like got past. Believe that was by Bryce Tomasi back to the lead. Yes, that is Bryce now currently leading. So it's going to be Tomasi followed by Gentry 1 and 2.
Yeah, Grayson Gentry, very tough in this class. And Bryce is definitely going to have their hands full with Grayson. And you can see the field right now. And this is where the first lap, very important for the rest of the field. These classes, first few classes, do not have a competition yellow. So if you get it out front, you lead wire to wire, it's your race.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Maverick Atterbury into the third spot. So current running order, it looks like it is going to be Tomasi, followed by Gentry and Atterbury, 1, 2, 3. So we get a glimpse there of Atterbury. Kilgore there, moving his way into the fourth spot, followed by Knox in the 4-1-4 into the fifth spot.
Well, this is where you get a great shot and a great sense of speed right here. You can see these cars, how they're pretty much equally prepared, and you can see all the different lines that these racers are taking, and that is critical. You want to, in this class, I think, to teach the kids, find the shortest line around this track, which could, and again, we always have this in motocross. Inside is always the fastest, well, especially with a momentum class like this where you have to drive. I think you got to make this track as short as you can.
Yeah, it looks like Knox there trying to narrow the gap there to Kilgore.
Well, doing a great job, even though you don't see it out there. The kids can actually hear that car right behind them.
Oh, look at that. Looks like Knox does have a run.
Yep, indeed. But right now, Bryce Tomasi.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Knox to the bottom.
Just what we were talking about right there. Go to the inside. Always the fastest. Was able to make it work. Scrubbed a little bit of speed, but was able to gain 2 or 3 car lengths. And again, to the inside.
Yeah, it looks like Kilgore pushing up in the corners and it's opening the door for Knox. Knox going to try and get a run here, set something up after this front stretch.
They can see Knox right there going back and forth to see which line is going to be faster. Decides to slingshot on the outside. When the person in front of you goes the end like that and you carry it out, we call that the slingshot move. And looks like he might have caught 2 or 3 more cars again.
Yeah, look at Kilgore protecting that inside line there. Nothing there for Knox. Looks like Knox had to get out of the gas there. Man, that's about a car length now lead that Kilgore's got over Knox. Got a great battle here for the 4th spot.
Indeed, this is the battle. And there's our onboard right there. Remember, we were talking about how busy they're going to be. You can see that steering wheel back and forth. That red line right there on the steering wheel, that's so they know the car is centered. So when you see that red line going back and forth, that piece of tape there, that means that car is in a corner.
Oh, and Daxton Kilgore is driving. Whoa, that is a 19 there. That is Kilgore with a big spin in the 19. Knox going to get around. Kilgore going to be all right. Still got that car running.
Yeah, I don't think there was any damage to either car. And I didn't get to see what led up to it. I looked right at the screen right when I saw Kilgore being spun out. And he is the one that's carrying our Starstream.
Tough break there for Daxton Kilgore running in the 4th spot. He's going to drop all the way to the back.
Yeah, it's a tough break, especially as we were talking about these cars. You know, you didn't power through that, you know what I mean? So that could be a checkup from the one in front of him, or the car behind him just had the speed and was able to make the connection. And unfortunately, that's a lot of weight for these little cars. These things don't even weigh probably more than 500, 600 pounds. So the reality, with the kid in it, so the reality is a little bump like that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, as we go back up front, that is the 20. That is Bryce Tomasi, our leader. Haven't talked about him in a while. Being chased by Gentry and Atterbury. So it is going to be Tomasi, Gentry, Atterbury, 1, 2, 3. Current top 3 in 170 production.
Atterbury, again, another name that comes from a big pedigree of family racers right there. The 2X clan out here. And you'll see, as we were talking about these names, Connor Maxwell out here from the 2X crew. And he's just an absolute beast out here when it comes to the pro class.
Pretty good gap there that Tomasi's got over the rest of the field. It looks like Atterbury trying to soak up the gap there to Gentry in the 2nd spot, but tell you what, Tomasi just absolutely checking out right now.
And again, man, this not having a competition yellow, this is where that gets kind of, you know, you got to get that plan in there, because you lead it from wire to wire like this. You got the rest, you're setting the pace, so now the rest of the field is looking for your line and how you're doing it. And that is the unique balance from this class, you know, not having an engine, you know, a high-dollar engine program that can really run away with it. Well, great field out there. Not a lot of carnage. And the real race happening behind our top three. With the Kilgore car, Jackson Kilgore getting taken out. And I don't think there was any malice there. It could have been one or the other. But, man, Jackson Kilgore way in the back now.
Yep. Looks like Atterbury getting out of the race line there. Scrubbing some speed. It's going to allow Gentry to get another couple of car lengths. Looks like Gentry slowly, very slowly reeling in Tomasi.
Yeah, you can't afford to make a mistake like that, especially in this class where momentum is key.
Looks like we're going to get into some lap traffic for our leader, Tomasi. Gentry there, going over that big start-finish tabletop. Atterbury, and, man, our top three has a huge lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, they've really checked out, and that leaves the rest to just kind of shuffle around and get to their positioning. And this gives them that data, though, that they're going to need to make adjustments to the car for the next round.
Shot there at Knox.
Great livery on these cars, you know. No, these are the 170s and everything, but, man, they look great. And, you know, you can't see it from the screen how, you know, these cars, they look full size right there. You know, you get the kid in there, they look a lot bigger. But, man, out here, these things are not much bigger than a footprint of a normal quad. And they're like a quad with a cage with a youngster in it, younger than 10 years old inside these cars.
Yeah, there's O'Connor trying to make a move on Knox. So all the way to the bottom is O'Connor. Nothing there. Knox now protecting O'Connor, trying to make a move, gets a run. Going over that step up, nothing there.
Great opportunity here if you're watching to see the track and to see how the track gets wide and narrow here into turn 4 and 5 right there. With a total of 6 turns in this circuit. You can see him right there going into turn 6 and again staying inside. I think that's perfect right there. The line that Knox took, tighten it up to the inside, swing out, and tighten it up again coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and that looks like Rayleigh Lucas trying to get in the mix here with O'Connor and Knox. So look at that. Rayleigh Lucas all the way to the outside around O'Connor, going to slingshot past. Looks like she's going to seal the deal.
I think it looks like she made the pass. That is great driving right there, and that's what it takes here to make the pass here. We got a car slowing down right here in front of us. But, wow, that's exactly what it takes right there is line selection, I think, is the single most important thing in this race.
Got these beautiful drone shots here for Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, one of our drone pilots is actually going to be racing this weekend. Tyler Herzog is going to be out there in the Liquid Molly car, and I cannot wait to see Tyler out there racing. I'm not sure I knew that Tyler had ever raced or had any aspirations to race, being our drone pilot, and you know he's quite eccentric. And now he's also a paraglider. So in other words, I don't take anything away from Tyler. This kid can do anything. But man, coming out here to race with us this weekend, that's going to be incredible. And I'm so excited.
Well, white flag is out now, so we're on our final lap of this 8-lap feature of 170 production racing. Got a shot there at Kilgore trying to get back into things after that big spin earlier.
Yeah, it's hard to get your mind back into the game when something like that happens. Takes you out of what you had planned. It takes your plan away, so now you're out there trying to regroup and get your whole race back together.
There's Atterbury, Xander.
Nothing like a fresh racetrack first thing in the morning. Being the first class out on, you can see the track there, just conditions almost perfect right there.
Yeah, beautiful conditions. As we progress through racing throughout the day, I got to tell you, this track's really going to come into its own.
Yeah, this track, fortunately or unfortunately, becomes very predictable because of that blue groove. And some drivers love it, some people hate it. You know, I think the consistency of it is what is very important. But the reality is, if you're going into turn 1 and you get out of that groove, you find yourself in the loam, and next thing you know, you got your hands full with the car.
And there's our winner. That is the number 20 of Bryce Tomasi taking home the big W leading it almost wire to wire. Had Gentry taking the lead there on lap 1, but got it back really quick, and it was almost wire-to-wire win for the number 20 of Bryce Tomasi. So big winner, way to open things up. Great, clean 170 production race.
Yeah, all in all, pretty good. Unfortunately, our live stream right there that you can see from Daxton Kilgore, he was our recipient of the Hard Luck Trophy, unfortunately. And he got taken out early, and things probably could have been a little bit different there. Top 3 had Kilgore been able to stay right there. But great shots there from Daxton Kilgore's dash right there in a 170.
All right, well, we are going to catch up with Bryce Tomasi as well as the rest of our podium when we return here to Championship Off-Road Racing Round 3 and 4 from Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erector. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Championship Off-Road Racing. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright in the booth. Just witnessing a great, clean 170 production race. And Mark, beautiful day here just outside of Phoenix in Chandler, Arizona. And what a way to get things started.
I mean, what a day for off-road racing. The weather is going to be absolutely perfect. We've been talking about it all day. And what a great way to start off rounds 3 and 4. These kids absolutely were warriors out there. A little bit of drama. Daxton Kilgore, unfortunately, getting taken out of the action. But the rest of the boys and girls, Bryce Tomasi, coming out top. What a great way to start rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, definitely a great way to start round 3 and 4 as we see our 3 podium finishers making their way in front of the grandstands to our podium. They're going to be hanging out with Tiffany Stone here in a few minutes, and always a special moment when you get to go and have an interview with Miss Stone.
I mean, I agree, and for me, these kids are rock stars. I've been here doing the regionals out here for a long, long time, and these kids, as we talked about, and I can't stress it enough. Well, just to give you an idea, we were talking about Mia Chapman. You know Mia Chapman very well. Ryder Chapman, all these kids got their start out here with the other series when in the earliest days, and they've progressed, such as Connor McMullen, right now qualifying number 1 out there at the Rage at the River. He qualified first in Class 1, first in Spec Truck, and he got his root starts right here at Firebird.
Yeah, Firebird Motorsports Park definitely has been the slingshot point for a lot of careers, not just in off-road, but road racing, drag racing. I mean, beautiful facility here, Mark. I know you've caught a lot of racing over the years here in multiple capacities, but you want to talk about iconic motorsports venues. I mean, this place has definitely got to be in the top 10 nationally.
Man, there's always talk of it closing down and changing. You can see they are changing the lake. I don't think that's too bad of an idea. But you are absolutely hitting it on the head, man. A lot of racers get their, and you did, from multifaceted. They get their starts here from the Bondurant school all the way to drag racing to boat racing. And, when this track came in, there was a motocross track here before that. But, man, there is all forms of racing right here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we've got a shot there of Kilgore going into post-race tech and to get that thing on the scales with that beautiful star stream. Had a great race early on, had that big spin, and just not able to battle his way from the back, but we're going to see him back out here tomorrow. I know his dad also racing out here. We're going to see him in an SR1 later on this weekend or later on today. So as we get a glimpse there at some of our finishers, looks like our podium is going to be Bryce Tomasi, Maverick Atterbury, and Knox Penrod sneaking in. I know Knox Penrod, obviously we had Grayson Gentry there running in the top three for most of the day, but Penrod right there at the end made his way and onto the podium.
Yeah, Penrod with a great charge there, and that's key out here again. You know, and I think you got two forms of racing. You got to either sit out there and take it back and see where the lines are, or you can go for it right from the start. And I think Penrod did a great job of analyzing what the job had to be done and got it done.
Yeah, and let the race come to him. And, man, it's going to end up on the podium. So we look like we've got our racers getting ready to get geared up there and go hang out with Miss Tiffany Stone. So, yeah, I hear the fans getting excited. Got to love that. Got to love the fans crowding around the 170 production kids.
It's all about the kids for me. That's what I was trying to stress out there. This is where, like we said, that the next careers are being made.
Yeah, so as we wrap up with 170 production, we're going to move to 250 modifieds after the 170 production podium. But speaking of the 170 production podium, now it's my pleasure to toss it down to Miss Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. You are absolutely right. That was a phenomenal race all the way to the end. And I do want to talk to our third place finisher, Knox Penrod. Now, Knox, that was amazing. You pretty much drove it all the way to the end, showcasing that you never give up until you see that checkered flag. Tell me about your day, bud.
It was good.
It was good? Well, when you got out of here, everybody was cheering for you. So who would you like to thank today?
My dad, 2X Motorsports, 518, God, my whole family.
Oh, wonderful. You are a true testament of what it means to drive all the way to the end. Nice job on taking third, okay, bud? All right, and heading over here to our second place finisher, we've got Maverick Atterbury. Maverick, it was so good to see everything out there. You drove like you knew exactly how to do it behind the wheel. Now tell me about your day. How are you feeling?
Good.
You're feeling great? Well, I know just a little bit ago we were at the Off-Road Expo at the Dirt Expo, and you were signing autographs there showing that you're such a great driver. It's so good to have you here. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Deadlines, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Kirky Racing Seats, and SI Performance.
That is amazing. You remembered all of that. Pretty soon you're going to take my job and I'll take your job driving. How do you feel about that?
No.
No, it's okay. You did so great over there. And taking the top spot, Bryce Tomasi. Now, Bryce, you've done a great job. You did have the whole shot out there. You got it. You lost a little bit, but you were able to regain it back. And as a driver who's always out there, you know, being chased down is such a crazy thing because you're setting the pace. So who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank... This was my first time racing. I had a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Garrett Gentry for the opportunity. Thanks to Jimmy and Tyler for getting the car dialed in. Thanks to Louis Gong, Warrior Machinery, and Gentry Civil Corp.
Nice job for your first time out here taking that top spot. That is a feat in itself. Once again, a big congratulations to your top three finishers in 170 production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there, 170 production. And like you said, that points battle is going to be interesting shaping up over the course of the season.
It's going to be crazy. And as I've been talking about it, I've been pushing it all day so far, this is where it matters right here in the middle of the season, because this is whether you get to just take it easy, you know, and again, hit your marks, get all the plans put into motion, So that way you don't have to skirmish at the end of the year. You know, you really got to go crazy at the end of the year if you don't get it done today and in our next few rounds. But this is where the racing is going to be absolutely critical for the rest of the season.
Well, and I think rounds 3 and 4, we're calling it the chase for the championship. Championship chase begins here, and that is absolutely the truth. 1 and 2. A lot of racers, they're blowing the rust off. They're getting, they're feeling things out. Obviously, you want to put in some good laps. But really, if you're going to make a charge for the championship, it starts here in Chandler at rounds 3 and rounds 4. You really don't want to make a mistake and penalize you as we hit that stretch going to Glen Helen, Victorville, and then obviously back here to wind things up at Firebird Motorsports Park. But this is a crucial turning point for the season because if you made some mistakes round 1 and 2, you've got a chance to recover here at rounds 3 and 4. But if you have more mistakes at rounds 3 and 4, really it's going to be tough to make that chase and that charge for the championship, Mark.
Yeah, I've already had parents come up to me and say, man, my kids broke down into the 50s, get it really good. And, the first rounds 1 and 2, you're able to see who the competition is, who's tough out there, who you got to go after. We talk about it, the proverbial target on the back. The kids that won in rounds 1 and 2, they have that target on their back, and now that gives the rest of the field, they've either got to step it up or change some things or not change some things and not make the mistakes that they need to get the critical points. And I have a feeling in this class, at least in our first few races, we're going to have a lot of lead changers here throughout the season.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very racy, I think, in these first few classes.
Spicy. That's
spicy.
Jason Ramsey came up with that in one of the first one. It was me and Mia Chapman up here. And we used to make that word, would say it's spicy. Jason Ramsey said things are about to get spicy.
Yeah, well, I think we're definitely going to see some spice. If rounds 1 and 2 were any indication of the way this series is going to go this year, we are going to have a lot of spice. It's going to be like jalapeno hot. Well, maybe even habanero hot.
We might have to get the spice rack up here. The new core that we get, what's that, QLC or whatever the shopping network is. Welcome to the Core Shopping Network. Today's spice, we have a spice of Elliott Brook in the 250 modified leading P1 and Brody Klein spice right there.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Ought to have a challenge here. I'm saying we almost need to have a challenge. The spiciest race, they've got to eat a habanero pepper for an award or something like that, and then they...
That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
Then they get to chase it with a glass of milk.
Well, as you know, we got the chili bowl, that it's in flat track racing and that outlaw racing, but we need to come up with something here out here at Core. That's actually a great idea.
Well, we've got our 250 modifieds out on track being following that pace vehicle. Obviously we just had the 170 production moving up to 250 modifieds. Mark, tell us the biggest difference in these two classes as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid.
So the car's not too much bigger or too much different from the 170 chassis. It's they probably share a lot of the same components. But this car being a 250 modified, these are where the racers can really get creative with the car, and make some changes. Such as pivot points on the shocks and things like that. But this is where things are really fine-tuned with the car, and you can set it up a little more to the driving style of each individual driver.
Yeah, as we look at, looks like we got 3 cars out on track. 471, that is Murphy McKay. We've also got Elliott Brook and Brody Klein out there. So we've got 3 vehicles out on track.
It looks like Ryan Jones was going to be coming up making a showing here again. Ryan Jones was in the first one. But the veterans right here, Murphy McKay, Brody Klein, and the number 18 car, and Elliott Brook, been tough the entire time here in the 250 class. And they will definitely put a race down. Now, these cars, the speed's going to be up a little bit more. And as I told you, these are modified cars, so they can make a little more changes to the preference of the driver or to the designer of each particular car. But you are still relying on the driver as they are a little faster, a little more modified. They're still not quite the power machine that the bigger counterparts are. So still a driver's class, but maybe even a little more so, because if you're smooth and you're hitting your marks, no problem. Make a mistake in this class, it costs you big time.
Yeah, these cars, a little more power, a little more speed, a little more momentum. So I think sometimes in the 170 production, it's more about hitting the gas and carrying your speed through the corner. These drivers are also going to have to get out of it and get on the brakes at times. So driving technique, as you learn in 170 production, you really have to put it into, practice here in the 250 modified. So we go green flag racing. That's going to be Elliott Brooks with a hole shot.
Yeah, and that's another thing we were talking about is just there. I was going to put in there, too, starting is critical as well. You got to get a great start because if you fall asleep on the start there, that's enough momentum to get past in turn one.
So it looks like Brody Klein there getting around the 471 of Murphy McKay on that back stretch. So it's going to be Brooks, Klein, McKay, 1, 2, and 3 as we see him over that big ski jump.
Well, you can see Brooks already coming into turn 3, trying to get that inside line. They kept it clean going into turn 3. They did what the big boys and girls do. And you can see right there the car's already a little bit of a mistake from Elliott Brooks trying to make it happen. But these guys and girls will definitely put on a great show here.
Well, it's Brody Klein. He was all the way to the top trying to do it the hard way around.
And you can see that power. We're talking a little more boost coming off these rear tires. And not so much drifting or anything from power sliding into a corner or setting it into a corner. But they can get their hands full and, again, get spicy for these drivers.
All right, so we're going to get a run down the front stretch. Look at the speeds these are carrying. Big jumps over the tabletop for your leader, Brooks, and second place, Klein. We got a shootout here for the lead.
Yeah, these two are going to put it down. And, indeed, it is crazy. I was mentioning these cars not too much crazier than the 170s. But, no, visually right now, these cars are hooked up and they are moving.
All right, so Elliott Brooks there getting into the brakes, trying to protect the inside line. So number 18 there, Brody Klein, trying to narrow the gap. Big jump down the ski jump all the way to the bottom. That is going to be the 18 of Klein, looking for the inside. Nothing there as Elliott Brooks protecting that bottom side.
Well, Klein definitely found the fast line down the ski jump right there. And I'm wondering if they're going to be able to capitalize on that a little bit later in the race. Now, this is key, too. You cannot allow your competition to build too much of a gap there because then it's left for you to race your race. And sometimes that can work for you, sometimes that can work against you. I think staying right here on the rear bumper of your competition is the key here when momentum is still something you need to worry about here in this class.
All right, so we saw down the front stretch last time. It looked like Klein had a little bit of speed there on Brooks, so we're going to see if he's able to make something happen. All the way to the outside, he does have the speed.
Wow.
Looks like he's got a nose on Brooks. And there you go, lead change. Brody Klein taking the lead, but look at that, Elliott Brooks battling back.
Elliott Brooks right now cannot afford to make any mistakes. Going to have to stay right there if they're going to try to get the lead back. I have a feeling we're going to swap leads here a few more times here as the race progresses.
Yep, Elliott Brooks there all the way to the bottom. Nothing there as we go over the big ski jump. It is Klein, Brooks, 1 and 2.
And here's what I was talking about right here. Now, Brody Klein is going to have to set the pace and race their race right now with still that pressure coming on from Elliott Brooks. We got a replay coming up here. This is going to be the pass that Brody Klein puts on Elliott Brooks coming down the straightaway. You can see Brody Klein already stepping out as they exit turn 6 down the front straightaway for the slingshot move. Tons of speed over the first jump here, and you'll see him lead it right into turn 1.
Yeah, it was just all about the momentum carried around that final corner, able to just outrun him down the front stretch. Nice, clean bit of driving there for Brody Klein. As we go back up front for our leaders, it is Brody Klein still leading. We've got Elliott Brooks in the second spot, but Klein not able to shake Brooks.
Yeah, Elliott Brooks has what it takes to stay there. As you see, they're going back and forth. Sometimes they're close, and each one of them has a specific part. Look at this. Brooks to the inside of turn 2, can't make anything happen. Brody Klein now shut the door as they both choose the same line over the ski jump. Turn 3, very critical. Is Elliott Brooks going to go to the inside here, Brody Klein? Let's see.
Yeah, and it looks like Klein protecting that bottom side. I'm wondering here in this final turn, we got a couple to go, but if we're going to see Elliott Brooks try and do the exact same move that Brody Klein pulled on him.
Well, that's why I said I have a feeling we're going to see a little bit more lead changes here. But Brody Klein right now doing a fabulous job making his car as fat as he can.
Yeah, protecting the bottom line. All right, so we're going to have this last corner going down to the front stretch. We're going to see if Elliott Brooks going to try and pull that same move. You saw Brody Klein a lap ago drift all the way to the outside, catch that extra speed. And it looks like Brooks got a little bit of run. I don't think he's going to have enough, though.
Yeah, Brooks with a little bit of a faster lap time in there, even though in second place out there on the course. A little bit of faster lap ahead of Brody Klein. So Brooke with the faster lap there. So now just getting that car out in front is going to be the key here. And now you can see right now Brody Klein going into turn 2 with a little bit more of a lead. That's going to relax and let him choose his lines. But here it is right here. This turn 3 has always been a critical part of making the pass. Brooke on the bike did not even lift. Stayed on the bike and drove it all the way around turn 3 on 2 wheels.
Yeah, nothing there. Elliott Brooks really tried. Oh, look at that. Uh-oh. That looks like the number 18 there, Brody Klein, pulling over to the side.
Well, and, the big thing in this when we talk about the other cars, they smoked the belt. Well, these have chains, and I have a feeling by the way that they looking right over there, there's no chain on that car.
Well, I heard it rev up really loud there for a second, so it's something like it, you know what I mean? Like you said, all of a sudden there's no tension on the chain, and engine will spike.
Yeah.
So that could possibly be what it is. And right now we've got Elliott Brooks now just out for a Saturday drive. Can't say Sunday because we're racing out here on a Saturday, but out for a Saturday drive. Just huge gap.
Well, I would wager $100,000 right now, definitely a broken chain. That's a tough break.
Yeah, definitely tough break. That was a great race. Got to give Brody Klein a lot of credit. Yeah, that was a fun race to watch. Some lead changes, and Brody Klein and Elliott Brooks just clean, hard racing. And so we get a look here at the 471, Murphy McKay, who early on was running in second for a good portion of that first lap.
Yeah, we haven't been able to talk about Murphy McKay well off the pace here. Of the two leaders, they just broke away. But Murphy McKay, man, he's got what it takes. Simply a rock star in this class, in the 250 modified class. Absolutely love to see Murphy McKay out here. You'll see what I'm talking about here when he gets on the podium. I haven't seen if he still has his mullet or not with the glasses and everything, completing the whole rock star ensemble. But Murphy McKay, bigger than life. And I love seeing Ryan Jones's name here on our grid sheet up here, and I would love to see Ryan to see what he can do here. He would have made his first podium. So a broken axle. Oh, it's too bad. So I just heard from Tim Jones' dad. Ryan Jones had a broken axle out there, so that's too bad. All right, but man, right now, Elliott Brooks going to just walk away with this.
Yeah, there's Murphy McKay coming across. This one's slated for 8 laps. We've got the laps dwindling down here. I believe a handful of laps yet to go. As Murphy McKay just putting in some laps and, hoping for a mistake by Elliott Brooks, which I don't think is going to happen, to possibly get back into this thing.
Yeah, that's got to be a little disheartening for Murphy McKay. She came out here now, and you can see right there Murphy McKay looking over right shoulder and can see Elliott Brooks now coming around. And I do believe our race is going to conclude here. And Elliott Brooks out front with Murphy McKay will settle for second. A great shot there, the 2X Motorsports. Elliott Brooks car. Love the livery, the blue, the white. That green looks awesome. And there it is. White flag. Can Elliott Brooks keep it together? Elliott Brooks with a great lead over Murphy McKay. After a great battle with Brody Klein, and unfortunately has to chalk his first race of round number 3 to catastrophic failure. So there it is, the 2X car, great shot. I always said these cars, you can see that drone right there. Brian could literally, I bet you, fly that drone right through that window, not even disturb the driver.
Yeah, Elliott bringing it around. Beautiful car. I love that livery. That blue and yellow really pops.
Really does.
Number 16 there, 2X Motorsport. Just continue to put in the laps.
I just heard over the radio, over the headset too, that Matt, I believe, is our drone pilot today. Max, I had it right. That's the first mistake I've ever made in my life right there.
So you got this number 16 coming down the front stretch.
And there it is.
Going to take the checkered. That is going to be Elliott Brooks with the W here. Obviously had that great battle with Brody Klein for most of this race. Brody having a unfortunate mechanical failure. So it's going to be Elliott Brooks taking the victory. And then in the second spot, it's going to be the number 471 of Murphy McKay bringing home that number 2 spot.
I mean, I know Murphy's going to be happy with second place. I don't think Murphy, that's the way he wants it. I think every racer, even though, you know, the ultimate goal is to finish as high as you can, I think every racer, though, wants to do it from a straight-up battle. You know, let's get out there, let's battle bumper to bumper, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we're going to come catch up with our podium finishers here in the 250 modified class. Return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. That's 10-4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to a beautiful morning at Firebird Motorsports Park and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series rounds number 3 and 4 weekend. As we see our winner there, that is Elliott Brook, getting out of the number 16 machine, just taking home a victory in the 250 modified class. And it was a hotly contested one for a good half that race with Elliott Brook and Brody Klein doing some battle there, Mark.
Well, you know, Elliott Brook has been hard to work here in that class, so it's great to see the victory out there. Tough break for Brody Klein. That is very uncharacteristic of the Klein race team to have a catastrophic failure like that. But unfortunately with this class, that chain can be the most critical part of the entire race.
Well, in 250 modified class, they're pumping a lot of horsepower through those little engines too. So great to see some great racing action there as we get to a shot there of the beautiful sunny skies. And our Rugged Radio's 250 modified results. It was the number 16 of Elliott Brook taking home the victory. 471 of Murphy McKay taking home the second spot. Brody Klein finished up in the third spot with that failure. And then, as we heard, Ryan Jones having some issues prior to the race with an axle failure, going to take home fourth place points. All right, with that, we just ran through our finishers, and Tiffany Stone, she's standing by with them.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, Brody Klein. So, Brody, talk to me about what happened in today's race.
Just trying to get around everybody, trying to pull out front, and then my spotter told me to go right through the middle, and I did it. And
a couple times I didn't brake, but I knew I was going to brake, so I tried to not do it. I was trying to go to the left side, and then I broke. Then I learned just go easy on that so you don't break.
Well, that's a very, very good learning lesson for you. Who would you like to thank, though, for today?
The Smuckers, my dad, my mom, Tatum, Cooper, Carter, Wyatt, and all my friends that come out to watch me.
Wonderful. Well, nice job for you, Brody. We're going to go to our second place finisher, 471, Murphy McKay. Now, Murphy, talk to me about your day as well. It seemed like you were able to capitalize on a little bit of a mistake, and you were able to bring it home for a second place finish.
Yeah.
You did? Well, tell me about how it was when you were behind the wheel under the helmet.
So when I saw Brody, he pulled off to the sides. I thought he broke something like his chain, and I was like scared for him because I didn't know what happened.
Well, that is a good sportsmanship right there for you. Nice job. Who would you like to thank today?
Tatum, Cooper, Carter, Wyatt, my mom, my dad, my uncle, my aunts, my grandpa, my grandma, and my
I love it. Nice job. Congratulations on two, buddy. Now taking the top spot, number 1 over here, Elliot Brook. Tell me about your day, Elliot.
It was good.
It was good. I know taking that top spot takes a lot of work. How'd you get here, and who would you like to thank?
How I got here was me and Brody were battling, and then he just took the step-up jump really hard and then broke. So then my dad told me to take it easy.
Well, that was some good advice. Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, 2X Motorsports, the American Legion Post 35, 518 Designs, and everyone else who supports me.
Wonderful. Nice job. A big round of applause to these top 3 finishers in 250 modified. Back up to you guys.
Well, 250 modifieds in the books. Great run there by Elliot Brook to take home that win. But great battle early on in that. But, man, moving forward, we still got some more youth racing on tap. We got 250 modifieds now in the books. And next up, we're going to have the 170 Limited. So going back to some 170 racing, Mark.
Yeah, this looks like a who's who of racing right here. Stetson Wyman, always one of the top contenders in this class out here, did a great job qualifying P1 today. And Zeppelin Ledbetter, I mean, pretty much all the names, I could go right through here. There's tons of names that have been our core stars right here. And you can see when you see our spotters getting congested like this, you know we're going to have a lot of big deals out here. So here it is, the R&R Steel Board, Stetson Wyman up top, as I said, with Zeppelin Ledbetter there in the 747 behind him. Cooper Hogan is there in the 2014 car, and Grayson Gentry round off the top 4. Madden McCormick in there, Braden Lucas in the 302. Murphy McKay's got to rush back there to get into this class here. He'll be starting in 7th. Brooks Hopkins in the 99 car with Mason Atterbury, 696, and Casey Stowell will round off your top 10.
Well, and, looking at that, there was only 6 points separating our top 3, 11 points separating our top 4. This points championship is pretty much a deadlock right now. Every position, every finish matters as we, get underway here and start chasing that championship here at round number 3. And this one's going to be a slugfest all season long.
Absolutely, don't count anybody out of this entire class because, if you had a bad round 1 and 2 and you come out and you ace this one, now that target we were talking about, it gets a lot of shifting. When you have cars like this, you're talking, 16 cars out here. A few of them had some tech problems out there for underweight out there. But you know what? I'm sure they were able to get it back together and get it out here. But don't count any one of these racers out for this points chase because this is what we were talking about. The critical is the center of the season because that all plays out to how you're going to race when the finals come around, right back to Firebird.
Yeah, as we look at this group, looks like we got about 16 cars getting gridded up here in the 170 Limited division. Getting ready to get released there off that tarmac. They're going to make their way down this front stretch, do a pace lap, and we are going to go green flag racing As it looks like we're starting to roll forward. That is your points leader and pole sitter, the number 56 of Stetson Wyman.
Well, Stetson Wyman, son of Wade Wyman, and you know we can't say it enough. We're going to see a lot of different families of longtime off-road racers. Mike Childress out here, Mike Jr. will be out here, and just tons of names in this field as well. And Stetson Wyman, one of them. Stetson, quite an incredible young man. You see him out here. One of us from stature. He's just a little smaller than everybody else, but man, not small in this race car. Always has the ability to put that car out front.
I feel like this is the calm before the storm. You're seeing all these beautiful cars, bright paint jobs. You got the American flags flying behind our pace vehicle, and they're just sitting there on the grid, ready to be unleashed on this track here.
Oh, we were talking about it. Are you nervous? Are you scared? Are you everything? But I think it was said best. You're just the anticipation. You're anxious. You just want to get it started. It's go time right now, and I do believe we're just waiting for Murphy McKay to get in and strapped in and make sure, here at Court, safety first, man. We've had, the best safety record that I've seen in a long, long time out here. So I don't mind taking that extra time out here to make sure that Murphy McKay gets strapped in correctly.
Good-looking grid there.
It is a great-looking grid. I mean, we talked about all the drivers, but, man, some more mentions out there. Bryce Tomasi in this class once again, in the limited class now, and lots of other names out here. We talked about Penrod out there again. Murphy McKay trying to get back in there. Riley Atterbury now from the 2X crew out there. Mason Dolgarian, and that's what all kinds of things are going to get, as we said, we love to say here at course, spicy. Murphy McKay getting back in there. Let's see here. There was a few other names here. Braden Lucas, I wanted to talk about them. Madden McCormick. Now, Madden McCormick, another race family right there. Brian McCormick out here. And that whole family just is race. And, I can't say enough about the McCormicks. Brian McCormick used to race so methodically. Like, add data for everything on his car. And I have a feeling that Brian McCormick still does the same way here with Madden.
Yeah, I am absolutely sure of that. Like you said, we're getting a few of these drivers regridded. Looks like we're going to slot another one in there.
And I do believe that's the Murphy McKay car we were waiting for. And we try to do it here. I don't know that there's a smooth transition that we can really do here when these cars and drivers are racing multiple classes. It's kind of the only thing we can do sometimes, hold up the rest of the grid. But that does get that anticipation and then that anxiety that we were talking about when you're sitting on the line just waiting. You're like, come on, let's go.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of anticipation. I'm loving these cars. Different looks on all of them. They all have a little bit different strategy here with car setups and things like that.
That orange car right there, great livery. And, exactly what you just said, the design of the car, incredible differences, and I love seeing a car that's balanced correctly like that. Well, there it is, our championship off-road Liquid Molly starting order with Stetson Wyman there in the number 56 car, starting P1. Zeppelin Ledbetter right next to him in the 747 with Case and Stowell. And the 194 starting off row 2. Brooks Hopkins in the 99 will be right next to them. Braden Lucas in the 302. And the 696 Mason Atterbury will finish off your top 3. And there's Bryce Tomasi in the number 20, starting in row 4, and Biggs Bodden in rounding off row 4. Grayson Gentry will take row 5. Madden McCormick right next to Grayson. Brayton Penrod in the 245 car right next to Mason Dolgarian in the 101. 98 with Murphy McKay. Riley Atterbury will be in the 100. Steele Earp in the 199, row 8. And rounding off this stacked field, Carter Cadwell with a 222, who came in underweight at Tech, but looks like they got that weight all worked out.
All right, so we've got our pace vehicle. We've got about half a lap remaining on this pace lap, and then we're going to unleash 16 of these 170 limiteds onto this track here in Chandler. And we are going to go racing. I think the man to beat, though, right there, Stetson Wyman. One we got to keep our eye on. Had a great opening round 1 and 2. Current points leader. Very narrow margin over Zeppelin Ledbetter, though. Man, it's been a great battle through 2 rounds. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up here round number 3.
Stetson Wyman, smooth, consistent, hits the marks, and does everything necessary to get that car out front. And no shortage here, as you said, 16 cars out there, and Stetson Wyman, it's gonna be an all-out slugfest.
As we go over that step up for these youth racers, becomes a triple for some of the pro classes.
Yeah, the step up here, there's a few places in this track that you really got to get down pat, so if you're going to make your move. Turn 3, that is definitely one of the turns that you have to enter and exit correctly, or the race can be decided right there in Turn 3. Right out of Turn 3, why Turn 3 is critical is you have to be set up to do that triple that we're talking about, or that step-up double. And a mistake right there could literally cost you the entire race.
All right, so they're winding their way through. We're going to go through that final corner. We're going to be looking for our pace vehicle to pull off. And we're going to be going at green flag racing. This one's slated for 8 laps as our pace vehicle does pull off. It's going to be Stetson Wyman and Zeppelin Ledbetter, a.k.a. Rooster, bringing us to the green flag.
Nice. Here they are side by side doing a great job down the front straight, waiting for the green. And there it is. It looks like we have a clean start coming into Turn 1. And you can see the cars already shuffling around for their line that they want to choose here. And out front, Stetson Wyman able to keep that P1 to his advantage.
Yep, Stetson Wyman taking the lead. Looks like Rooster Ledbetter dropping back to the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Zeppelin going backwards here with Case and Stowell sneaking in there to the 2nd. They'll come here to that Turn 3 that we were talking about. And there you see Kaysen already the inside of Turn 3 going to make the move on Stetson Wyman. They almost touched Stetson at the last second.
Stowell coming elbows out for Kaysen Stowell. We got a race going on here in 170 Limited.
That was definitely an elbows out moment right there for Stowell. Coming all the way from P3 into the first place here before lap 1 is done.
Wow. Kaysen Stowell getting around Zeppelin Ledbetter on the first corner. Second corner gets around the leader, Stetson Wyman. And right now, Kaysen Stowell target on the back because we've got Stetson Wyman and Zeppelin Ledbetter. That's not going to sit well with him.
We got a car sideways in Turn 3. If my eyes are not mistaken, that's the number 100 of Riley Atterbury. But back to the screen, there it is. Stetson Wyman now trying to make the pass to the outside in Turn 1.
Well, look at that. But slamming the door. I thought Stetson had it and had to back out of there at the last little second. And looks like our pace vehicle going to come and regroup them here as the yellow flags come out.
I think that was a call to make from the race director with that car sideways in Turn 3. And I am surprised I didn't call it that way. When I saw the car sideways, is that going to change things? And, I think that's a great call. It's unfortunate that now that changes, it gets things into the racing action. And probably in hindsight could have been avoided, but too late. Full course caution, but I'm sure we'll restart this time around.
All right, so we are going to, with the lap in the books here, we're going to give you the rundown of our current, running positions. We got Stowell leading. We got Stetson Wyman in the 2nd spot. Ledbetter in 3rd. Lucas, Tomasi, Hopkins, Atterbury, McCormick, Bodden, and McKay going to be your top 10. Looking there. 11th, it's going to be Gentry. Then we got Dilgarian, Earp, and Penrod.
Yeah, and one thing to mention about this race, that was our first lap. This is a non-mandatory caution race as well. So the position, once you get it out, if you extend it, that's where you're going to end, Mayor. No mandatory caution on this one. Our next class is going to have that. And, lots of strategy there when you have that mandatory caution.
Yeah, lots of strategy. We'll get into that in the next race. Obviously, caution flying here early. And, I'm pretty sure Stetson Wyman and Zeppelin Ledbetter are not opposed to that because Kaysen Stowell, great first lap. I mean, 2 really, really tough passes made early on. Current leader coming from the 3rd spot. So, Kaysen Stowell putting the stamp down saying, hey, I'm here to play.
Well, we're going to see if Stetson Wyman can get it together. Stetson, very comfortable being out front. So now Stetson Wyman is going to have to get a little bit of, a change of race strategy here going on. So can Stetson Wyman get back around Cason Stowell? But these three that did get your top three qualifying positions, it could be either one of them up front. And, and that's the same with the rest of this field as well. But right now, your top three, Stetson Wyman, Cason Stowell, Stetson Wyman, and Zeppelin Ledbetter. It's going to be a grudge all the way to end. Again, no mandatory caution. Provided we have no other reason to stop this race, it's going to be a slugfest all the way to the end.
Yeah, we got a glimpse there a few seconds ago of the number 100 of Riley Atterbury. That was the car that was sideways in the course that brought out the caution. Looked like one of the front wheels kinked in, maybe broken tie rod, something like that. So unable to steer that car. But Riley Atterbury bringing out the caution. So we're going to get Riley pulled off the course, and we're going to go back to green flag racing here in a short amount of time. It's another glimpse there, that number 100.
Yeah, you can see that precarious position they're in, right past the step-up jump. And, not a bad call here from safety. I know the kids are anxious. They want to race, and I know this kind of changes their, momentum that they had here for the race. But, that's part of off-road racing is being able to deal with what's thrown at you and overcoming it here at the end. In fact, almost every form of racing like that. You know what I mean? You get handed something and you get handed rotten tomatoes, you got to do something with it. Cook some soup. I don't know.
All right, so get a glimpse there. This is the back stretch. Car's single file line. 194, that is Cason Stowell, current leader. 56, that is Stetson Wyman, your current points leader.
This is a great opportunity to look at the cars there. You can see how similar they are. They are very, very similar. You can see that they're going to have the same footprint, the same wheelbase, you're going to have the same everything as far as suspension up. The things you'll start to see that change, you can run whatever shock of choice as long as it was featured, on the stock vehicle, I think, or stock pivot points, rather. And then shock setup and everything else to do with setup on that car. And that's what gives your car a little bit of the edge or the workability to your driving style.
Yeah, that number 100. At number 100, are going to get that on the forklift and get that up and out. But as we do that, one of our big partners in 2025 and 2026 is Rugged Radios. And early on this weekend, I was able to catch up with them. I'm Jim Beaver. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Rugged Radios, one of our big partners in the series. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the Nitro B. One of the cool things that Rugged Radios has brought to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series to help improve communications between the series, the spotters, as well as the drivers. What this piece does is it gives priority communications or priority to the series, so when they relay information to the spotters, it takes precedent over their dialogue with the racers. This is improving communication and safety all around the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and it's being instituted. All the drivers are going to be running it this weekend. And it looks like that 100 of Riley Atterbury still trying to get that out of the course here.
That's crazy that took that much time without such a little car. Got Riley out of the car. I think that's safe. But yes, indeed, it does look like there's a little bit of damage there in the front end, and she was not able to continue.
Yeah, car looks pretty clean. Other than that, usually spares. I'm assuming tie rod, something like that. Very fixable, so we'll probably see Riley out here again tomorrow. Beautiful car. Tough break for Riley Atterbury, but rest of the drivers, it looks like we're going to get them regrouped, restacked.
Yeah, it's crazy with years and years and years of racing that there is still one little component that can take you right out of the race.
Yep. We got the red flag out now. That means we're getting them in order. So next time by, we should be green flag racing. Got Riley Atterbury up and out of the track, getting the drivers ready to go.
Yeah, sometimes this can be a little confusing for the drivers out of the car, or even dealing with their spotter. Sometimes the spotter will know or think that they are in that position and then tell the driver to get out there, and then it just becomes confusing. And if 2 or 3 more drivers don't know which space they're in, sometimes we just have to restack them like this. Still trying to get them lined up here. But we do know where our top 3 are right now. Kason Stowell from the 194. And, man, Stetson Wyman really going to have to, pull out all stops right now and get that car back into the mix of things.
Well, and we know Stetson's got the speed. Current points leader, great opening round 1 and 2 for Stetson. Here we are at rounds number 3. Got caught a little off guard, I think, on that first lap by Kason Stowell. Tried to battle back. Kason slamming the door. We were just starting to see that battle emerge when the caution flag flew. So I think it's going to be a little bit of fireworks when we go back here to green flag racing.
Yeah, I have to agree 100%. These two know each other's moves. They know what they're going to do. They know what door they're going to close or open. And they know how to deal with each other. So they know the ins and outs. But both of them look like they're having a great day. And that's the kind of racing I like to see. Both racers healthy. Car healthy. Track healthy. Check, check, check. Let's get to a race. And it's going to be a race for sure. I have a feeling we are definitely going to take the green flag this time around, so things are going to be spicy for this finale.
Oh, definitely going to be spicy here. We're just getting things underway. We are back rolling. We got about 2 laps to go, and we're going to go back to green flag racing. It is going to be Kason Stowell, Stetson Wyman, Zeppelin Ledbetter, bringing us to the green flag 3-way shootout. Right now, though, Kason Stowell, the talk of the town, passing the top 2 drivers going into in the first lap. So Kason Stowell, target on the back. We're going to see what Stetson Wyman and Zeppelin Ledbetter got in the back pocket.
Yeah, here comes the Rooster. The Rooster is definitely going to come through, though. Yellow Ledbetter, Zeppelin Ledbetter. I said Yellow Ledbetter, like the song. Zeppelin Ledbetter, wow, has the ability to get right into the mix as well with these two. So I hope Zeppelin does get it done.
I think the Rooster's the bit of the wild card here. Rooster's going to come guns a-blazing on this green flag. So we are sitting here. We got a 3-way shootout. It's going to be Kason Stowell, Stetson Wyman, Rooster Ledbetter as we go back green flag racing.
You see them coming into turn 1. Stetson Wyman already positioning here to try to make the move to the inside. Stetson with a little bit of push out there into turn 1, and that could cost them as they come into turn 2. Kason Stowell has the drive going into turn 2. And Stetson Wyman now bridging that gap a little bit and going to have to really hit his marks here if he's going to want to get back up there in that coveted first place.
All right, look at that. Kason Stowell doing a great job of protecting. Got about a 2-car length of lead over Stetson Wyman in the second spot.
Well, now look at this. Ledbetter now with a little bit of a challenge here for that. I know Ledbetter can hear that car coming in here. The number 99 of Brooks Hopkins now making a showing. And you can see the 99 all over the rear bumper here. So it looks like the race we're having is for third place.
Yeah, Brooks Hopkins, in the mix. We got a 4-way shootout for those top 3 spots. So look at that, all the way to the bottom. I don't know, Brooks Hopkins may be the fast car out on course right now.
I have to agree with that. You can see Brooks trying to get around Ledbetter right there down the front straightaway. It's a drag race for all 4 cars, but they're all staying within striking distance of each other. It could be anybody's race. One mistake from our leaders will put Brooks Hopkins and Zeppelin Ledbetter up there, so they've got to make sure no mistakes at this point.
Yeah, Lucas is in the 302, is in that 5th spot. Looking pretty solid there. We got a battle there. That is Tomasi in the number 20 trying to get around Lucas for that 5th spot. Looks like they're going to draw even going over the ski jump.
Yeah, Braden Lucas looking strong there on the ski jump. Found the right line there. And made the pass.
And it did make the pass, sealed the deal there. So lots of racing mid-pack as well. As we go back up here to our leader, that is Stowell. That is Wyman. Wyman trying to get that number 1 spot back all the way to the bottom. Nothing there.
Yeah, critical right now, but Stetson Wyman now starting to put the pressure on the Stowell car as they come into turn 6 here. And you can see a great job of line choice. You got to take turn 6, tight like that coming in, let it curve out, and tight once again exiting down the front straightaway. I think that's the hot setup. But these two now just drag racing, relying on the horsepower of the car. I think Stetson Wyman's going to take the inside line once again.
Yeah, Wyman going all the way to the bottom, nothing there, drifting up, going to try and carry some speed there down the backstretch. Stowell doing a great job of defense.
Great shot there, the number 99 car trying to get in the battle of Brooks Hopkins. And Brooks right on the bumper of Ledbetter. You can see that as they come into turn 2. Trying to put a wheel to the inside, but it looks like Ledbetter was able to shut the door.
Yeah, look at that. Hopkins still on it. Ledbetter would like nothing more to get into this leader battle, but right now, it looked like we had a little contact there as we got a glimpse into our screen, but Ledbetter still holding off Hopkins for that 3rd spot. Right now we got Wyman all the way to the bottom, trying to get around Stowell. Nothing there. Outside, inside. Great defense by Stowell.
Things are definitely getting spicy right now between these two leaders. Stetson Wyman knows that they got to make their move right now. Stetson Wyman, once again, all over, just nearly missing the 194 car of Casey Stowell.
Had the tires touched there as we got Wyman all the way to the bottom, trying to get a run here down the front stretch. They're going to draw even over the tabletop. Wyman going to have the inside line going in. Is Stowell going to be able to slam the door? Wyman to the bottom. Oh, we had a little bit of contact. Stowell still able to keep the lead. That's allowed Zeppelin Ledbetter to get back into this. All that bumping and banging. Now Zeppelin Ledbetter trying to get back in the mix.
It's making me wonder if Stetson Wyman keeping his composure right now, trying to get around Casey Stowell. And I think he's doing a great job from the perception out here. But Stetson Wyman, I already know, more than likely getting frustrated trying to get that car back out in P1.
Wyman down to the bottom again. Stowell up high. Stowell in the 194 closing the door. Wyman trying everything he can do to get around the 194. Stowell just nothing there.
Yeah, Stowell is going to have to run perfect because for sure Stetson Wyman will take advantage of any mistake. Oh!
Big drift there by Wyman. And look at that. Rooster Ledbetter now narrowed the gap to Wyman.
Wow, what a great race between our top 4 competitors out here. That 99er Brooks Hopkins still right there. Oh! Brooks Hopkins with quite a draw out here down the front straightaway.
Looks like we've got Stowell with about a 2-car length lead over Wyman. Wyman able to narrow the gap in the corners, breaking a little bit hard all over the back of the 194. Stowell drifting to the outside, trying to pick up some speed coming down that big ski jump. Nothing there. Zeppelin Ledbetter still looming there in the 3rd spot, looking for a mistake by these top 2 to capitalize.
Steps into the inside, and he interrupt. There he goes. He makes the pass.
Wyman finally seeing an open door, getting by Stowell. We'll see if Stowell can battle back.
Wow, oh wow, Stetson Wyman was able to make that to the inside. He tried it 3 or 4 times earlier, and this time was able to make it work and finds himself out front.
So Wyman now a little bit of breathing room, couple car lengths over the 194 of Stowell. Stowell really trying to get that position back. Zeppelin Ledbetter now about 2 car lengths back of our 2nd place. That is Stowell. Stowell making a big run down this front stretch. See if there's anything there in turn number 1.
Oh, Stetson Wyman now getting that lead back. Stetson Wyman's going to have to smooth out right now because as we just saw, Kaysen Stowell being out front, Kaysen knows this course and knows a fast line. And look at that pass right there. You can see Stetson Wyman taking that line, a little bit of a bobble from the 194 car of Kaysen Stowell there in turn 3.
All right, so right now, resetting things, we've got Wyman, we've got Stowell, we've got Ledbetter, And then I believe we've got Brooke Hopkins in the 99. So look at that. Hopkins now trying to get around Zeppelin Ledbetter. We got a battle here for the third spot. Little bit of contact.
Wow, that was pretty close. And that's what racing is all about right there. And both cars trusting each other as that number 99 car of Hopkins trying to get it in on Ledbetter to the inside. And same thing, when you see those wheels going back and forth, they are definitely trying every line they can to either go inside or make the decision to have a slingshot on the out.
Yeah, our top four definitely checked out on the field. We got Wyman, Stowell, Ledbetter, Hopkins. It's anybody's game with 1 lap remaining here at Chandler.
Oh, we got a car over on its side. And that's hard to see when we are watching the monitor. We're not looking out there on the track, and we've got a car over, and I didn't see a number on that car. I don't even see what corner they're in.
All right, our top four still battling, though. Got about half a lap remaining. Top four. Wyman trying to protect. Looked like Stowell dropping a little bit back as he got Hopkins there putting a lot of pressure on Zeppelin Ledbetter. Hopkins all the way to the bottom, going to try and make a run going up this triple. And it looks like Hopkins going to have the inside line. Hopkins going to seal the deal on Ledbetter, finally getting around. 7.5 laps later, Hopkins finally getting around Ledbetter for that final podium spot. We got 2 corners remaining.
Well, this is going to be a tricky corner to negotiate because that car is over in turn 6.
We got a lot of contact.
Oh, pushing them both cars out. They're linked. They're hooked together.
Oh, that would look like Ledbetter just driving right into the side of Hopkins. So I have no idea as Wyman takes home the victory.
They're still linked together. Look at this. They're finishing linked together. I have never seen this. I want to see them finish. They're unhooked already. Look at this.
What a finish.
They literally drove almost 100 feet together.
Looked like, I think Ledbetter drove into Hopkins, and then something broke on both the cars and caused them to...
So here's my take on it. It looked like Ledbetter got collected, and they both pushed out. So let's see right here. So... little bit of contact there. The tire got sucked up in. This is open wheel racing. You can see the 99 car turn in there and collect number 747. The Ledbetter car. And for a moment, Ledbetter was off, and where they get linked back together, this is weird. Looks like they connect again down the front straightaway here, and they were pushing each other.
Yeah, looks like they're not connected.
Yeah, they're still free. And then something happens right here. Ledbetter's, now I'm not saying this is it, but it looks like by the wheel, it looks like Ledbetter turned into, now some could be broken, I don't know what, but just a perception. And there they are, they're pushing each other. I think we're just talking driver there.
I think both cars are broke, to be honest with you, and they didn't know which way to go.
Yeah, that's a hard call from us. We can only see what you're seeing. And
at this point, I don't even know who got third place, so we're going to reset things. We're going to regroup, and we're going to sort through all the chaos of this 170 limited race. We'll return here to Championship Off-Road Racing at Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 3. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At turn 4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
And welcome back here to Chandler for round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We just witnessed chaos, Mark.
I mean, what a race it was. Stetson Wyman with the lead change back and forth with Kason Stowell. But the real story back behind there was happening for the third place of Zeppelin Ledbetter and Brooks Hopkins. They got connected in turn 6 out there. They got free, but then got down the front straightaway. And I don't know what happened there. If either car, like you said, were broke and they couldn't control their cars and get turned into each other, or if there was a little bit of thing, hey, I'm trying to block pass you, get out my way, and they connected again, and they tried to come across the finish line together. And as we said, I don't even know. We can look down here, and it does look like the number 20 car will take the third place. If I have that right? Do I have that right?
Number 20, that would be Bryce Tomasi.
Okay.
That is going to be our third place finisher. Like we said when we went to break, we had to sort through things.
Yeah.
We had no idea what happened there for the third spot. But, man, what a battle, too. I mean, I'm going to talk about Stowell and Wyman. I mean, back and forth. What a great race. As, Mark and I are trying to sort through things here in the booth. We're going to pass it down to Tiffany Stone, who's going to catch up with these drivers, and she's going to sort through things on the podium.
You guys are absolutely correct. That was an intense last lap. And I'm going to talk to our third place finisher, Bryce Tomasi. Bryce, you pretty much had a front row view to kind of what was going on. And we've talked about it before in other races that you pretty much race until you get the checkered flag. So tell me, buddy, how did you feel about going into that last lap and then, of course, getting a third place podium finish?
I feel really good.
Well, who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my crew. Had some work to do between classes to get the car swapped over to limited class setup. Thanks to Jimmy and Tyler for getting it done. Thanks again to Garrett Gentry for the opportunity to drive today. And thanks to Gentry Civil Corps, Louis Gong, and Warrior Machinery.
Well, I just want you to take a minute. For somebody who is racing their first races today, being able to podium twice here for round 3, that is a feat in yourself. You should be super, super proud of yourself today. Okay, bud? Nice job. We're going to go to our second place finisher, 194, Kason Stowell. Now, Kason, you and Stetson right behind me kept battling back and forth all the way through. Tell me about what you saw today for round 3.
I mean, I was trying to keep my lines, but that one corner, I couldn't keep it.
Well, you were pretty much having consistent lap times, a minute 13, a minute 14, but you were taking certain lines to make sure that you got here. Nice job on second place. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Pro Strip Power Coating, 2X Motorsports, Pro Vice, Quick Lift USA, and that's it.
Nice job out there. Good job running. And we're going to go to our top finisher, number 56, Stetson Wyman. Now, Stetson, nice job. I feel like this cowboy hat is just your lucky charm. When I saw you at the Dirt Expo, you even had it on. I told you, you need to wear it all the time. Taking the top spot. You were having consistent lap times as well, battling back and forth all the way to the very, very end. Tell me about your day.
It feels good.
It feels good. I mean, a man who can wheel a vehicle out there, but few words, I love it. Stetson, who would you like to thank today?
XNF and my mom and my dad and my pit crew and my papa and Gigi and Sprocket Specialist and Max and Tim.
Nice job. Well, going into round 3 today, you were ahead by 2 points, taking that top for the points standings. Now you just added a few more points onto there going into round 4. Really excited to see what you're going to do, bud. Nice job out there. And we're going to do one more round of applause for our top 3 finishers. Back up to you guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And it was a great race, Mark.
I mean, you can't ask for anything else in off-road racing. Close racing like that, lots of lead changes, and a little bit of drama at the end there. We found out that their bumpers down the front straightaway after they got free in turn 6. The bumpers linked together down the front straightaway. They had nowhere to go. I don't know, again, if there's any malice on either of the drivers, but when they got together, and, that can happen when the wheels, when they get together like that, they'll suck the car right into it. And then the bumpers linked together, and they were forced to come down the front straightaway together.
Yeah, I like to call that racing shenanigans.
Yeah, there you go.
That was just pure shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
In racing, just things happen, and that was one of those things that just happened.
I think that was definitely I don't think either driver out there, again, I said that I don't think they had malice for each other or any intent to take them out like that.
No, they had a great race. I mean, it was a hard race for those two for that third spot. And just a little stuff happened as, we're going to move forward into round number 3. This is going to be our 800 Open. So a little bit bigger cars now this go around. We're going to move to 800 Open, a little bit more speed. Not quite the size of, when we go and look at some of these pro classes, but the 800 Open, definitely a bigger car.
Yeah, these cars are a little bit bigger and a little bit faster, but again, still an entry class here to get you into the other classes. This still can be anybody. These can be adults, they can be children, they can be anything, because this, as you said, is a bigger car. If you and I wanted to come out and race on a budget, this is the class right here. And this is the first class that you really start to feel the speed of this track.
Well, I was going to say, you or I racing an 800, they're not going to move very fast, buddy.
No.
We're carrying a little extra ballast.
Hey, no post need for coming in underweight with us. It's Jim Beaver and Mark Wright in the car. We're good.
Mark and I need 800 horsepower to get this thing something around this track.
Wow.
But, 800 Open as we see them gridded up there. We're going to have a little bit more speed and a great group of drivers. I know we had a lot of fun, here 2 months ago. I know, we got Addie Atterbury, we got Chloe Hearn, Wrecker Earp, and we've got Zeppelin Ledbetter. And I believe it was Chloe Hearn that was the big surprise on the weekend.
Indeed, and I just heard that Blaine Proctor is going to be in here in one of the cars, and I don't know if I heard what it is. And which car are they in? For Chloe, okay, that's what I thought I heard. So Chloe Hearn out there in the 96-91 car. Blaine Proctor is actually going to be in this car, and that's going to be neat to see that car driven a little bit different of a style out here than Chloe Hearn. Chloe Hearn's still relatively new to off-road racing. Her father, a predominant desert racer, and actually out here running a desert car. And we got the Witherell clan here now. Great to see them out here, but it's gonna be neat to see what Chloe's car could do with a little bit different driver in there.
Yeah, and I'm taking a glimpse there of our starting grid and getting that Jones Ford pace truck out there. So we got one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, Jones Ford. Love that pace truck. Lift it up. I mean, it's a good-looking truck there, Mark.
At least we got the brand right. And I love it here. Yes, the Jones Ford Wickenburg, longtime sponsor out here at Core Racing, and I hope that the partnership continues. We're very fortunate to have them out there, and their cars and their chase cars, pace cars that they bring out here definitely help things out here, and it's great to see this car out here for the first course.
Yeah, we got some amazing partners, local and regional partners here. I know Looney Cooling, last time we were here, we needed air conditioning, and now we need the heating side of their business. So, so take a look here at our Liqui Moly starting grid for 800 Open. We got Addie Atterbury, and it's going to be Blaine Proctor in the 96-91 in relief of Chloe Hearn. Then we've got Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter there in row number 2.
Yeah, still going to be a great race. 4 competitors out here. They can make it happen out here. And this is going to be our first race with mandatory caution out here. So this is where strategy plays key. Some racers decide to take it easy on the first lap, learn the track, learn where everybody's at, then come out swinging at the end. Some people love to lead it in the beginning of the race and then just cruising on home at the end. And some people love to just get out there and blaze as fast as they can the entire time. So where you at? Where's your strategy? What's going to work? What's not going to work here? We're about to find out. These four, it's going to be our first grudge match.
Yeah, going to have a lot more speed. Jumps are going to be a little bit higher. We're going to have a little more, drifting in the corners, so to speak. So, this one's slated for 10 laps. We will throw a mandatory competition caution there at the midway point. And, 4 drivers. And this one, it's going to be a shootout.
Boy, you ain't kidding about that Ford truck. That is one of my favorite grills that Ford has come up with. The light combination on it, that is simply a beautiful truck. And Jones Ford has done a great job bringing that one out here. And there's your entire field right there. So Addie Atterbury, she has been tough in this 800 class all season so far in the first 2 rounds. So Addie Atterbury's got to get it done here. And she qualified P1 for this race. But Blaine Proctor, I don't know what to think here now in a bigger car. So Blaine Proctor now in the 9691 of Chloe Hearn. We're going to see what that car, its full capability is right here, I have a feeling. So Addie Atterbury, I hope she is not counting that 9691 car out of the race.
Yeah, you got Atterbury had a 4-second faster lap time in qualifying than Chloe Hearn. So we'll see what Blaine Proctor's got up his sleeve as we see our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. We're going to go green flag racing for 10 laps here with 800 open.
And already you can hear the sound difference as they come down the front straightaway into turn 1. Addie Atterbury will keep that P1 and lead them right through turn 1 down the back straightaway.
Yeah, look like Blaine Proctor there. Diving all the way to the bottom, nothing there. That number 66, Addie Atterbury. Couple car lengths lead as we've got a battle there for the 3rd and the 4th spot between Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Indeed, and that is our race right now as Addie Atterbury is checking out and starting to extend that lead already coming into turn 3. But Blaine Proctor not necessarily giving up, and they bridge it a little bit there. Addie with a little bit of a checkup in turn 3.
Yeah, Blaine Proctor hanging tight there with Addie Atterbury.
Addie Atterbury, a rock star again, another rock star out here in the 800 class. Love to see her out here taking the short way around this course, but Blaine Proctor doing a great job in a car that's probably pretty new to them.
Yep, so current running order, it is Atterbury, it is Blaine Proctor, filling in for Chloe Hearn, then we got Ledbetter and Earp. Excuse me, it's going to be Earp and then Ledbetter. As we got our leader there, the 66, that is Addie Atterbury.
That 2X predominantly displayed there on the side of that car. You know, it took me a while to put 2 and 2 together. The 2X right there, right here in Mesa, Arizona. You can go right down there. It's the old Flying High. Do you remember where Flying High was out there?
I do remember where Flying High was.
And that's where it's at. And the 2X Motorsports right there, taking over that building. Got the race cars out front, working on them out back. You need your car done 2X. They got you in anything you need. Trail riding, anything. And even if you want to come out here and come racing here at Core.
Oh, looked like Blaine Proctor getting out of the race line there. Rut's starting to form a little bit.
Yeah, you got to be careful there. Getting down to the soft stuff, things get, a little out of hand there. You lose acceleration, you lose traction, you can lose cornering, you can push, and you got to stay in that groove. Because you get out there in that loamy stuff, you're along for the ride at that point, in whatever way you can point that car and hope it gets to do what you need it to do.
Whoa, and a big spin there for Blaine Proctor. Wow, big spin. That one's going to hurt. Got it back going again.
Yeah, that's key there for that. If you make a mistake like that, just try to get back into the race without taking you or anybody else out.
Yeah, allowed Earp there to get into the 2nd spot.
Earp up on the bike going into turn 2.
So now the battle is for the 2nd spot. Earp now taking over Proctor, who's in relief of Chloe Hearn. Now dropping back to the 3rd spot. Both these drivers going to benefit drastically from that mandatory competition caution coming in a few laps.
Makes me wonder if there's a problem with the Hearn car with Blaine Proctor in it. Wondered if there's anything wrong with the suspension or steering in that car, make it a little sketchy. Now, what was really unique about that car is I just noticed the front is a lot narrower than the rear. And as you know, if you have a car that's wider in the rear like that, narrow in the front, you got a lot of oversteer. And that oversteer is exactly what can bring a car around like that if you literally steer too hard. That's called oversteer. Understeer, exact opposite. Try to turn and the car wants to push. So difference between understeer and oversteer, and that car probably has a lot of oversteer because of that wider rear end.
So you see a drag race there down the back stretch. That is Earp and Blaine Proctor.
Yeah, Blaine Proctor definitely choosing some very unique lines around the track. I wonder if that's purpose or if he's got his hands full with that car. Right now, Blaine Proctor alongside.
Look at that, all the way down. Blaine Proctor going to get it back around Earp.
Coming into turn 5 right here. Taking that inside line, keeping it. Wrecker Earp now. Going to have to get it together to get back around if they want that second place back. And Atterbury right now with a commanding lead. I mean, she can pull over and make a sandwich really quick and get back in it.
Yeah, Atterbury just completely checked out on the field. We're going to regroup everything here at the mandatory competition caution here in the next lap or so.
And that's exactly where that strategy that I was talking about earlier comes into play here. But it looks like Atterbury has just chose to just mash it down and race from start to finish. And I think that's a fine example of what to do. She probably could step it down a little bit right now, but I don't know if that's in her program. But she could probably take it a little bit easy because she's going to get grouped up again either way. So I think maybe I would step it down to about 80, 90% right now. But as I said earlier, some racers, they come out here, and they want to go all out from start to finish.
Atterbury there just running a beautiful race. Make the big turn at the top. Going to shoot her down over the big ski jump. Going to have the mandatory competition caution this next time by as Atterbury just continuing to put on a clinic in the number 66.
Yeah, I don't see too many mistakes coming from the Atterbury car right now. Lines she's choosing are great. The car is not getting upset over any of the jumps, bumps, or anything that's thrown at that car. Car seems to be working perfect on rails. You can see it right there going right where she put it in that line.
Oh, look at pushing a little high there.
You don't get any closer than that. I think I read the brand of radiator that was that time. Oh, she's got a CBR radiator.
As the mandatory competition caution is going to fly for Addie Atterbury. Rest of the field quite a ways back as we are going to catch up with our current leader, Addie Atterbury, right now.
With Addie Atterbury. Now, Addie, you are points leader in your class right now for the 800 Open. How does it feel to be a point leader going into round 3 and 4?
It feels pretty good.
It feels great. And I know that you're also one of the young ones out here that are racing in 2 different classes. So when you're in the 800 class and youth restricted, what's the main difference from racing each class?
In this one, it's a bit wider next to me. In that one, it's kind of tight.
Which one do you like racing better?
I like my 800.
Your 800. I mean, and with being a points leader right now, with the track, it's a little bit different than what we've seen in round 1 and 2. How do you think it's going to shape up for rounds 3 and 4?
I don't really know yet.
You don't know? Have you done any practicing?
Yeah, I did. It was pretty good, but I did not practice in my 800.
Did not practice in the 800 yet. Well, how do you think the weekend is going to go for you?
hopefully pretty good.
Hopefully pretty good. Well, you are a lady of few words, but that doesn't mean anything because as soon as she gets behind the wheel, she is out there. We are talking to our current points leader going into round 3, Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury, current points leader, putting on a clinic out here with about 2/3 of the race in the books. We're going to regroup everything, but she's definitely the one to beat. She's going to be tough for them to catch, the rest of the field to catch her.
Yeah, it looks like her car is working perfectly. Look, everything that she brought here to the table is working in her favor right now. Checked out in the first half, and let's see if she can do that again and just run her own race all the way to the checkered flag. And that's going to put the real deal there back to Wrecker Earp. And filling in for Chloe Hearn, Blaine Proctor finds himself in second. Or is Blaine Proctor now going to be able to challenge for first? We'll find out. Here we go. We're back to green. Blaine Proctor finding a little bit of speed into turn 1 as they come down the back straightaway. But if the first half of this race is any indication of what's going to go on, the Atterbury car is going to check out again. And Blaine Proctor in the Chloe Hearn car will have to deal with Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Yeah, it looks like Blaine Proctor trying to keep it close, trying to make it racy there with Addie Atterbury.
Well, Blaine definitely had some good moves for Wrecker Earp, so if Blaine could just keep that car working in his favor and keep it head straight with Atterbury, I think Proctor can get a battle going on. But as we see Atterbury's program here, just everything's working perfectly. That car, I haven't seen any mistakes or slip up or even one turn that has made that car upset.
No, not at all. Doing a great job.
I know the 2X crew's got to be pretty happy with Atterbury's performance here. Connor Maxwell going to be out here representing the 2X here in the pro class. We didn't get to see a lot of Connor Maxwell last time in rounds 1 and 2, so I have a feeling that the 2X car of Connor Maxwell later on is going to be the one that's really going to be on fire to definitely spice things up for the 2X crew.
This is Zeppelin Ledbetter looking to get around Earp. Putting a little pressure on the 598 of Earp. Nothing there as they go over the big ski jump. Looks like all the way to the outside for Ledbetter, dropping down to the bottom. Nothing there.
Love that HPR livery on both of their cars, bringing orange back. You know, orange kind of comes and goes in off-road racing, or actually in any form of racing for that matter. You know, the yellows and orange are kind of, they come in waves, you know. And I think the Ledbetter orange there with the HPR car, I think that looks pretty sharp.
Atterbury, big run down the front stretch. Blaine Proctor not dropping too far back yet. We're going to have white flag out next time by, but Atterbury looking to run this thing wire to wire.
I mean, this car, this run, this race, round 3 right here, starting off this weekend, Addie Atterbury. I just have not seen one mistake from that car or that driver.
She's been almost perfect today, and I say almost because we still have a lap and a half left. So we'll see if she can keep it perfect. But Addie Atterbury, absolute clinic. This girl is on fire, current points leader, and I got to tell you, after she finishes this one up, she's going to be tough to beat this season.
Yeah, we were talking about that target here earlier races. She has definitely the target in this class. The 800 class, it has been dominated from her, and if you want to win this, you got to beat her.
Yeah, and it looks like Ledbetter did get around Earp there for the 3rd spot. So Ledbetter now looking for that 3rd podium spot with a white flag out for Addie Atterbury. One lap left for Addie Atterbury to keep it perfect. Here in round number 3, looking to go wire to wire. Was the pole sitter. Current points leader. All roads lead to Addie Atterbury.
Yeah, she's no stranger to being out front, and I think she's just become accustomed to being out there. Hand her a great car, hand her a great track. You're going to find Addie Atterbury out front. Man, I can almost, after being down there on the podium with these racers for so long, I can almost feel the energy coming from Addie right now. She's going to be cool as a cucumber up there on that podium here. And really going to be unique to hear what she has to say here for this victory.
Well, and I'm looking at her lines and the way she's driving. I think she took a little advice from you earlier. She's running about 80%. You can tell she's not quite jumping as far as she was. She's kind of tiptoeing through the corners as she's going to take the victory and be your winner here. The number 66 of Addie Atterbury, keeping it perfect out here in round number 3.
Another racer to see out there with a great performance of the Blaine Proctor car out there. The Chloe Hearn filling in for Chloe Hearn. That shows Chloe that car does have what it takes to get it done here in second place or put it up front. But in order for that car and everything to come around, whoever is behind the wheel of that Chloe Hearn car is going to have to deal with Addie Atterbury.
That's going to be Zeppelin Ledbetter coming home in that third and final spot. It's followed by Wrecker Earp in the fourth. We're going to cut to a break. We're going to come back, finish up with our podium finishers here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erector. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here to rounds number 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park. Just wrapping up with the 800 Open Division. And the story of the day, Addie Atterbury. Mark, girl is perfect on the pole, led it wire to wire, 10 laps. I mean, what a clinic.
Yeah, the race we just watched, I mean, it indeed was that. It was quite the clinic. Addie Atterbury just commanded this race. She drove and she hit her marks, and I didn't see any mistakes she would made at all.
Yeah, as we get a look at our Rugged Radio's results here for the 800 Open Division, it was Addie Atterbury taking home the victory. We had, it looked like a Blaine Proctor filling in for Chloe Hearn. Going to take home the second spot was going to be Zeppelin Ledbetter in the 747 in the third and final podium spot. And we had Wrecker Earp finishing up in fourth as we get a glimpse there of Addie Atterbury getting the shades on, ready to do a little bit of celebrating.
I told you she was a rock star. I wasn't lying. That girl is flat out bona fide rock star.
Drone pilot doing nice donuts there. Victory donuts.
Yeah, I was trying to make Brian, last time he was here, he was able to go around the chase car, race car, and when they got down the back straight, he did a 360. So I told him, dude, you need to do that at every car at the conclusion of every race, doing that 360 there when they win. I think that is a great way to finish there with the drone.
Yeah, so, setting stage for the rest of this morning. That was your 800 Open Division. We're going to move into Youth Production next. After Youth Production, we're going to have Youth Restricted. Then we are going to move into a Youth Side-by-Side, and we're going to take a 45-minute intermission. So, yes, we have a lot more racing on this morning, but right now we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our top 3 finishers in the 800 Open Division.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, that was a great race. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, the 747 of Zeppelin Rooster Ledbetter. Nice job. So talk to me about how your race went for you today.
Good.
It went really good. Well, I know you had some problems in earlier races, but you were able to bring it back. That's got to be a very, very great feeling. Who would you like to thank today?
My family and the Rev 6 Battle Sports and buses and more.
Wonderful. Nice job. That was very, very, very great driving for you. Nice job. We're going to head over to our second place finisher. He's filling in for Chloe Hearn. We've got Blaine Proctor over here. Now, Blaine, that was a really nice job stepping into that car for us, showing us what you can do behind the wheel. Now, tell me about your day.
Good. I started out pretty good. I started in P2, which gave me a good opening into that turn 1 at the start. Then, for the first couple laps, I was able to stay on Addie's butt and made sure that I would, like, if I got an opportunity, I would be able to pass. But then I spun out in turn 1 because I've only driven with the Hoosier Bites, not with the tires Chloe has. So when Record got past me, I was nervous trying to get it back to P2, and once I got that done, we went to the comp yellow, and I was just able to hold my position for the rest of the race.
Well, you certainly did. It was good to see you up here. I know Chloe's going to be very, very happy that you got her another podium. Who would you like to thank today?
I would like to thank PCR and the Hearns for allowing me to drive, and Jackson Withrow, and everybody who came out to support me with Chloe had a list. I can't remember all of it.
You know what? Don't even worry. Chloe's going to be super, super excited that, like I said, you still got her another podium. Nice job, Blaine. And we're going to take it to our top finisher, the number 66, Addie Atterbury. Addie, I'm actually going to have you step down. You're getting a little taller over here. We want to talk to the current points leader. You're continuing that streak going into round 3. Perfect, flawless. Jim and Mark pretty much said that you were putting on a clinic out there, and you absolutely did. Tell me about your day, and who would you like to thank?
It was pretty good from the start. Blaine was on my butt for a little bit, but then I was sad because he spun out. But Blaine was really good competition. And then I'd like to thank my dad for spotting me, 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Off-Road Vixens, and my family and friends that are watching me.
Well, you are continuing your streak of points leader going into round 4. Nice job here in round 3. Hop back up there for me. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you guys.
All right, look at that. Big smiles there for Addie Atterbury. Great race there. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing, obviously the rest of this season, but honestly what shapes up for the next season or two for her and to see how she progresses because she keeps driving like that, Mark. She's got some good stuff ahead for her.
Yeah, any of these drivers here that are starting and dominate their respective classes, they get in the bigger cars and, they get the stars from that class. So it's great when they do move up and get into the faster classes and then really see where they're at. And I think Addie Atterbury is a great ambassador for the 800 class.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about faster classes, though, we got to talk about what we've got up next. Youth production. Now we're moving into some full-size classes. We got our R&R Steel points grid. I mean, you got to talk us through these points because we got some heavy hitters in here, Mark.
So Kyle Niner, he is a heavy hitter for sure, and he finds himself starting in P2 behind Wyatt Schmucker. Now, Wyatt Schmucker, again, was able to find a lot of speed, but was only able to edge out by about 0.3 of a second here on that qualifying lap. Tatum Forrester, another name that you will see up here running among the top 3, but they have no problems, and they find themselves this time in row 2. Now, the points here are going to play out. Kyle Niner did a great job, but as you see, only 1 point ahead of the Tatum Forrester car. And, man, it's going to be quite the race to watch here in race 3 and 4.
Well, and I'm looking at this Liqui Moly starting grid, and I got to tell you, Kyle Niner and Wyatt Schmucker on the row number 1 together. That's going to be some fireworks, man. These guys, they like to go fast.
Absolutely, Tatum Forrester. Tatum Forrester, also a person over here that has been here with Core since I've been here, and Tatum Forrester has the speed Harbor McKinney, same thing, has what it takes. Evan Atkins out here as well. Rylan Gahn out here. And Vincent Weber. Every single one of these cars have the speed. So now, if it's their day, they're going to have to chase down Kyle Niner. Now, Kyle Niner, having no problems, car running perfect. You don't take him out. Kyle Niner, very tough to beat.
Well, and, going back to talking about our starting grid, want to mention first through third, Schmucker, Niner, Forrester, only a half a second separating our top three in qualifying. So you want to talk about three evenly matched drivers and cars? We're going to have a shootout here in the youth production class.
Yeah, if you're out there and you're walking the pits, man, and you came to watch some racing, this is the one you're going to have to start, because from here on out, I used to love what Mia Chapman used to say when she was with me. From here on out, these classes just get faster.
So it's going to be a Schmucker and Niner taking us to the green flag. We're going to have that Jones Ford pace truck pull off. Yep, he is off. So it's going to be Niner on the outside. We're going to have Schmucker in the number 5 on the inside.
We'll see the field disappear here, right out of seat, just like that. And they'll come back, and they'll take the green. A clean start going into turn 1. Looks like Schmucker leads Niner. Niner staying right there, though. A little bit of a wheel lift there from Schmucker, and Kyle Niner stayed in it.
Yeah, look at that. Niner just flying down the backstretch, going all the way to the top. Nothing there. He's going to try and dive down. He's got to protect there because you got the 195 of Forrester now coming into play. Looking for that second spot. Forrester diving all the way to the bottom. It's giving Schmucker a little chance to step out on the field.
Watching this, though, the Tatum Forrester car hounding Kyle Niner. And that's exactly what I was talking about. These two know how to race. They've been racing this way ever since I've been here with Court. Forrester, it looks like his car is one of the fastest vehicles out there so far.
Forrester just full backing it in. I mean, that was a legitimate back in there by Forrester, leaving it all on the track, trying to chase down our leader, Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, Forrester is throwing that car. He is definitely tossing it into the corner.
Got a glimpse there. That is the 195 again of Forrester. Continue to just click off corners, flying, trying to catch up with our leaders.
Well, there you go. Tatum Forrester, great job right there. You see that 195 car down the back straightaway. It looks like it's working, but it looks like Tatum might be too busy in that car, and the smoother Kyle Niner and Wyatt Schmucker still out front and start to extend that lead over Forrester.
My good friend Bob Bowers, broadcast legend, used to say about Robbie Gordon, there's exuberance to his driving. And I got to think Forrester right now, you can say there's a little exuberance to the driving.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, you'd think with that being said, that like the case of you said of Robbie Gordon, he'd be the fastest driver alive. But sometimes that exuberance can be your downfall. I mean, you overdrive the car, you drive it too fast, and that can be a little less productive in your race strategy. As you see the top two drivers, smooth as glass, a little bit of a slide out, backing it into turn 1 there from our leader, Wyatt Schmucker.
Yeah, they are 1 and 2 in lockstep there, Schmucker and Niner. Niner trying to find an edge on Schmucker, and Schmucker's just not letting anything. You know, there's nothing available. Just hit the marks.
I think Schmucker's doing a great job, and, you know, that's what it takes in this class, because normally this class, if you don't have it tossing it right there, a little bit of a mistake going inside. Both cars bobbling, though, there in turn 4. They come down into 5 again. They find themselves on that inside apron, I guess, and they're bobbling. They're a little bit of mistakes right there, and I bet that's because Schmucker can feel the pressure of Kyle Niner.
Looks like Niner actually about 1/10 of a second faster than Schmucker the last time by, but there's just nothing there.
Yeah, Kyle Niner, I would give him that Robbie Gordon exuberance we're talking about. I mean, he just always on fire.
Oh! Having to get out of it. Great save by Niner.
Wow!
Looked like Schmucker had to check up. Niner full drift, having to bail out of the drift. Cost him a little bit of time there, giving Niner a little bit of a reprieve. Looked like Niner making just a small bobble, and Schmucker going for the pass and had to check up.
Yeah, they better keep their composure right now, because a mistake like that, you know, as we were talking about how fragile these steering components are in these cars, they are. That could have spelled Straight up catastrophe for Kyle Niner if he would have made that contact. Great job from our camera crew today. So far, doing a great job at covering the race and keeping our monitor full of the race action. As you see, Kyle Niner still trying to get around Wyatt Schmucker down the back straightaway.
Still trying to get about Wyatt Schmucker. Schmucker, other than one small mistake, hasn't made any. Niner got identical lap time to Schmucker last time by.
Yeah, a little bit of differences in their cars. Looks like Kyle Niner's car is a little wider. So doesn't look like that wider car is given an advantage other than a little more stability in the corners maybe, but not quite the advantage in speed here. And Schmucker, oh wow, really getting the pressure now from Kyle Niner coming into turn 6.
Well, and I got to mention, we look back at Forrester, a second faster the last lap than our 2 leaders.
And that's bizarre. Forrester, just by my perception up here, it looks like Forrester has the fastest car out there in this class.
Yeah, so Forrester trying to get back in it right now. Schmucker, Niner, Forrester, your top 3. It's going to be McKinney in the 4 spot.
Evan Atkins used to be in up front in this class too, battling it out with Kyle Niner as well. So it doesn't look like the rest of the field has anything to give to these top 3. A bunch of these cars back up. That's going to put Tatum Forrester now within striking distance of Kyle Niner and Wyatt Schmucker in the mandatory caution.
Yeah, we're going to have the mandatory caution this time by the starter's tower, which is what Forrester's going to need. Niner's going to have a shot of getting around Schmucker. We're going to have a 3-way battle here when we resume racing after this mandatory competition caution. Is it going to be Schmucker bringing us to the competition caution? We got Niner and we got Forrester. That is your top 3. Speaking of our second place driver, Tiffany Stone caught up with Kyle Niner early on this weekend.
All right, so Kyle, you just got done with practicing. The track is coming together nicely. You have a huge points lead going into round 3 right now. What do you think it's going to take to keep that points lead? You're about 12 over Tatum Forrester right now.
It's going to take a lot of consistency and just try and stay in front of them or whatever, but 12 points is a lot, and it feels good to be that far ahead going into the 3rd round, so we're just going to try and keep it for as long as we can.
This class right now, you've got a lot of great up-and-comers. It's the future of the pro classes, pretty much. You guys are the future of side-by-side racing, of short course racing over here. Now, when you go out on the track and you're looking at certain things, what do you really think about when you're out there? Because I know drive style changes based on, starting grids, placement, track conditions. What is important to you?
I'm looking for moisture in the track, trying to find out where the dry spots are versus the wet spots, and if there's any holes in the track or ruts or anything like that, which there's a lot of ruts right now. So hopefully that gets fixed tonight. But that's pretty much all I'm looking for is just water and ruts.
Water and ruts. Well, best of luck going into round 3 here. We are back. And like we've talked about before, rounds 1 and 2, track conditions were a little bit different. There was about 100,000 gallons of water that was pumped out the night before. And I don't know how much moisture you're going to find in that, but we are looking forward to this. Back up to you guys.
All right, we are back here with our leader there. That is Wyatt Schmucker. We got Kyle Niner, points leader, coming into this round in the 2nd spot. And then we got Tatum Forrester showing some blistering fast lap times there in the 3rd spot. So it's going to be a shootout when we go back to green flag racing. Be looking at those top 3 vehicles, definitely a step ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, as we go green right here, you're going to see Wyatt Schmucker is going to have to keep it together here in the 2nd half. But if I know Kyle Niner, I know he's going to start taking chances here and getting that car. He's going to try to sneak a wheel in every opportunity to get. However, Tatum Forrester, I'd be, no problem at all betting some money on it that he's one of the fastest cars out there here right now. And the 2nd half's really going to be his half of the race, I have a feeling.
Whoa, big tumble. That looked like that was our leader, I believe. Wyatt Schmucker looked like hit a rut, went over, scary.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to bring out the full course caution. We'll wait to let them race back around, but I do believe this one's going to take a while because that car is missing a wheel. It's not going to just be able to flip it up and get it off the course. But we'll see. Again, I'm unofficial. I do see that's going to bring it out for sure. All right.
Yeah, it looked like a single car incident. It looked like just hooked a rut and went over.
Yeah, just right out of my sight right there behind the light. The camera here right in front of us here in turn 3. And glad you were able to see that. Man, lots of carnage out there in that one. And I thought I saw a tire. Or was that one of the track tires?
No, that was one of the tires. It looked like blew off, hit a rut, and went over. And I think just single car incident. We've got a replay here. It's like, yep. Single car incident, hit a rut, tire exited stage left. Looked like it may have sheared the studs.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is the tire was the cause and effect. So the tire losing, coming off that hub, looks like as he put it in the third, like you said, sheared lugs or not tight lugs.
It was a big side load.
Yeah.
There was a big side load in that rut, and it looked like when it side loaded into the rut, sheared the studs, and the tire just exited stage left, which caused a rollover.
Indeed. Tough break for Wyatt Smucker, and that's something doesn't look like too much damage to the car. Other than that, that could have been way worse, actually. High speed coming off the ski jump. Thankfully, we got that checkup right there, or that probably could have been way worse. He probably could have tumbled right over the K-rail.
Yeah, we got another angle over here on the replay. Thankful Wyatt Schmucker's A-OK after that.
Yeah, when you see the crew not rushing to get into the cab of that car, he's all right. And I don't think that's too bad a problem. Here's another angle of that right here. Yeah, it looked like landing that wheel was already off, and it looks like when he turned it, that just finished the deal. Again, that's just from my perception. What did you see there, Jim?
Yeah, it looked like it was already coming off over the jump, and when they side loaded, it just helped it go. But for whatever reason, it looked like it was coming off over the jump.
Yeah, it stayed straight. The car turned, so it looked like if there were any lugs left on that wheel, it just sheared the rest of them off. And/or it could have been the hub separating from the axle. As you know, the hub actually bolts onto a snub that's on the back of the axle. The axle goes into a bearing, and then the hub bolts on to the snub that's of the CV axle. So tough to say from our perspective, but indeed, that hub, the lugs, something left that entire wheel, and off the wheel went, and over the car went there into turn 3.
Yeah, tough break. I mean, Wyatt Schmucker running a great race. Him and Kyle Niner are just having a great battle there for the lead. So as we group things, it's going to be Kyle Niner now inheriting the lead with that mishap from Wyatt Schmucker. We're going to have Tatum Forrester in the 195 in second, and now we're going to have the number 31 of Evan Atkins now moving into the third spot, somebody we haven't talked much about today.
That's right, Evan Atkins. We talked about a little bit earlier, and I said Evan Atkins, no stranger to being up front, and there you go. So now with the switch of things, Kyle Niner now going to get some points to extend his lead in the points chase. And Tatum Forrester, a little bit of happy, as we said. Looks like Tatum has the faster car in this class right now for the weekend. And Tatum Forrester now might be able to battle with Kyle Niner. Business as usual for these two. Now the Smucker's out of the way. And then Evan Atkins, I mean, it's like we got a second race now of this incredible youth production class.
Well, that's the thing. Forrester sitting back in the third spot, put in some burner laps. I mean, some of the fastest laps we've seen here today have been through Tatum Forrester. So we're going to see there if Kyle Niner can handle the pressure of the 195 when we go back to green flag racing. And, a little bit of a wild card there. That number 31 of Evan Atkins now sitting in the third spot. We're going to see if Evan Atkins got a little something for these leaders.
Yeah, you can see all these cars right now use production of their RS1 single-seater car. And I do believe that they stopped making these cars. And wow, I wonder if the executives up there say maybe we should have stayed with these, because off-road racing, I think, is where these cars have found a home.
Yeah, and I think that was it. They were purpose built to go racing, and a lot of race cars, but I don't think many recreationalists were looking for single seaters.
Yeah.
So.
You know, the thing is, you want to be able, if you're going to spend upwards of $30,000 into a car, you want to take Mama with you.
As we got our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off, it is going to be Kyle Niner in the 999 going to be taking us to the green flag.
I didn't know you spoke German.
Forrester all the way to the bottom, looking to the inside of Niner. Nothing there. So you got Evan Atkins at number 31, kind of sitting back there. 548, that's Harper McKinney. Trying to slot in here, looking for a podium spot.
Harper McKinney has the speed as well to get up there in the top 3. And right now, Kyle Niner got his hands full with Tatum Forrester, just like I said he would. And Tatum Forrester, earlier on in this race, showed that he had the speed necessary. So now that he's got the position, let's see if Tatum Forrester can give Kyle Niner a run for his money. And there they go, coming into turn 4.
Yeah, Kyle Niner doing what he needs to do, just running some very clean lines, not giving up anything there for Tatum Forrester. Tatum Forrester gonna have to send it into one of these corners, I think, and force a pass if he's going to have any opportunity to get around Kyle Niner.
Yeah, if I know Kyle Niner, though, he's not going to give that opportunity to Tatum Forrester. He does know that if he opens that door, Tatum Forrester, rather, will be all over it, and then we're going to definitely have a spicy race on our head as they come down the back straightaway. Kyle Niner has the ability, you're going to see it right now, to extend the lead out. And if he makes no mistake, he's going to be the first across that checkered flag.
Yeah, Kyle Niner about half a second faster than Forrester last lap by.
And that's very important to comprehend, because these two putting in the equal laps like that, it all comes down to the driver at that point.
It's Kyle Niner with about 2 laps to go. Continues to work his way around this track here in Chandler, Arizona. Getting a little bit of a gap now over Forrester. Forrester dropping back. Niner a little bit of breathing room. Start to wonder if Forrester might be having a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you would wonder that. But man, you know what his problem may be? Oh, Tatum Forrester spins out, coming out of turn 1.
Get a glimpse there. That is a 548 of McKinney, putting a little pressure on the number 31 of Atkins.
Well, Atkins now inheriting second place. And Atkins now with some speed. And as you said, McKinney right there.
Kyle Niner, your leader in the 999. Couple of corners remaining. Looking to retain the points after this one. Forrester off screen. We can confirm rolled over. So that is going to be Kyle Niner in the 999 taking the victory.
Yeah, I know we're not supposed to talk of it off screen, but I just happened to look out at turn 1 there and saw him. He came around, exited. And indeed, we got the spin out coming right here. You'll see it here on this replay. It looks like as he's coming out, he just over-accelerated. You'll see him come in here. He's out in front there. Came in tight, got in the looseness right there, and got caught up and just spun around.
Tough break there for Forrester, who was running very, very strong. All right, we've got our finishers here in youth production. We're 10 laps down, and we are going to catch up with those top 3 when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And we are back here at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright here in the booth. We are getting close to wrapping up our morning field of youth racing. Still got a couple of races left on tap, but we just witnessed a very, very eventful race in the youth production class. Mark, I mean, that one was no short of excitement wire to wire.
Man, you took the exact words I was going to use. No shortage of excitement there on this race. A little bit of drama there with the tires shearing off for our early leader, Wyatt Smucker, and that's not the way you want to see them not have to take the checker flag on that race. But Kyle Niner was able to take advantage of that, and Kyle Niner put it on the top of the box, drove it. He had to drive it right because Tatum Forrester was right there in case there was anything else to answer.
Well, and this brings us to our Rugged Radios results for youth production. It was Kyle Niner in the 999 taking home the victory with the points, and then had a couple of surprises there, and Evan Atkins and Harper McKinney there in the top 3 as well. And like we've learned in off-road, it's all about who's there at the finish line, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right?
Yeah, Tatum Forrester, unfortunately, with a little bit of a mistake there coming out of turn 1, and that's what changed our results here. And I know Tatum's probably not too happy with that, but hey, that's again, we've said it all day. That's racing, and Kyle Niner though coming out victorious, and I know he gets hear it down there. He's really happy for this win.
Oh, absolutely. Kyle Niner with a phenomenal race, running clean. Lots of stuff happening all around him all race long, and somehow able to keep things on point, dialed in, and bringing home that checkered flag. And hard-fought victory there with some lead changes. With that being said, we've got our top 3 in youth production standing by, so we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we just keep talking about how the races just keep getting better and better, and they are wire to wire all the way to the checker. We're going to talk to our 3rd place finisher, number 31, Evan Atkins. Now, Evan, going into round 3, you were 4th in points, but now this is going to move you up a little bit. Tell me about what happened today, how you saw it. There was quite a battle going back and forth for 3rd as well.
It was a wild race. I mean, towards the end, I was trying to hold my spot since Tatum made the mistake, and I took advantage of it. And then I was trying to protect the inside too much, and I made a mistake, and Harper got past me, but happy that I got on podium.
Well, like we were talking about, you're moving up a little bit in points, especially since round 1 and 2. Going into the 3rd round, you were 4th. We're going to see what happens, especially in round 4 for you as well. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, the Laundry family, Queen Racing, Mojave County Pools, Hoosier Tires, the Hart Boys for loaning me their shocks, and the Cotters for driving them out to me. And I think that's it.
Nice job. You could hop up on number 3. Nice job over here. Taking that 2nd place spot, we're going to talk to Harper McKinney now. Harper, we were just talking about, it was crazy out there. 1, 2, 3 was changing a bit. Then we had Wyatt out there. We had Tatum out there. Things were all, kind of messed up. So tell me from your perspective what you saw going all the way to the checker.
Yeah, I was just trying to just stay in my spot and wait for other people to make mistakes, which happened, and that's how I ended up here.
Well, we always talk about capitalizing on mistakes, but staying calm, especially after a comp yellow and a full restart, which we saw. You know, when we see something like that, how does a driver, particularly you, get into the mindset again? Because the comp yellow, you cool down a little bit, it goes, something happens, and you have a full course yellow, and you need to bring yourself back into the mentality of it.
Yeah, adrenaline just brings it right back as soon as they drop that green flag, and it just comes right back like naturally.
Well, I love that. Who would you like to thank for round 3 today?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Allcoat for powdering my car, and Sneaky Tunes for getting me dialed in this weekend.
I love that. Hop up on number 2. And we're going to talk to our top finisher, sweeping 1, 2, and 3 here when we were at Firebird. Round 3, you were going in, points leader. You had a nice gap. We were talking about things yesterday. You wanted to find the moisture into the track, and it seems like it really came in together for you. Tell me about taking that top place here in round 3.
I mean, really, it's all luck of the draw at this point. All Wyatt, Tatum, phenomenal drivers. We're all within hundredths of a second of each other. It's just capitalizing on each other's mistakes. Wyatt's crash was gnarly. I hope you're okay, dude. I don't know what happened to Tatum. Oh, my God, every time. I don't know what happened to Tatum. I hope he's doing all right, too. But it's just found the moisture, found the lines, and just held it all the way to the end.
Well, it seemed like you really did, especially coming off a comp yellow. You held that line all the way till pretty much that green flag. And, you know, I just wanted to talk, because I talked about Harper, and, you know, as a driver, you're out front. We also talked about being chased down or liking to chase. Comp yellow always changes a few things for you. With that, do you like being chased down in that second half?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice job. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Kinetic, all my friends and family, cinematographer, Henry, all of my other friends and family, thank you. And Oliver Golding for spotting me. Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in youth production. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, you called it at the beginning of the season, Mark. You said Kyle Niner is going to be one of the tough guys to beat in that class. And, man, you weren't kidding.
Man, he has been tough ever since I've been paying attention to him out here at Core. Me being this is my 3rd season here with Core. And I absolutely, I have to be the announcer, so I have to be, kind of unbiased up here. But, man, I'm a big fan of Kyle Niner.
You got a Kyle Niner shirt in your collection, don't you?
Hey, man, if they got one, Kyle, make sure extra large, dog. I'll rock it underneath the Core shirt. I am that big of a fan. Man, and speaking of fans, this next one, man, you can see the points coming up. I was going to announce the next race, but here come the points in our youth class, the youth restricted. Now in this class here, the youth restricted coming up here. I was talking about all the stars in here and all the points here. I was going to go through Ryder Greco, Crew Hart, everything, and they are here at the top, and here is their points. Ryder Greco, 89-point lead with Crew Hart 11 points behind. Ryder Forrester, BJ Hawthorne, in just 26 points within this chase right here. Big names out here, Jackson Cotter, all of these boys and girls. Hudson McCormick, Triton Lawrence, Addie Atterbury, as you know, tough to beat, but now she's got her hands full with youth restricted.
Yeah, youth restricted, definitely stepping it up. We got 15 drivers in that. That was our R&R points. Now we move on to our Liquid Molly starting grid. Ryder Greco inside row number 1, 11-point lead on the rest of the field, sitting on the pole, half a second over Crew Hart faster, the number 36 in the second spot. Ryder Greco, the one to watch. So we've got Jackson Cotter, BJ Hawthorne, Ryder Forrester, Hudson McCormick, Timothy Jones, and Triton Lawrence rounding out your first 4 rows. And then we got Lathe Erb, Addie Atterbury, as you mentioned, in the number 66, already a victory on the day. Lane Proctor, Maggie Flores, Nixon McCormick, Brayton Penrod, and we got Liam Cadwell rounding out this 15-vehicle field. So, man, everything is loaded up. We've got the storylines in place. We got some of the fastest in the country in youth restricted, and we're getting ready to go racing here for 10 laps in round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
This race again will get the mandatory caution in there, so things get a lot of strategies got to come into play here for this race as well. Something to mention out there, Timothy Jones out here, fairly new to off-road racing, with a great showing up there, qualifying within the top 10. BJ Hawthorne, every name on this list right now has the potential to be on top of the box. But Ryder Greco, just super consistent. and going to find himself out front, as you said, by a very slight margin ahead of Crew Hart. And Crew Hart, very tough. So just like the last race, you're going to see like the Kyle Niner and Tatum Forrester. You're going to see the same thing here with Ryder and Crew Hart. They are definitely going to put on a show.
It's got our Jones Ford Pace truck going to the side of that big step up that all these drivers are going to be sending it over here in Youth Restricted in about half a lap.
That truck, beautiful truck. I do love the grill on that thing. You know, there was a while there Ford really built not a very good looking F-150, but I'm glad to see that they got it back together for this one.
All right, we got them all bunched up. 15 vehicles in this race. Going to be led to the green flag by the 151 of Ryder Greco. 11-point lead. He's your points leader heading in. He's also your pole sitter. Qualified a half a second faster, 0.6 of a second faster than Crew Hart. Right now, target on the back is that 151 of Ryder Greco. The one to watch as we are going to go green flag racing.
Kind of an uneventful start so far as they'll come in at turn one. Not a lot of bumping. They're coming close. But everybody able to make it through turn one cleanly.
Looks like Ryder Greco got about 2 car lengths lead there over the second place of Crew Hart. Crew Hart getting a little bit of pressure early on, though. That is Cotter. 6'11", Jackson Cotter in the bright yellow car in the third spot, putting a little pressure there on Crew Hart as we got Ryder Greco, our points leader, out front.
It's great to see Cotter out here off-road racing again and the short course, but Greco definitely hard to beat. If Greco has no problems again, he has the ability to run away with this, qualifying here for P1. But these two behind him, Jackson Cotter and Crew Hart, just these three teams, just solid all the way through. Great car, great setup, great team, great spotter, great driver, just great everything. So this is what it comes down to, these three. Check it out right here.
Yeah, Greco with a full second over Hart after that first lap. In lap number 2, but Hart now in the number 36. Trying to narrow the gap a little bit to our leader, Ryder Greco.
Yeah, these guys have put on some exciting races here in the past. I'm wondering if they're feeling things out here just on the first couple laps here. And again, it's a long race, 10 laps here, scheduled for this event. And it's crazy. I've been saying things are stepping up here at Core. We just keep getting better, bigger, better, and bigger. Well, you know what? I have a feeling the drivers also are changing their race strategies here. Bigger, better. They got to do things, change the playbook a little bit. Because, man, when I first came out here, they just all drove all the way through. And lots of carnage out there in the early days. But it looks like now we've got some really mature racers on our hand.
I better knock on wood. Generally about the time we say that, something happens.
Yeah.
Thankfully not this go around, but it is right now Ryder Greco, your points leader, out front. 151 being chased there by Crew Hart. Both drivers putting in very clean laps thus far. Crew Hart was getting a little pressure there from Jackson Cotter early on, but it looks like Cotter's dropped back a couple car lengths.
Yeah, I have a feeling, like I said, I think it's a little cat and mouse right now. I don't really think these three are really trying to make the moves that they want to make yet. And like I said, I think I see a little maturity here now coming from these racers. I think they just know how they drive, know how they race, know what's going on. So I also, with that being said, think that they know where they are going to have to get around each other respective driver.
Well, they also know if they can't make something happen, there is going to be the mandatory competition caution at some point. So things are going to get regrouped. But last time by, Greco, Hart, and Cotter all within 1/10 of a second of each other lap time. So, and then you look back to the fourth place, they were only half a second back.
Yeah, that should say it all right there. And that should tell you, if you're out there watching and really paying attention to the logistics of this race, that it could literally be anybody's race.
And look at Hart, looking to the outside there. Nothing there. Greco continuing just hit his marks, not leave any opportunity for Hart to get by. Hart's got the speed, running identical lap times to Greco. One mistake by Greco, and it's going to allow Hart to snake right by.
Yeah, this begs me to wonder as I see this race. This isn't like our normal excitement in this class. I truly believe that these guys and girls out here in this course have figured out how to get their cars, pretty much even out here, even though this is a restricted class. I know there's certain things you can make to make the car a little faster, but man, right now by just watching this, I think it's all going to boil down to the driver in this case.
And look at that. Cotter now making the move on Hart all the way to the outside, trying to do it the hard way. Gonna have the momentum. Just not enough. There wasn't anything there. Drifted too far to the outside.
Yeah, Cotter had it done in the inside, but then lost it there in the second half of that corner, and that shows exactly what I'm talking about. You have to hit those marks, hit exactly where you're planning, and make sure that the car drives right where you want it. Otherwise, you're not going to make the pass.
Going to take Cotter a couple turns to try and get back up to Hart. Meanwhile, Greco backing it in there in the 151. Got a little bit of breathing room over Hart in the second spot.
We were talking about that blue group forming up here, and looks like it is now really starting to take hold. You can start seeing where the surfaces are changing here throughout the course. You'll see it here in turn 1. Right there is that groove. They all stand it. You can see where it's different. Same thing there in turn 6 and turn 2. Pretty much all the turns have that blue groove, and that really makes, your selection very imperative.
Starting to get into some lap traffic now as the mandatory competition caution should be flying. Looks like Jackson Cotter there trying to get around Hart once again. Nothing there as lap traffic definitely coming into play. Jackson Cotter all the way to the bottom trying to avoid the lap traffic. Man, that was threading the needle there.
That really was threading the needle. I was hoping that Cotter was going to use that to his advantage so he could put a wheel in our second place Crew Hart as well. But Crew Hart did a great job staying and getting around those lap drivers cleanly.
Competition caution gonna fly. There's gonna be a Greco, Hart, Cotter 1, 2, and 3 as the mandatory competition comes out. We are gonna regroup them. We're gonna re-rack them, restack them, and we are gonna come back racing. But speaking of Ryder Greco, we're gonna cut to a little piece we did with him earlier on this weekend.
So when we talk about having a great day during practice, and that practice pretty much sets you up for a great race, we're going to talk to Ryder. Now, Ryder, you just told me that you ran your fastest lap ever. That's going to be a great thing. Look at that smile. I love it. When you do something like that, how does that really translate into rounds 3 and 4 for you?
Just try to do it during the race and keep doing it, especially in qualifying, to try to get out front early.
Well, I did have a chance to talk to your brother as well, and he said sometimes he likes being out front. He likes setting the pace, but it reverses if he's not having that great of a day. He lets somebody get out there. Is that the same for you? Do you want to be chased, or do you like being the one where you're chasing somebody down?
I just want to be in front. I don't care what it takes. I just try to get fastest lap a lot because I like being in front. I like being fast, and I'm better in the front because I can't really follow, but yeah.
Well, let's talk about this one thing right here. You and your brother both have this dad's wallet. Who came up with that idea?
That was actually 518 Designs. They thought of that, and then my dad loved it because that's what supports this. So, yeah.
I love that. Well, your dad's got to be super happy that you got the fastest lap. That means that you are putting in the time. You are going to be a person that they definitely want to check out for rounds 3 and 4.
All right. Well, that was our leader, Ryder Greco. And Ryder, man, putting on great work early on, but a lot of pressure there from the number 36 of Crew Hart and Jackson Cotter in the third spot. Running almost identical lap times are our top 3 as our Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off. We're going to go back to green flag racing here with Youth Restricted with about 4 laps remaining. Green flag is out, and that is Hart to the bottom, trying to get around our leader Greco in turn number 1. Meanwhile, Cotter all the way to the outside looking to slingshot past Hart for the second spot.
Yeah, Cotter with a really aggressive line going around in turn 1. He's trying to do everything he can to get around the second place of Crew Hart. Crew Hart, though, ain't having it, man. Crew Hart knows what it takes to stay in front of that third place of Jackson Cotter. Ryder Greco, though, I don't think he's aware of what's going on behind him. He's just trying to run his own race and stay out front.
All right, so Hart now with a little bit of, Greco with a little bit of breathing room over Hart in the second spot. Cotter there in the third. 1, 2, 3 in lockstep, just like they have been for 6 laps.
Cotter getting touchy on the rear wheel of Hart. Both of them will carry the same speed. There they are again, touching again. Cotter doing everything, let know Hart that he's back there and he wants around. So Crew Hart right now, make your mark. Don't make any mistakes. He's going to have to stay right up front. But Jackson Cotter with a very aggressive line as they get side by side, go down the back straightaway.
Well, Cotter definitely faster than Hart at this point. Just haven't been able to find the way around. Look at that outside, inside, outside. All the way to the bottom again. Nothing there. I mean, you got to appreciate the defense that the number 36 of Crew Hart is playing right now.
Cotter wants that second place really bad. Again, inside, yes. Cotter won. He's aggressive. He's hungry.
We're going to see what he's got coming out of this turn down the front stretch. So we got 1 corner to go all the way to the outside. You're going to see Cotter set him up here because we're going to have that long run down the front stretch. So Cotter all over the back, all over the rear there of the number 36 of Hart. Now he's going to try and draft him down the front stretch. Dives to the right. We're going to see if we can outrun him down into turn number 1.
100% Hart is blocking, making sure that he doesn't get around. Cotter definitely faster than the majority of the track. But as you see right there, Hart again trying to push over and take the line away from Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, this is Cotter definitely faster than Hart. Hart just doing everything he can to block Cotter. Just doesn't have the speed. We'll see if we'll be able to hold him back.
You can see Cotter now setting into the corners to try to take that alternative line away from Crew Hart. But Crew Hart, look at that, senses it again. Was able to shut the door.
Yeah, Cotter just sitting back there. What a battle we've got for this second spot. Cotter going to go outside, going to try and cut it. Look at that, dives all the way to the bottom, nothing. You know, I think at some point, Cotter's going to have to get a little aggressive and maybe put a bumper in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's been touch right there again as they come into turn 4, or turn 5 rather. But, yeah, right here again, always checks up right there in turn 6. And I think that's a great job. And now he tries to get around him again.
Caution flag is out. Caution flag flew.
I think we have a car down in turn 2 that we can't see. Indeed, I see a roof over there. And Tim Jones, I think, made a great call here. Going to group them up. All right. Well, now that's going to add a little bit of drama here to this conclusion. And this youth restricted here, regularly scheduled for 10 laps. Because I thought we were going to finish it right there and come to the conclusion of this race here with youth restricted. But now, bunching it back up, that's going to put the rest of the field in contingent as well.
Yeah, that is the 2-2-3 there. That is Liam Cadwell getting put on the strap.
Yeah, another catastrophic failure of a hub or an axle or a snub or anything out there.
Yep, got our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing them back around. Looks like we might be able to go green flag racing.
Yeah, I don't think that that car isn't too bad. They are bringing out the lift, but
all right, as we are getting everything regrouped and looking to go back to green flag racing, we caught up with one of our sponsors at Liqui Moly, Jason Hess, earlier on this weekend.
How are we doing, guys? We are back out at rounds 3 and 4, Chandler, Arizona at the Core Series. Now, talk to you guys a little bit about some of the products that we have. We obviously have our whole team on site to educate you about the Liqui Moly line. And also something that's very cool is Traders is on site as well and has this product available for you guys as racers. So If you want, stop over, see our guys to educate you on the products. We've got everything from side-by-side to some of the automotive stuff. And also, again, get over to Traders because there's a couple race programs that we have with them, so you can pick it up right here on the spot.
All right, and we are back. Racing is going to be a white and then a checker, so 1 lap to go. We're going to see who's got a little something in the tank. Big thanks to Liquid Molly for that feature piece. If you're out here at the track, buy any Liquid Molly product at Traders, you're going to take home a free beanie today.
Yeah, anytime we got a white-green flag in this position, man, it is all-out dash here on this final lap. Ryder Greco going to have it done. Crewhart. Oh, Cotter, though, giving a position up. I think Cotter might have had a problem there. Is there 3 they touch?
Oh, look like...
Wow!
Wow, that was Hawthorne there going over the edge, and then we got Cotter again. There's the 5'11" tucking in.
I told you it was going to be a dash for the end here.
Oh, man, chaos. We got bump and banging. I have no idea how this is going to sort out. Checker flag going to be out there, though, for Ryder Greco. Looks like Hart going to take on the second spot, and it is going to be, no, at the line, it looks like Jones got around.
Did Timothy Jones just get a podium?
I think Timothy Jones got around Cotter at the end.
Well, I'm looking over here at his mom. She is our timekeeper. She's clapping. She's happy. I think Timothy Jones just got his podium.
Timothy Jones coming out of nowhere there in the last corner down the front stretch to take home the podium. Great run there by the number 3. Wow, there are some smiles in the stands. Jackson Cotter, man, he had a phenomenal race all day long. Just couldn't quite get things to stick. We're going to sort through things. We're going to come back with our podium finishers here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We'll return here to round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
All right, and we are back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And there you got a glimpse of the 151 of Ryder Greco, the points leader heading into this round and taking the victory. So going to have a commanding points lead heading into round number 4, Mark.
Well, I just got to ask Tim Jones, is that his first podium right there? That is. All right, I want to make sure before I make that announcement that Tim Jones, new to our podium, and I mean just a couple short races and he found himself to the podium. I know the Jones family is ecstatic.
Yeah, well, it brings us to our Rugged Radio's results. It was Ryder Greco taking home the victory. It was Crew Hart in the second spot. Going to be Timothy Jones in the third spot and Jackson Cotter in the fourth. So Jackson Cotter, great race, but didn't quite get there in the end.
Yeah, lots of drama out there, a little bit of carnage out there, some cars losing some wheels again. Inside, outside for the Cotter car, trying to get it done, but Ryder Greco led that pretty much wire to wire.
All right, well, speaking of this action-packed podium, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
You guys are absolutely correct. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is why you race all the way to the checker. You never know what's going to happen. And we're going to talk to Timothy Jones here. Now, Timothy, I heard this is your very, very first podium. It is so good to see you up here. Tell me about what happened all the way to the very end to the checker.
Well, when I started in 8th, I thought I would get up at least to 5th. So when I started there, I thought it wouldn't be that hectic of a race at the start. So when we got there and everything started going good and I got up a few positions and I saw them start spinning out and then got a little through, and when I got to 5th, I thought, yeah, I'll just hold the position there. And then off the turn 2, I saw the guy in front of me lost his tire, so I got up in one more position, and then I heard it was a green-white checkered, or not checkered, green-white start. And when I heard that, I thought it would be insane, and it was. And 2 cars in front of me were battling, and they were going crazy in front of me, and I just waited for a little bit of a mistake and worked my way through. So
I love it. Who would you like to thank today?
My cousin Jesse for being my chief, my brother for coming out and racing, my mom and dad for getting me into this sport and spending all the money, and my grandparents for helping them spend the money, and my Grandpa Barlow for getting my entire family in this racing business and all that, and all this, and it's just great to be out here.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. Let's talk to number 36, taking our second place spot, Crew Hart. Now, Crew, when we talk about lap traffic, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, but you were super, super clean out there. You know, you had a lot of defense over making sure that nobody can take that second place spot from you. Talk to me about your day.
It was good, but the only thing I didn't really like is when we caught the lap traffic. We had to go off the jump sideways, and it was weird. But yeah, I made one mistake, and then they caught me, and their pressure was on. And then coming that last lap, my dad told me I was good, and then I just ran my race.
Well, you ran a nice, clean race, a lot of blocking in the second half to make sure that you kept second place. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, God upstairs, Cruise Armored, Wolverine Daylight, Sneaky for their amazing tune, Polaris, the Cotter Boys, anybody else I'm forgetting, thank you.
Well, you've done a fantastic job here for round 3. Hop up on number 2, please. Now we're going to talk to the number 151, Ryder Greco. Now, Ryder, obviously we always like talking about what spotter chatter is going on because it seems like there was probably a lot going on for that, and especially somebody who's taken that top spot all the way to the very last lap, lap 10. Then we have a full course caution. How do you bring yourself back mentally into the game?
I don't think I really get out of it. There wasn't a lot of talking going on. It was just me and my car.
Just me in your car. Well, I know that there was a lot of pressure on you to be able to take that, and keeping people off of first place and being able to block, going into the comp yellow, full course caution. Lots of things happened in this race for you. Who would you like to thank today?
First of all, Bryson and Jacob, they put a lot of time into this car, and my dad, my mom, my dad, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, Parker, Mason Atterbury, all my friends and family who came out, and 518 Designs.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 one more time. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers. And back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, that was we keep every single race. We started out with some phenomenal racing, Mark, and every single race I feel like we're taking it up a notch, and we got one race left before we take a short break, a short intermission. But, it's all led up in this youth-filled morning to youth side-by-side, some of the fastest young racers on the planet right here going to be doing battle in front of us.
Yeah, I was really excited for this last class that just raced. Timothy Jones, his first podium. I get to tell his first podium because, he said, man, I want to say thank you to all the people that gave me all the money to do this. Hey, if you're going to thank somebody, make sure you thank the people that make it happen. That's what the podium's for. And Timothy Jones definitely did that. So congratulations, Timothy Jones. And what a great race that was. Ryder Greco just leading it all the way from wire to wire. He couldn't have asked for a better race.
Yeah, well, it's always fun to be a part of somebody's very first podium. So, you got to give a big shout-out to Timothy Jones. And like you said, Ryder Greco, points leader heading in, lots of pressure. Wasn't an easy race.
Yeah.
Still sealed the deal, took home another victory, and he's got to be standing tall heading into round number 4. Chase for the championship starts this weekend, and Ryder Greco has put himself in a phenomenal position to possibly take home a championship at year end. But that being said, we've got our R&R Steel youth side-by-side point standings, and look at that. Mikey Childress, 82 points, and what looks to be a tie with Cash Hart.
Yeah, Cash Hart and Mikey Childress. We talk about the Hart family and in the racing, both of them. Mikey Childress, son of Mike Childress, the desert racer, out here as well as a family affair. Cash Hart as well. Cody Krantz out here, part of a big family as well, with only 6 points behind our 2 tied leaders. Brenna Gorky and Rylan Gahn, they have what it takes to get it done out here as well. It's going to be a great, exciting race to carry in here to just before break. And don't go anywhere, like Jim said. It's just getting faster, and I have a feeling there's going to be a little more drama in this event as well.
Yeah, these cars are definitely picking up the speed here. We've got, I believe 7 drivers here going to be gridded up, and we've got that Jones Ford Pace truck going to be taking the green, slated for 10 laps. We're going to have a mandatory competition caution flying around lap number 6. So we'll get about 60% of the way into the race, and mandatory competition caution comes out, unless we have a mishap earlier and we have to bring it out a little sooner. But, looking at our Liqui Moly starting grid, it's going to be Cash Hart on the pole, Mikey Childress in the second spot, Cody Krantz, Rylan Gahn there in row number 2, Declan Shields and Brenna Gorky in row number 3, and Banks Bodden there going to be in the 7th spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race here in this one. And we were talking about the points chase tied with Cash Hart and Mikey Childress. Well, look at this. Their qualifying rounds, they are only 1/10 of a second off each other's pace. 1/10. That literally is a blink. Not even a blink.
It's almost a tie.
Yeah, blink is just too long still. But yeah, they are just tied all the way through. Tied with qualifying, tied with the points. I promise you this is going to be a great race.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be a great race. Hart there, number 2. Childress in the 84. I mean, this was electric 2 months ago, and it's going to be electric today. Really looking forward to watching this race unfold and, the battle for this championship, because I feel like this is going to go back and forth all season long.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't mentioned here, somebody said to me to this weekend was pretty cool. They said, hey, the star of the weekend is going to be the track. I haven't seen Kelvin out on the track this whole first half, so that's telling me that this track is prepped almost perfect, man. I haven't even seen a water lane. I haven't seen anything done on this track so far. Maybe a little bit I missed over here to the front straightaway, but, man, we got a great track, and this could promise, again, a great race.
Well, and I do want to, talk about another one that could play a little spoiler here. Cody Krantz, the number 22. He's sitting in the 3rd spot, coming all the way from the Midwest. His dad, Jimmy, has Bikeman Performance. They brought the rig down, not doing snowmobile racing this winter. Decided they're going to continue their side-by-side program, make it an annual or a year-round thing. So they're making a big trip out of here from the Midwest. And a lot of the drivers, running under that Bikeman Performance brand, Colton Kajcek. But Cody Krantz, he'd never run out here. Kind of got his feet wet here at Firebird, 2 months ago. But now that he's figured things out, I think he might. He's picking up some speed. He might be one to play spoiler on this points championship.
Yeah, I like seeing the guys from the Midwest coming out here to dice it up with the boys from Arizona, California, all the southern states out here. Because, we've done it so long that we've always made the track over there. It's great to see them make it here and say, hey, we're okay. We can dice it up with you guys and see where we're standing. And great job. And Cody Krantz does have that, that he's the representative right now of everybody over there for the Midwest pack in this race.
Looks like we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck pausing things. Got one of our officials out on track. Looks like we might have a driver out of place, possibly.
Yeah, miscue happens every now and again here. Racing is still, there's still some room for errors like this to rise up every now and again, but these aren't very frequent. But, you see our race official over there talking with the car right there, seeing what's going on.
Looks like the Jones Ford Pace truck. Is he? Are we going to do another lap, or are we going to?
That's a good call.
Well, looks like a little premature there, so it looks like we may be bringing him around again.
Well, Jim Beaver, great weekend out here. Another great turnout. The crowds, they're starting to get a little bit bigger out here. If you're out here watching, man, make your way out here. Get online and check everything out. And get the schedule in and make sure you come out here. If you're watching online, you got to make one of these races. It is way different when it's live.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the track conditions. It's supposed to be 75 degrees today. Warm December day. And, this track, it's starting to dry out a little bit. We're getting a little, color change into the track. And, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be racy. Like you said, track conditions are going to be amazing today.
Yeah, December here in Arizona, like I said, I've called my mom before, and she asked me, what are you doing? And I said, I'm sunbathing out by the pool. She goes, Mark, it's December. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I was at PRI show 2 days ago in Indianapolis for a press conference. And they got yesterday, they were supposed to get 7 to 8 inches of snow, and today it's supposed to be -2. I'm looking at my friends that are still there at the PRI show, and I'm sitting here with you who's sitting in shorts. And I'm like, I think I'm very happy to be an Arizona boy right now.
My girlfriend pointed out, she goes, what color pants does Cora want you to wear? And I said, honey, I think it's from the waist up here on our track feed. I don't think they care what I have on, but now I'm sitting there wishing I would have wore flip-flops to just come in. Really tied off the ensemble from the waist down.
Mark's sitting here in boxer shorts with hearts on them. People at home just can't see.
That's SpongeBob. What's wrong with you?
All right, we got our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing them around here. We got another corner to go. Looks like we got everybody grouped. They're where they should be, which means it's going to be green flag racing and youth side-by-side momentarily. Looking for that Jones Ford Pace truck to pull off. Is he going to pull off? He pulls off. That means we are gridded up. We are rack stacked and ready to go. It is going to be green flag racing and youth side-by-side.
The race is going to be right here. Cash and Mikey Childers. Cash Hart and Mikey Childers into turn one. Let's see what they do. Cash Hart with the jump going into turn one. Mikey Childers stays right there with him, but not letting him get too far away with the whole shot as they're side-by-side down the back straightaway.
They get almost a drag race. Mikey Childers was bad fast here 2 months ago.
Yeah, man, he's got that car dialed up, and I think he knows it really well. And you can see them. They right now on this lap one coming out. They are still side-by-side. Mikey Childress yielded.
Outside, inside. Oh!
What a move by Mikey Childress there in turn three.
Outside, inside. Cash Hart slamming the door at the last possible second on the bike. Cash Hart rode the bike through the entire corner, never let off once.
Stayed turning on the bike. Great job by Cash Hart.
We are running loose here in you side by side. I'm loving every minute of it.
It is incredible how close they are coming down the front straightaway. That first lap gone in the blink of an eye. Mikey Childress to the outside, but Cash Hart now trying to get a little bit wide as both cars take the same line into turn one.
All right, now watch Mikey Childress heading into these corners. Some veteran moves. He's initiating his turn so early. Getting the car rotated in some of these corners before they're even at the corner.
The maturity that Mikey Childress is showing right now is definitely saying that he is quite the contender here in this class.
Well, he comes from a bloodline of racers. Let me tell you, his dad, one of the best in the business on both a dirt bike and on four wheels. So Mikey Childress definitely got a lot, grew up around some legends of the sport. But right now, he's trying to find his way around Cash Hart, and Cash running a phenomenal race.
Both these drivers just throwing the car there into turn six, coming out of it, and they go in the same, they come out the same, and that is incredible. Watch these two warriors.
Outside, inside, Childress looking all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Cash Hart and him just running identical lap times within 4/100ths of a second of each other last time by.
I love the respect and trust that they have for each other as they do throw it into a corner. You have to really trust that that driver's going to hold that line, because if you go in there, that could spell, you know. Oh, again, both pirouetting perfectly in turn 3.
It almost looks like Formula Drift here. Drivers just mirroring each other around this track. Beautiful bit of driving by Hart and Childress.
Man, if they can keep it clean, we're witnessing one of the best races so far of the weekend right now. And both drivers are keeping it clean, and they are not giving anybody the room.
I mean, just identical corners in tandem, drifting around these corners here at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is like artwork in motion.
Cash Hart knows he has to do everything perfect in turn 1, because that, so far, turn 1 is where Mikey Childress, as you see right there, makes up his time.
Hart now with a couple car lengths over Childress. Childress now regrouping, lifting that inside front corner around, almost sprint car style.
Yeah, I think the advantage right now is in the setup of Cash Hart's car. If you look at it, just a little more stable than Mikey Childress' car, so we call that it's a little more tight. It looks like Mikey Childress' car might be just a smidgen looser, as you see right there how far he has to turn the wheel in to make that turn.
Hart now getting it rotated early, stretching out. It looks about 2.5 car lengths over Mikey Childress.
Oh, Childress, a little bit of a mistake there on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like he cut in too early, clipped that inside berm. I mean, didn't cost him much.
No.
We will have a mandatory competition caution here in about 2 laps. But these drivers almost identical, 4/100ths of a second within the 2 last time by.
Jeez. They know each other. I love that. I love seeing this racing when it is clean like this. And we got 2 champions out here just battling it out. Wow, Cash Hart with a little bit of a mistake there in turn 3. Childress able now to get back on the bumper. Can Childress make that pass?
Oh! Cash Hart with feeling the pressure and just made a mistake, hooked a rut up and over. Tough break for Cash Hart. I mean, Mikey Childress didn't even touch him. There was just a lot of pressure.
I've got to learn how not to scream like that. I get so into it. I was watching the screen intently, and I got to learn not to scream like that.
So yellow flag's going to come out. This is going to take place of the mandatory competition caution. I don't believe there's any damage to Cash Hart's car. Single car incident, just hooked a rut, went up and over. He's moving around in there. He's fine. He's probably wanting that thing flipped over so he can get back racing.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much damage there. It was a very easy roller. I think the hardest one was on the high side. He got it up on the bike, and when he spun back around, he high-sided on the opposite side. So unless he hit that K-rail pretty heavy, I don't think. Yeah, we're going to watch it here on the replay, Jim, so let's see what happens here. Like you said, I think he was not touched. Came inside, indeed, hooked a little bit of traction, saved it right there, but it came back over the high side. Doesn't look like there's any damage to that car. I think he's going to be able to return to racing. So,
yeah, no damage, just single car incident. You know, as this course is drying out, like we talked about, ruts are starting to form here and there, and, this is going to happen throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure, especially when the drivers are really pushing it. We call that the edge, right? When they're on the edge, and right there, Cash Hart was able to find it, and he exceeded it, pushed it just a little too hard.
Yeah, no contact, just a mistake by Hart, and there we go. Now Childress a little bit of breathing room. Hart's going to be charging from the back now. We're going to have everybody regrouped, and Hart, it's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I was just going to say, dude, that worker's got to get out of the front of that car. He's going to start it and go, and he did. Went right back into the course. He does, as you said, want to get back out there and stay on that lead lap as well.
All right, looks like we've got another replay of the tip over here. We're going to see exactly what happened here to Cash Hart.
Yeah, the angle we just saw it. I don't really see that the track, other than traction, paid a result. But here you go, Jim.
Oh, multiple angles here. Oh, looks like we lost our replay there. We're getting ready to go back green flag racing, though. It's going to be Mikey Childress leading us to the green. Jones Ford Pace Truck going to be pulling off. We'll get you a running order here momentarily. Going to be looking for Cash Hart to battle from the back now. Looks like Pace Truck going to let these guys get regrouped. Might be doing another lap, possibly. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be doing another lap. Got some stragglers trying to still regain the field. So another lap around. As here is a replay of that incident. So they go over the step up. Cash Hart down to the bottom. Childress to the outside. Cash Hart spins it. Beautiful turn. And just, yeah, it looks like he kind of hooked a rut. Saves it. Then just kind of goes up over, slow roll. Shouldn't be any damage to the car.
Yeah, that's good for the weekend of racing, but unfortunately this race is history for him. I know he's going to work up, maybe pick up a couple spots here on the second half, but I don't think, and now hold on, and I say this, but I've literally sat right here and watched this happen. I said I don't think they're going to have anything for the end of the race, and I've watched these cars come all the way from the back and get right up in that chase. So,
well, as fast as Cash Hart has been, him and Mikey Childress, I mean, it doesn't matter to me that he's that far back. He's still got a shot at a podium.
I mean, that he does, so I'm not going to count him out. That's why I kind of caught myself mid-sentence right there for sure, because Cash Hart is definitely fast enough. But, you know, he's got quite the field to go through. We were talking about Cody Kranz out there as well. And now Cody Kranz is in front of him. You know, we got the other cars, the Ryland Gahn car and Bakes Bod in there, and Mikey out front now. But, man, that's quite a field that Cash Hart's going to have to deal with if they're going to get back up to that battle.
Quite a field indeed. Got that pace truck bringing us through. It's going to be Mikey Childress. It's the 934. That is Declan Shields in the second spot now.
Declan Shields, another veteran of core out here. Fast. So Declan Shields now might see an opportunity to get up there and get the podium as well.
I believe that's Ryland Gahn there in the third spot as well. South Point branded race car.
Well, they got the green flag this time around. Mikey Childress leads the 914 car into turn one. Or 934 rather. That's way off on those numbers.
Mikey Childress now, a little bit of breathing room. He's up front. Number 84, just picking his way through. That is the number 2, Cash Hart now, making work there of Cody Krantz. We're seeing Cash Hart already charge up to the front. Now trying to get around that is the number 62 of Ryland Gahn for a podium spot. So now Ryland Gahn cutting across in front of Hart.
Yeah, I don't
know what happened there, but Ryland Gahn just going straight right. Cash Hart able to avoid the contact best he could.
It makes me wonder if the spotter was calling it there or the driver. You know, sometimes the driver doesn't hear it. Sometimes the radios go bad. Sometimes the rider chooses to ignore it. It's hard to say what happened there, but it does look like they didn't get that memo on, hey, scoot over. Cash Hart's coming to the outside.
So Cash Hart now trying to get around Declan Shields, get back up there to battle with Mikey Childress. So all the way to the bottom. Looks like Declan Shields going to cede that position. So now we've got back to 1 and 2. Mikey Childress, Cash Hart. I don't know if Cash Hart's going to have enough to catch up with Mikey Childress with about 4 laps remaining, but he is going to try and do it.
I think Declan Shields opened the door there to a third place Cody Kranz now. So I think Kranz now finds himself in the last position there on the podium. But here we go. Can Cash Hart now run down Mikey Childress? I know Mikey's looking over his shoulder right there. And here's one more time. The Gahn car, just went right over the line trying to take his line, but I don't know if it was malice or not.
No, it was Cash Hart, he stayed his line and just had to dive left when the other car cut over, but nice clean bit of driving to avoid any real big incident there as Mikey Childress leading down the backstretch, going to come into that ski jump. So you're going to get a glimpse there of second place Cash Hart in your screen. Got to give Cash Hart a lot of credit. What did he pass? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that quick?
Yeah, indeed. He got a great start. He was able to hold it in turn one. stayed behind the no pass line on the start and was able to get a real start, and he was able to work it up. But I know Mikey Childress, and I know Mikey's dad is telling him, push it still, because if Cash Hart gets up there, that's where the mistakes start to happen, is when you really feel the pressure right there when your competition's on your rear bumper.
Yeah, it's going to take one small mistake from Childress for Cash Hart to get back in this. And Childress doesn't want to open the door and allow that to happen. Cash Hart now pushing very, very hard. Looks like he's still running about half a second off of Childress' pace, though. Childress slowly starting to gap the field.
Yeah, no damage done. Looking like no major damage done to that car, so that's good for the weekend of racing. And I know they're still going to check it out and make sure everything's perfect. But, yeah, I don't think Cash Hart's going to be able to catch Mikey Childress at this point. But what I will say, after making a big roller route mistake like that and getting back up into second place, I hope you're not too upset on yourself with a finish like that.
No, and he needed to get back up into this position because him and Childress were tied for the points lead heading into this round of racing.
Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting round 4 tomorrow. Can Cash Hart redeem himself and get that top spot here tomorrow? We'll have to wait and find out. If you're out there, make sure you tune in for this one. But right now, it looks like Mikey Childress is going to bring it on home.
Yeah, it looks like about a lap and a half remaining here. Childress currently leading. Cash Hart now settling into that second spot after the incident, dropping all the way back to 7th. Now battled his way back to 2nd. You know, all things considered, Cash Hart's got to consider this a win.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's so much that can go wrong when you put a car over on the side like that, you know, and he was able to keep it and actually keep it from hurting himself with a pretty easy rollover. Didn't get hurt, didn't hurt the car. But, yeah, if he's hard on himself over that one, I'd say, hey, you're doing a great job on the recovery, so you did fine.
That's Hart there working his way through the interior portion of this track. White flag's going to come out for Mikey Childress. So Childress going to have a victory lap here. Trying to keep her on all fours and run incident-free for another lap. And he will take over the points lead heading into tomorrow, round number 4 after this victory.
Man, looking at that view that we just saw. What a great opportunity for a photo opportunity right there going into turn 2. I hope there's a photographer right there that got that.
All right, so over the ski jump, down through the middle, got a couple corners remaining. Technical interior part of this track. Gonna get on the brakes, make his way through, try not to hook any ruts. Run some nice clean lines there. Let's get another aerial shot. Mikey Childress now coming into that final corner. Got a little bit of a blue groove starting to form. He's going to come up and over the tabletop. Going to take home the victory here and use side by side. And along with that victory, Mikey Childress going to take over sole possession of the points lead.
Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good to finally put a little bit of an edge there. That would tell me that the weekend of last, they were switching back and forth to get the tie like that. But right now, Mikey Childress, as you said, a little bit of a points lead.
A little bit of a points lead. Great run there by the 84. Putting a little pressure on Cash Hart. Had a great battle with him. Cash Hart had a little bit of an incident. Put it over on its side. And Mikey Childress going to walk away with a victory here. And use side by side. We're going to take a short commercial break. And we'll return here with our podium finishers in use side by side at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 3 here at Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
So is on. How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, just been calling an amazing race in youth side-by-side. Great battle the first half, and that guy right there, Mikey Childress, walking away with the victory and the points lead, Mark.
Yeah, I really wanted to see that battle go all the way to the end. Cash Hart, though, with a little bit of the faux pas over there into the corner. That's racing. You know, we chalk it up to a that's racing deal. And at that point, Mikey Childress was able to get the victory uninterrupted. But Cash Hart was able to come back, work his way all the way through the field, and get that second place for the points chase.
Yeah, you want to talk about a guy that's bad fast, a guy that leads the race, puts it on its side, goes all the way to the back, and then come back and finish second?
Yeah, you heard me say, I don't know if he's going to do it, but look at that. It happened. And had there been a battle again at that last lap, that would have been just amazing.
Which brings us to our Rugged Radio's youth side-by-side results. Yes, it was Mikey Childress walking away with the victory. He's going to take over that points lead. We headed in with a tie in the points. Mikey Childress and Cash Hart. Cash Hart finishing second. He will be second in the points. And then we had Cody Krantz, the number 22, out of Minnesota, sneaking into that third and final podium spot.
Yeah, I really love seeing those Midwest boys coming up here and getting on that podium. That's going to feel good for them. You know, same thing if we're in their house and we get on top of their podium, it feels the same way. So I know that young man's going to be very excited for that. But right now, Mikey Childress, great job, Mikey. And you got it done.
Yeah, he definitely got it done, and a great bit of driving there, clean. And, man, that first half of that race, though, when we had Cash Hart and Mikey Childress in lockstep, tandem drifts around the corner.
Man.
It was a thing of beauty.
It really was. Those two boys are down there talking right now, showing great sportsmanship. Very proud of both of you. I can't wait to get that podium interview. So you boys get up there on that podium. Come on.
All right, so, yeah, we are going to get to these podium finishers here in youth side-by-side. Then we're going to be taking about a 45-minute break intermission, and we're going to come back with our pro racing this afternoon. So still a lot of racing left, and we're going to come out swinging with Pro NA right out of the box when we come back from that 45-minute intermission break. So if you're here in person here at Firebird Motorsports Park after these podiums, we will have a podium finish, but looks like Tiffany Stone is standing by, so we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, we are here with our third place finisher, Cody Krantz. Now, Cody, talk to me about your day. How did it go? Obviously, a lot of things were shaken up over there, but you were able to come through with the third place finish.
We were running a race in the beginning, and then our window nut dropped, and then I dropped back to almost last, and then we had the caution, and that helped me get back up to third.
Well, who would you like to thank for helping you for round 3 and, of course, giving you some more points for the season?
My mom, my dad, Bikeman Performance, Polaris Razor, Professional Mechanical, Vision Wheel, Fox, Blown Concepts, MRT, Klotz, Wabam, Follower, and Chopper City.
Nice job to you, Cody. Hop up on number 3. And taking our second place finish, we've got the number 2 of Cash Hart. Cash, make your way up here for me. Now, Cash, you battled back and forth all the way through. Pretty dominant. What we saw out there, going all the way from 7th after that little tumble all the way back to 2nd. Tell me about your perspective for the day.
Just coming in the race, I knew I had a good competitor that I had to battle with. And, going through the first 5 laps, I was pushing as hard as I could. And, it's just unfortunate that I hit a rut and it ended up like that. But I knew that, I've done this before and I've been in the back and I was able to make my way back up to the front. So,
who would you like to thank for today?
I'd like to thank Polaris, Hoosier Tire, my dad, my mom, my brother, Ronnie and Jesus for always making sure the car is right, Sneaky, and the Cotter boys.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot, number 84, Mikey Childress. Mikey, make your way up here. Now, Mikey, we were talking about things yesterday before round 3 that you were tied. Now you've got a little bit of breathing room going into round 4. I really want to know what your spotter was. Your dad was talking to you as things were going on because there was a little bit of battle going back and forth for first, second, third.
Yeah, no, he was on the spot. He was on the radio just telling me just stay smooth, don't make any mistakes, don't give him the win, just pressure him and see if you can get a mistake out of him or if you can just somehow pull a pass off somewhere. But we were pretty much even everywhere, so it was kind of hard to try and make a pass stick anywhere. But right before he biked it up and flipped, he shot a big old rock into my car. It hit me in the visor and went under my brake pedal. So for like half the lap before he biked, I had no brakes. There was a big old rock under it, but I kicked it out during the caution lap, and then we were just smooth from there and took home the win.
Well, you guys were about 4/100ths of a second from turn to turn to turn in those first few laps for the first half. Who would you like to thank for today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa and grandma, G&A Motorsports, Fuel Factory, Sneaky for the ripper of a car, all the Cotter boys are always helping out, Mountain High, Fuel Factory, Seal Savers, MPI, and everybody else who helps me get out here.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1. And like I said, a big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Youth Side by Side.
All right. Yeah, great podium there. Great bit of racing. Mikey Childress inheriting the points lead there after his victory. Cash Hart now going to be second in the points, so shaping up to be a great battle when we come back here racing tomorrow. Mark, that wraps up our morning racing with all of our youth classes. We're going to come back here in about a 45-minute break, a 45-minute intermission for those of you at home and here in person. We come back, we're going to start our pro races. And let me tell you, man, the stage has been set for some amazing racing this afternoon, Mark.
I mean, no shortage of wow factor here on our first half. It was incredible to watch. We even got a little break from one. I really thought that last race right there was going to shape up to be one that made the highlight reel for sure. But now the highlight reel is just a matter of Cash Hart getting up on it, turtling on that one.
Yeah. So, those of you at home, we will be back in 45 minutes, so watch this space. Those of you here, go get a cold drink, go get something to eat, and we're going to resume racing. We come back, it is going to be Pro NA on the track here at Chandler for round number 3 from Firebird Motorsports Park. This is the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back to Chandler, Arizona, and the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park. We are here for round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver, joined in the booth by Mark Wright. Just got done with a amazing morning of youth racing, and now we're shifting gears. It is pro time. We are going to have some of the best side-by-side drivers on the planet doing battle here in Chandler, Arizona, under sunny skies, 75 degrees, and beautiful racing conditions. Mark, man, we've got to be amped up. We were here 2 months ago, and we saw what these drivers could bring to the table. Now we're back for rounds 3 and 4, and let me tell you, from what we saw this morning, things are going to be amplified.
Well, I mean, December here in Arizona, I've talked about it all morning long, is that we have the most perfect race conditions in probably all of the United States. I mean, it's a little wet, not that dry. Everything's together. We raced the entire first half without any maintenance on the track, so that's telling you the temperatures, the weather, everything is literally perfect.
Well, and before we get started, yes, we have an entire afternoon of racing to come. We've got 2 of the most important things we do all day yet to come. So right now we're going to bring in the 3rd partner in our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. You are absolutely correct. Right now, what I'm feeling down here on the track is electric. We had a chance to talk to some of the drivers earlier, and they are ready for round 3 here in Arizona. Now, some drivers said that they wanted redemption. Others said that they wanted to take away with the points lead. But what we're looking forward to today is some great racing. Like Mark said, we have perfect conditions. Earlier today, we could see that the track is really coming together. We had a chance to talk to Kyle Niner earlier. He said he's looking for moisture in the track, and you can absolutely see it. It's going to be a great day of racing. I'll be here all day long getting the podium interviews with our top 3 finishers later on today. But first, I do want to welcome to the stage Chaplain Steve Hansen with Racers from Christ for our invocation.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we are just so thankful that we can be back here at Firebird and all your fingerprints on so many different aspects of this to make this race happen. And we just give you thanks and glorify you for that. And Father, we do ask that your favor be upon the track and all its racers, that you'd keep them safe, and the memories that they make out here today would last a lifetime. And Father, we also just ask that your hand of protection would also be upon all the men and women that serve our country, both abroad, our city streets, and our first responders, that you would just be with them as well. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Big thank you to Racers for Christ, Chappie Steve. You know, Racers for Christ, I've raced all over this country, and I've also raced in Baja, and, they never cease to amaze me where they pull up, supporting our racers, and they do a lot of good things. Obviously, we're getting ready to go racing momentarily, but before you go racing, we've got one thing to do, and I want everybody to stand up because we're going to play a little song, and it is the greatest song in the entire world, our Star Spangled Banner National Anthem. Let's go racing. We are here at We are here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and let me tell you, we have some great racing yet to come today, and we are coming out swinging for this afternoon. We've got our Pro NA division on track, and Mark, Pro NA 2 months back for rounds 1 and 2, it was an all-out slugfest.
Yeah, 1 and 2 set the pace. You got to come out, like you said, come out swinging right out of the box. You got to make sure that the points are set just right, because that sets the stage for the rest of the year. As you see in this class, Ryder Chapman, he was simply on fire in rounds 1 and 2. He wasn't taking no for an answer no matter what. He never gave up. He never stopped fighting, and it showed in his driving style. And all the rest, Ryder Van Beekem right behind him, Trent Olette, and everybody else, critical in the points chase here. And now midway through the season, rounds 3 and 4, 5 and 6, they're going to be critical to maintain that point lead if you don't want to be shuffling around for them at the final round.
Well, and look at that. I mean, Ryder Chapman out front, his best friend, Ryder Van Beekem, right behind him. I think 6 points separating our top 4 in Pro NA. Let me tell you, this series and today's race is anybody's bet, and it is an absolute stacked field of some of the best in the business getting ready to do battle here.
Well, the one to watch here is our P1 qualifier, Trent Olette. And the 922 car, Bobby Van Beekem right next to him, so he must have had a great qualifying round yesterday as well. In P3, Ryder Van Beekem, another member of that team over there in the number 64 car. Ryder Chapman, number 32, looks like him qualifying 4th right now, just slightly off the pace of Trent Olette. That's going to put him back in the outside of row 2. Brian Willett, new to this class for this year, the 25-26 season out here, and he's been dominant as well. He is going to have to settle for the P3 position. Right next to him, Cole Fike in the 222. TJ Sievers, hard time qualifying yesterday. I got to talk to him for a minute. And he's all the way down to row 4 with Colton Krajcek right next to him. And Ryan Farrell will round off in the number 946 car. And that is quite a stacked field. And, man, points. That's the big theme of coming out here for rounds 3 and 4.
And that was our Liqui Moly starting grid, one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And Liqui Moly's got some pretty cool stuff going on right now. Making any purchase today of Liqui Moly down there at Traders, they're going to give you a free beanie. But that being said, Liqui Moly also has some promotions going on for our youth divisions, 170, 200, and 250. Buy a case of motor oil, $60 worth, and you're going to take home some free chain lube. And all of our pro classes, UTV Sportsman and Pro Am, you buy a $60 worth of motor oil, and you're going to take home some free speed additives. So, yeah, you look at get some Liqui Moly. Today is the day to do it, or tomorrow. You're going to take home a bunch of free goodies. Speaking of Traders, they got some amazing merchandise for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Some of it changes on a round-by-round basis, so if you see something you like, you better pick it up today or tomorrow, because chances are next round they may swap it out with something else.
Man, I got to tell you, and I'm not just saying that because they're out here with the Cord. Traders is by far the best, swag company I've ever seen so far in racing, period. And definitely go down there and talk to them about the ideas. But we're going green right now. But what happened here?
False alarm.
I heard him spool up.
Everybody spooled up, and yellow flag's back out.
Well, all right. Well, back to what I was saying about Traders. Go down and talk to them about the design that you have envisioned. I'll bet you they're receptive to it. And if they can't make exactly what your vision is, I'll bet you'll, like you said, show up in the next race. I bet they have that design.
Yeah, we got our drone here flying right through the middle. That is a brave drone pilot. I believe this is Max behind the stick of the drone here. And look at that, right through the middle. He's got a lot of faith in these racers. Oh, man, that was a great shot there.
Yeah, indeed. Max doing a great job here. We've had some great pilots out here at Core. And Max, definitely, he's our, I forget how they said, our close-up and our pullback. I forget how he said our two drone
definitely close. You don't want me flying that drone.
Oh, heck no.
It would be gone.
I can't even fly those Walmart drones that you buy for like $40. I can't even fly those things, man.
So, all right, stage is set here. We got Trent Olette there in the pole position. We got, you want to say the veteran, Bob Van Beekem. We got Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman, a couple of the best friends out here in the 3rd and 4th spot. So we got 3 Van Beekem cars in the top 4 positions. We got Brian Willett, Cole Fike, TJ Sievers, Colton Krychek coming out of the Midwest, and Brian Farrell. So stacked to line up here, Pro NA. These boys are going to be flying around this track.
Yeah, Bobby Van Beekem having some overheating problems here during qualifying yesterday, so I hope that he got those all worked out. Bobby Van Beekem, if there are no mechanical problems with his car, he is one of the fastest drivers of all time. He is so fast. He is so dominating. He's so aggressive. He chooses his line, and all you got to make sure is that you're not on his warpath. And I hope he's got that overheating problem all worked out.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing about Bob. When you talk side-by-sides, whether it be short course, whether it be desert racing, I mean, he's been a side-by-side racer from the beginning, and he's got so much experience behind the wheel of a side-by-side. As we're going for the green flag this time by, is it going to fly? Are we going to go racing? And we are off. It's green flag racing. Looks like Olette going to take the whole shot.
Yeah, Brian Willett stepped out there for a little bit, but ended up getting out of it and staying where he's at. But now Bobby Van Beekem taking this field into turn 2. And Trent Olette had to yield to Bobby, but look at this. They bump as they come out of turn 2.
Little bump in there. In the air, a little bumping. Bob Van Beekem not wanting to cede the lead there. As he floats up high, looks like Olette going to go to the bottom, get by Bob Van Beekem.
What a great move from Trent Olette right there in turn 3. Bobby Van Beekem having to make room for him.
Looks like Bobby Van Beekem having a problem dropping all the way to the back, I believe.
Well, that's Ryder Chapman here now inheriting second place with Brian Willett. Got his hands full with Ryder Van Beekem. And again, Bobby Van Beekem.
Little bumping and banging there mid-pack.
All the way to the back. Wow.
Yeah, Olette leading. Chapman in the second spot. Van Beekem, Ryder Van Beekem in the third. Let's get a shot there, Willett. Fike there.
Yeah, got his hands full with Fike. With Cole Fike now. And Cole Fike getting his way around Brian Willett. Brian Willett, no slouch to this class. But now to the inside, we got a little bit of Sievers now. Looks like Sievers worked out whatever it was that was hindering him yesterday from qualifying up top. TJ Sievers on the move right now, the one to watch right there.
Yeah, Sievers pushing. Running a little bit more traditional car. A lot of these cars based off RS1s.
But now looking back to our leaders, Trent Olette now starting to extend his lead. But right behind him is Ryder Chapman. And Ryder Chapman looks like he's down on his normal speed numbers. It could just be my perception. And he's got Ryder Van Beekem right behind him.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem now starting to put a little pressure on Ryder Chapman all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Side by side over the ski jump. Ryder Chapman going to have that inside line protecting Ryder Van Beekem all the way to the top. Ryder Chapman, your current points leader heading into this weekend. As Sievers there now starting to put a little pressure on Pike.
Yeah, TJ Sievers, a veteran of this class as well now. And, man, we've got some serious off-road racing here.
Look like Ryder Van Beekem getting around Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman now trying to battle back on his best friend.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the Ryder Chapman that we saw in rounds 1 and 2 right now.
Now you wonder if there's something a little off with the car setup-wise. He's just, I mean, he's fast, but it's just not that edge we normally see Ryder Chapman have.
Well, this is where I was saying earlier, it's very important here. These are the important rounds here. Is rounds 3 through 6 here before we get to the final rounds. These are where you're going to make the season easy for you or very complicated. When you have your first round 1 and 2, points are important, but right now, the midway in the season, this is where it really matters to get the points up.
Yeah, this one's slated for 10 laps. You're going to hit that mandatory competition caution around lap number 6, unless it naturally comes out sooner.
Well, Colt Fike looking great here in 4th place. Still battling it out with Brian Willett.
Yeah, Willett there putting a little pressure on Fike.
Well, I like that Willett has actually stepped up his game as well. Very aggressive here in this pro class.
Yeah, the caution flag is out.
Five laps over in the blink of an eye right there.
Going to get everybody regrouped here. It's going to get a Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekum a chance to push a little there for the lead. But speaking of our points leader, Ryder Chapman, we were able to catch up with him earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, as we talk about this class, it's a very stacked class. Right now, you are points lead after round 1 and 2, but heading into round 3 right now, you've got a good friend, Ryder Van Beekum, who is in second place, gunning for that top spot. What do you think it's going to take to really keep that top spot and then overall weekend?
I mean, it's going to be a hard race between me and him. He's my best friend since we were 4. It's going to be really fun. We're just going to keep it clean. It is nice that I do have a points lead. It's nice knowing I'm in first, but it's good that both of us on our team is top 2. So, honestly, I'm not too worried about the championship as long as it's one of us who wins it. But I'm definitely not just going to let it up, though. So, it'll be some fun racing. It'll definitely be close. I'm just going to do what I did last weekend. We switched the car to the long travel setup. Last round was the first round, so I'm still getting used to it. But it'll be some close racing. But clean, my teammate.
Clean on your teammate. Well, for round 3 and 4, the track is a little bit different than we've seen in round 1 and 2. It's a little bit warmer right now in Arizona. How is that going to play into the setup of your vehicle?
The lip coming out of 2 was a little stiff. We ended up changing the front springs on this. It helped a lot. We just need some more. Car setup wise, we haven't changed too much. Just some little stuff here and there. Tire pressure. Just figuring it out.
Well, best of luck to you. And like he said, that's his best friend out there. We're going to see what happens for the second half.
And we are back. Green flag racing. Trent Olette going to be taking us back to the green flag in at turn number 1. Got Ryder Van Beekum and Ryder Chapman hot on his tail.
Well, Trent Olette with a great round starting off here in this race, but he's got his hands full now. Ryder Van Beekum and Ryder Chapman right behind him in second and third, respectively.
Yep, over the big ski jump. Olette going to take us down in this technical middle part of the course.
Well, that 2X car of Trent Olette doing a great job starting this race off. And Ryder Van Beekum, though, has what it takes to get that car around him as well. So I have a feeling on this second half of this race, he's going to have his hands full with a couple of riders.
Yep, the riders now starting to push. That is Van Beekum starting to push Trent Olette a little bit. Ryder Chapman dropping back just a hair. Like you had said earlier, there might be a little problem going on with Ryder Chapman. He's fast, but he's just off the pace just a hair.
Yeah, he's just not his normal self. I definitely don't want to say anything, that sounds like he's, it just seems like he's out of sync right now. Rounds 1 and 2, he was simply on fire. And it would tell me that nobody could touch him. So whether he's having an issue or not, or he's just, sometimes when you step out like that and step up, everybody else steps up as well. So maybe we're having an issue with that.
Well, speaking of stepping up, Trent Olette currently leading. And, man, he has run a flawless race. Pole sitter heading in, and he has led this thing through 6 laps and been perfect. Not giving any opportunity for anybody to get around him. As look at that. That is Fike there, making his way around Willett. Willett getting it back.
They've definitely been rubbing this whole race right here. Brian Willett and Cole Fike. Wow, there's the race happening right there. But there's so many races for position right now happening all throughout the track. It's hard to keep our eye on just one. But Trent Olette now has his hands full with Ryder Chapman down the back straightaway.
Ryder Chapman screaming down the back straightaway there as we get a look there of Olette holding off the hard-charging Ryder Van Beekum.
There are so many races happening on this track. So looking out there, Trent Olette, Ryder Van Beekum in that black livery car in the R&R steel cars. Oh, TJ Sievers out of the race. That's disaster for TJ Sievers.
Tough break for TJ Sievers. Looked like he was picking up some speed, running a little stronger there around the midpoint of the race. Tough to see him go pull off to the side as the caution flags come out yet again.
Oh, I see it now. TJ Sievers, some damage to the right rear of that car. Makes me wonder if he got collected or if it just was a racing failure. Interesting. I didn't get to see it. He was the back of the pack there doing battle, and it wouldn't surprise me if him and another car got into each other.
So Sievers off. We're going to get him hooked up on a stiff rope, get him hauled out of the way. We're going to have a shootout, couple lap shootout here when we return to racing in Pro NA.
Yeah, TJ Sievers looking like he was one of the fastest drivers out there. So here's the replay for TJ Sievers coming up.
So we get a glimpse there down low of TJ Sievers.
Oh, yeah. Look in the face of the jump. Seems like he had catastrophic failure all by himself when he landed there. You can actually see his control arms dug into. You can actually see it out there. It literally dug into the landing on the ski jump.
A tough break, literally and figuratively, for TJ Sievers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is. Looks like the rest of the car is good. Generally, they've got control arms and radius rods and stuff to spare, so you'll get that thing up and going again. We'll see him back here for round number 4 tomorrow as we get a glimpse there of our Jones Ford Pace truck. Bringing these drivers around, that is Trent Olette currently leading. We got Ryder Van Beekem in the second spot, Ryder Chapman in the third, and then it's looks like Willett, Krychek, and Fike there. Well, speaking of Liquid Molly, one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, we were able to catch up with them earlier on this weekend.
How are we doing, guys? We are back out at rounds 3 and 4, Chandler, Arizona at the Core Series. Now, talk to you guys a little bit about some of the products that we have. We obviously have our whole team on site to educate you about the Liquid Moly line, and also something that's very cool is Traders is on site as well and has this product available for you guys as racers. So if you want, stop over, see our guys to educate you on the products. We've got everything from side-by-side to some of the automotive stuff. And also, again, get over to Traders because there's a couple race programs that we have with them, so you can pick it up right here on the spot.
All right, we are back here with our Jones Ford Pace truck, continuing to pace these drivers around. So we're going to have, I believe it looks like 2 or 3 laps when we resume racing here. It's going to be a bit of a shootout. Trent Olette been perfect thus far, hitting his marks, not leaving any door for any other driver to walk through open. So, I mean, what's it going to take, Mark, for Ryder Van Beekem or Ryder Chapman to step through that door?
Well, oddly, when you watch these races here with Ryder Van Beekem and Ryder Chapman in there, they're generally the ones that are aggressive, finding the right lines, or taking every other line, whether it's their line or they have found an alternative line. They're usually the ones doing it. But right now, it seems like both Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekem are being very conservative on the lines that they're taking. And Trent Olette right now just racing right now his own race with those two behind him. So hopefully we can find the Ryder Chapman of rounds 1 and 2 that was aggressive in every way, shape, or form. And same thing for Ryder Van Beekem, because that's what it's going to take for them to get around Trent Olette.
Well, yeah, we got a green-white checker that's going to be flying. Things are going to heat up, and speaking of heating up, you might need some Looney cooling to keep things cool. We're also in the winter months. They can help out with your heating as well. So thanks to Looney Cooling for their support of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, as Trent Olette going to be taking us back to the green flag.
Yes, indeed. Watch turn number 1. This is where all the magic's going to happen. The fireworks are going to fly. Brian Wheeler right now to the outside again, once again stepping out. No problems through turn 1, and now they come down the back straightaway. It's going to be a drag race. Can Trent Olette hold off the charge of Ryder Van Beekem trying to go to the inside of turn 2, making it happen?
Look at that. Looks like Ryder Van Beekem able to get a fender on him, just not anything there. Trent Olette stepped out just a little too far. Ryder Van Beekem all the way to the bottom, nothing there. Again, Trent Olette keeping these corners perfect. Perfect blend of speed and defense.
Yeah, this race definitely a great example of what it looks like when you got 3 or 4 of the best drivers in this class, 1, 2, and 3.
So Trent Olette going to go around this final corner. It's going to bring the white flag out. So there's going to be 1 to go here in Pro NA. All right, so it's Olette, Van Beekem, Chapman, 1, 2, 3. Olette all the way to the bottom, continuing to block. Not going to be much time left for Ryder Van Beekem. Only a couple corners. Look at that, doing a full whip off the ski jump.
Indeed. Ryder Chapman trying everything he can to get it in and done with Trent Olette, but it's not about him Trent necessarily closing the door. It's just the line choice is not the fast way to get around.
So you have 2 corners remaining. It's Olette and Ryder Van Beekem. This is the battle for the lead. Van Beekem all the way to the bottom. We're going to see if he's going to try carry some momentum out of this final corner and make a run down the front stretch. I don't think he's going to have enough. Looks like Trent Olette going to walk away. Oh, excuse me, that's the white flag. I was told it was green-white checker.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. Even the overlay said lap 9, but okay, that's all right. That just means 1 more race, and that gives Ryder Van Beekem 1 more opportunity to get around Trent Olette. And I just don't think he's going to have... Oh, Trent with a big mistake and coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, Olette, big bobble there. Ryder Van Beekem not able to capitalize. Look at up on 3 wheels. Olette got his hands full trying to hold off Van Beekem.
I wonder if Trent Olette is finally caving in to the pressure that Ryder Van Beekem's been putting on him this entire race.
A lot of pressure being put on by Van Beekem. Now trying to force a mistake with 2 corners to go. Van Beekem all the way up on the bumper. Nothing there. We're going into the final corner. Van Beekem trying to make a run. Not going to be anything there. It is going to be Trent Olette with the win. Ryder Van Beekem second. Ryder Chapman in the 3rd spot.
I mean, still what a race. You want to see lead changes. You want to see changes of positions all the way through. But when you see 3 of the best drivers right there driving a race that's almost flawless, that is a great thing to watch as well.
Yeah, great clean race here. We're going to catch up with these podium finishers after this short commercial break when we return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 3 from Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liquid Molly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Right there, that is the 922 of Trent Olette, walking away victorious here in a hotly contested Pro NA race, Mark.
Man, I mean, if you're lining up for a race and you got Ryder Chapman, Ryder Van Beekem, Bobby Van Beekem, and this entire field, TJ Sievers, Cole Fike, all these people out here in this class, you can't ask for a better race than what Trent Olette just did.
No, got a lot of pressure early and often throughout the entire race. And, Trent just stopped making any mistakes. I mean, like I said, it was a perfect combination of speed and defense. Just never opened a door for Ryder Van Beekem to step through.
Yeah, man, the 2X crew right now on fire, just dominating this weekend so far. You can see it there, Trent Ouellette with the win. Ryder Van Beekem just slightly off the pace right there, right behind him. And Ryder Chapman, very uncharacteristic of Ryder Chapman down there. I'm not taking anything away from him. Hopefully everything's okay there. Hopefully the car is right. But it looked like a little bit of energy missing there all the way back. Brian Willett, though, new to this class, upcoming star here in this class.
Yeah, that was our Rugged Radio's podium results, as it looks like we are getting all of our podium finishers there to the podium, and we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone to catch up with them.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Yes, let's talk to our third place finisher, number 32, Ryder Chapman. Ryder, your face is not what I'm normally used to seeing. Tell me what happened right now.
Nothing bad. Still getting used to the long travel setup, just little knick-knack stuff here and there. Only have 2 weekends on this long travel setup compared to 3 seasons on short travel. So car felt good. We got some slight adjustments to make, switching from long travel to short travel. So just figuring out all the little bugs, and them little bugs make a difference whenever you're going against guys like these. So it was a fun race. Car was good. It was fun watching them battle. Yeah, Ryder's driving was on point, so it was entertaining. So, yeah, it was a good race. Just got to figure out the car a little bit more and get some more seat time in it.
Well, you're still doing phenomenal, getting a podium, like you said, just needing a little bit more seat time, but still super proud. Third place finish. Who'd you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, Misadventure. Jim Beaver just got me on, so I appreciate it. Bob and Meredith, Rob Muzzy, all the guys in the pits, Surecan, Bomber Eyewear, and I think that's it, and Core.
Nice job. Congratulations once again. All right, heading over to our second place finisher, Ryder Van Beekem. Ryder, that was a pretty great race out there. It's really cool to see you come into the own right now, going into round 3, adding some more points, because it's all about points lead going into round 4, With that being said, tell me about your day.
Yeah, it's kind of good to be up here. I led the whole race on Sunday last race and blew my motor in the final corner. So getting points is good. Me and Trenton had a great battle. Had a hiccup with my dad at the start of the race. Got passed by Ryder, got around him. It was just a battle between me and Trenton from there.
Who would you like to thank for round 3?
I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. All the guys at Core, too. I want to thank God for keeping me safe. R&R Steel, Rob Muzzy, Yaw Power, Rugged Radios, and Lone Star.
Nice job. Like you said, it's all about adding points, especially starting here for round 3. Nice job. Heading over to the top spot, we've got Trent Ouellette. Now, Trent, I just want to let you know, between you and Ryder, you guys were half a second, for the fastest lap times, around 55, but you were half a second. And in this, it's all about that small little minor adjustments. Tell me about your day, especially from the start to the finish.
It's been a lot of work to get here. We had a couple late nights, and we made it. Qualifying went really good yesterday, and I just wanted to get out front and run a clean race. And me and Bobby had a good battle going first couple laps, and he broke. But then Landon, my spotter, was behind me. He's like, Ryder's right there. He's right there. You got to go. So it was a really fun race,
Well, I always like to, ask about what your spotter said, and that's really good to see that, if one Van Beek comes down, you've got the other one right after you. So don't not think about them. They're always right there. Who would you like to thank?
Give a huge thank you to 2X Motorsports. They stay with me, man. Those guys are right by my side no matter what I need. 518 Designs, making my car look killer. Podium Suspension. FSP, he's got my new car that's on the way, getting all dialed in. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. My grandpa, I can't thank him enough for how much he supports me. My whole family, like I said, this is a team effort, and without all these people that are out here with me, I would 100% not be here.
Well, it's good to see you guys up here. One more big round of applause for our top 3 finishers in Pro NA.
Yeah, a huge round of applause. Great way to kick off this afternoon of pro racing. Mark, a lot of speed there, a lot of clean driving. That one, you hate to say kind of uneventful, but they were so fast and so, hit their marks just about every corner. Wasn't a whole lot of excitement on that one.
Yeah, top 3 did a great job there. Trent Ouellette coming out victorious there when all the smoke cleared. And it was looking great for the rest of the field out there. Ryder Chapman saying getting used to that car. I know that as soon as he gets into that car and gets in his groove, he's going to be definitely really tough in this class. Ryder Van Beekem, what can you say, man? You give that kid a great car, and he is he's hard to beat as well. He's up there in the top 3 consistently. So
yeah, that was a great race. Talking about great racing, we're going to move now to a Pro-Am. Slated for 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution. A few of the names in Pro-Am we've seen already earlier on this weekend, racing in some of the youth divisions early on. But, man, I mean, I'm looking down through this list of 11 drivers, and this is going to be an amazing battle as we take a look at our R&R Steel Pro NA points from the race previous. It's going to be Ryder Chapman leading, Ryder Van Beekem 3 points back, and Trent Roulette. Oh, excuse me. These are the points from before last round. So these are the points that you're seeing from before the last round. So this was going into the race earlier today. So, yeah, it's going to be Pro-Am now on track. And we've got 11 drivers slated to line up, starting with your pole sitter, Carson Greco.
Yeah, and indeed, Mikey Childress will be sitting right next to him. And if I remember correctly, our rounds 1 and 2, Mikey Childress had said, Mike Sr. said, I'm going to throw Mikey in the Pro-Am class. I mean, and I remember him saying, why not? Like, just put him out there. Why not? Well, now look at this. He's become a staple here in this class in the Pro-Am. Might as well get it out there. Cash Hart will be in the second row. And look at that, Mikey Childress qualifying ahead of Cash Hart. Wyatt Schmucker, all these names you've seen so far, changing their car for this class. Jaden Manchester Kuhn out there will start off in row 3. Right next to him, Case Cummins in the 622 car. Cody Kranz, your Mid-East boy, coming out here, dicing it up here on row 4. And Andrew Ducharma out there in the number 06 car. Declan Shields, we've seen from him this weekend, too. Out here, we'll make a showing again. The 258 car, Michael Bernstein, for showing out here at 295. And Trent Centers out here in the number 55 car will round off this field. So what an incredible field we got here for this in the Pro-Am field.
Yeah, well, and speaking of number 5, Wyatt Schmucker, I know had some problems with his car earlier on. Asked him, are you going to be able to, in the previous race from this morning, said, we're going to see you back tomorrow? And he said, yes, but it won't be in that car. It's going to be in a backup car. So we will see him back in the youth divisions racing again tomorrow in an all-new car. So, yeah, we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid.
Carson Greco will start it out there in P1. Mikey Childress right next to him. In row 2, Cash Hart with Wyatt Schmucker right next to him. Jaden Manchester Kuhn and Casey Cummins will round off your top 3 with Cody Kranz and Andrew Ducharme right next to him. Declan Shields will get into row 5. Michael Bernstein, the 295 car. And the last one here of our field, last but not least, Trent Centers in the number 55.
That was our Liqui Moly starting grid. Don't forget, all kinds of specials going on. If you are interested in getting some Liqui Moly this weekend, go down to Traders. They've got it on display. The guys at Liqui Moly sitting right next door can tell you what you need. Any purchase going to get you a free beanie through Traders, and any purchase if you're a race team, $60 in motor oil, going to get you some free chain lube if you've got 170, 200, or 250. And if you've got UTV Sportsman, Pro-Am, or Pro Class vehicles, $60. It's going to get you in motor oil. It's also going to get you some additional speed additives. So, man, lots of freebies going on. If you're on the fence whether you should get Liqui Moly, go talk to the boys down there. They'll tell you what product you need, and Traders will get you dialed in with some freebies.
Man, I went down there to check out the beanie. It's actually pretty cool. So it is actually making me want to go down there and buy some sort of Liqui Moly product. You said chain lube earlier. There's regular oil. There's gas additives. There is a little bit. There was even a helmet cleaner down there. So they got a little bit of everything coming out of Germany.
Lots of good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, we've got that Jones Ford Pace truck lifted up, looking nice and pretty out here under 75-degree temperatures in the Valley of the Sun in December. It's the reason why Santa Claus comes out here on vacations.
Oh, geez, you just reminded me of a Santa Claus joke. But all joking aside, I think they're going to take the green flag this time around. Can Carson Greco stay out front? He's got a hard-charging Mikey Childress right next to him with Cash Hart. I promise there's going to be some paint swapped.
All right, so we're going to have Carson Greco bringing us to the green flag. 11 drivers ready to fire up their engines. So it's going to be Greco first. Mikey Childress getting sideways, going to be in the second spot. Third spot, looks like that is going to be Cash Hart remaining in the third spot.
Looks like Declan Shields got his way up there as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's his livery. I'm not sure, though. Don't quote me on that one. But indeed, Mikey Childress now is going to have to run down Carson Greco.
Well, anybody with a last name Greco that gets out front, it's kind of scary because they like to check out on the field.
Mikey Childress making it again out here in the Pro-Am, making his showing once again. The 155 car put it sideways in turn 5.
Look at that.
Carson getting in it and out of it there in the corner once he sets it. Didn't seem to slow him down, though.
Childress taking a very wide line around turn number 1. Looked like he was trying a little bit something different. Didn't quite work out. Greco able to get a couple of car links on him. But you got to appreciate Childress not staying in the same line. He's working the angles, working inside, working outside, trying to find out what's fastest. He's going to settle into a groove once he figures it out. But definitely working the corners.
Yeah, Mikey Childress said this isn't actually his class. Come out here and run it again so you can see how the track changes and find more lines out here. But whether that's his strategy or not, he's out here looking really good here in second place, chasing down Carson Greco.
Our drone getting peppered with mud. Carson Greco clicking off another lap. Mikey Childress, Hart. Manchester Kuhn. There's Cody Krantz.
Must not have done much to Cash Hart's car. You can still see the damage to the roof there. When he got on the bike a little earlier here in another race, and there's still the damage onto that you can see of that brow on that car.
.622 of Cummings there. One of the few Yamahas out here.
You just took the words right away out. That the difference in that car too, that is a manual sequential gearbox in that car. It actually has a clutch where the majority of the cars out there, they have the belt with a CVT. But that unique Yamaha, you have to shift it, you have to drive it, you have to let the clutch out. It's you have to drive that car.
All right, they're working their way through this middle section of the course. So go back with our leader, Greco, going down the back stretch. Turning around turn number 2.
Yeah, Mikey Childress is going to welcome that caution flag coming out here, a mandatory caution. That's going to reel Greco back in, but now Mikey's going to have to see if his lines will be able to get around Carson. If not, Carson's just going to keep it and lead this thing from wire to wire.
All right, shot there, your leader. Very clean race. Look at that car, not a speck of mud on it.
Yeah, he's pretty clean staying up front. Mikey Childress double classing it here today. He's going to have his hands full all weekend long.
Yeah, up and over. Greco, look at that. Just beautiful lines around that turn number 1, all the way to the bottom. Not leaving an inch of dirt for Mikey Childress to make up any kind of ground. Like you said, this competition caution at this point. Got to think Mikey Childress might be laying up just a little bit, saving the car for the second half of this race.
I mean, let's hope that's it. If it's not, it's going to end up right back where we're at. And it just seems that Carson Greco's got a little bit more than the rest of the field right now. He's definitely a great driver. Mikey Childress has become a great driver as well here as he finds his way here in short course racing. Carson Greco right now in command early, and he's got to deal with it here when the mandatory caution shows up.
Yep. Big flyaway jump. Competition caution should be flying the next time by. Means we'll have 4 laps to go for the finish. So it is Greco, Childress, Hart, 1, 2, 3. Then we got Manchester Kuhn and Centers Krantz in the 5th spot, followed by Centers, Cummings, Bernstein, Schmucker, Shields, and Ducharme.
Yes, indeed, Manchester Kuhn with a great showing out here in the number 923 car. Hopefully he also can profit from the mandatory caution and get into the battle here as well.
All right, so there is Carson Greco taking the mandatory competition caution. So we'll have about 4 laps remaining when we return. But earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with our leader, Carson Greco.
Another person who is points leader in their class is Carson Greco. Now, Carson, we always talk about qualifying and how important it is to be out there, get the clean air. But for you, somebody who's been racing for 8 years, do you like being the chaser or do you like being chased? Do you want to see what the lines people are picking, or do you want to set the pace?
Sometimes if I'm running a slower lap, I'll let them go in front of me and then see what lines are doing and see if I can get faster at it. But like today and last race, I'd rather be out front because I know I can set a faster lap time than them.
Well, and we talk about it right now. You have an 11-point lead over Mikey Childress. Mikey's a great driver. He's got a great great spotter in his father, who's been out here racing in the desert, short course. Now, when you see that, do you change your drive style, or do you just say, hey, Mikey, this is the way I'm going to race. I want you to set the pace. I want to set the pace. What goes through your head?
Yeah, he's definitely really good. Sometimes I have to change it up if he's in front of me. Like last race, I put on the bike and had to catch back up to him. Had to change it up a little bit, but sometimes I just tell him how I race. This is how it's going to go.
This is how I race. This is how it's going to go. Well, going into round 4, it could be anybody's race out there. What's important to you when you set up a vehicle?
That as soon as you hit the brakes, you stab the gas.
Hit the brakes, stab the gas. I love it. Well, we are going to have a great day of racing. Let's see how the second half folds out.
And we are back here. Mandatory competition caution has finished up. We're going to go back to green flag racing with our leader, Carson Greco.
Yeah, Carson Greco's definitely going to have his hands full with Mikey Childress. They come into turn 1. Mikey Childress going a little wide, trying to see if he can get any advantage on Carson Greco.
There's Greco, Childress all the way to the outside. Hart diving down below. Hart been kind of quiet here the first half of the race, but feel a little racy here for the second half.
He's never getting spicy. Look at this, very close into turn 3 right here. Mikey Childress.
Whoa, all the way to the bottom, top, bottom. Childress all over the place. Oh, on the bike. Oh, collects Hart. Childress getting sideways. Hart tried to avoid it. Childress just running into Hart. So that's going to change up our running order for the top 3. Greco's still out in front. We'll get a running order here momentarily.
Yeah, Greco, no idea what happened behind him between Cash Hart and Mikey Childress. Mikey Childress now and Cash Hart, they've got a lot of work here. We got a replay coming up of this incident. Check it out, Jim Beaver.
All right, so as we go in here to this corner, Childress going darting to the outside, all the way to the outside, trying to take that high line, gets up there into the marbles, hits a rut. Oh, and Cash Hart doing the exact same thing, and they just run into each other. So Hart, the same corner, the same thing that put him out of the previous race, did it again.
That was synchronized bicycles.
Yeah, those... Yeah, you got Hart and Mikey Childress, kindred spirits out here this weekend. As Greco now out on a Saturday cruise, big lead over second place. So we got another playback.
So you can see this Carson Greco finds the line just perfect. Mikey Childress going to come in a little aggressive. Oh! A playback of something we didn't even know happened.
So Greco ended up getting loose, too. That was something we needed to see because we're watching the battle with Childress. What is going on out here?
We got
Pro-Am. This is wildness.
We didn't even see that. Carson Greco able to get it back out there. But now, the number 923 of Jaden Manchester Kuhn now in second place.
It's shenanigans, I say. It is shenanigans out here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
And Greco just pulled off, unfortunately. So Carson Greco, that's going to put Jaden Manchester Kuhn out front. And there's the 22 car of Cody Krantz, our Mid-Eastern boy.
But Cody Krantz been running a smooth race. And now we got Greco resuming the race with one to go. I have no idea what's going on out here. Is Manchester Kuhn leading? We've got Cody Krantz in the second spot, Hart in the third spot. And now Greco trying to get back into it. Cody Krantz going to have him coming from all angles.
Well, all right. I mean, that's not a... I wouldn't know how to call this race. He actually, unfortunately, skipped half the track to pull off into the pits, and maybe that's acceptable. But I don't know what happened there. But you know what? It's going to be one of those races where we call it like it's handed to us.
Yeah, well, right now, Manchester Kuhn has been anointed the leader and running a phenomenal race out front.
That's a great word, anointed.
I don't even know how to dissect this one.
Yeah.
All I know is we got the checkers out, and Manchester Kuhn going to take it. Hart and then Greco going to finish second and third. Well, Krantz at the finish line blows the right off the car, runs up over. Oh, wow.
Lots of damage to that car. I don't know if it was cause and effect for it. Got the damage and then went into the wall. That's crazy, but there's a lot of damage to the Krantz car.
There was stuff happening all over that race. We got a replay before we go to break. And I don't know which replay we have because there were so many replays we could air.
Yeah, no commercial this time. Here we go. We're going to Krantz wreck, I believe, coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah. Oh, look at he broke the right front coming up to the finish and just collides with the wall there. Almost went over. Young Cody Krantz able to keep it on all fours. Thankfully probably saved the weekend for him. But we are going to go to a short commercial break. We'll have some podium finishers return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 3. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
Almost. We got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just getting done with Pro-Am and 10 laps of absolute chaos. What a race, Mark.
I mean, synchronized biking right there in a corner like that. I don't think I would ever see that in off-road racing, but there it was. And a little bit of drama. Carson Greco had to get out of the lead, go back into the pits, come back out and resume racing. And it's anybody's guess here. And now we got our official, unofficial results right here.
And that brings us to our Rugged Radios results. In the number 3 spot, it was 154 155 of Carson Greco. In the second spot, it was going to be the number 2 of Cash Hart, and bringing it home with the win, it was a 923 of Jaden Manchester Kuhn. What a wild race, Mark. I mean, I've called a lot of races. That one, between lead changes, mid-pack changes, podium changes, crashes, re-entering races, I don't know how to dissect that.
You know, it's a lot of people see our job, and it's a lot of things that we see on the track. That one was hard to come up with things to commentate on because normally we know what's going on when they're in the lead. It changes, you know, you make a mistake in a corner, but that one was pretty complex.
And what that is called, it's called pure shenanigans, and we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone to dissect these shenanigans.
You guys are absolutely correct. I was trying to take a bunch of notes. Everything kept changing. You guys did a great time calling that. But we're going to talk to our third-place finisher, the number 155 of Carson Greco. Now, Carson, you need to walk us through that from your perspective, from your eyes. You're already smiling right now. You know that it was a crazy, crazy, chaotic race. How did you see it play out for round 3?
It was pretty stressful at the beginning. It was pretty stressful for me because they are all keeping up with me. But I caught a rut, spun out, and then went down the fire road or whatever it was, and then got black flag, so I had to go back. But it happens.
Well, who would you like to thank today for third place?
My mom, my dad, Atterbury Motorsports, EVP Mode, Jacob and Bryson Place, 518 Designs, and everyone I forgot.
Nice job over here. Taking the second place spot, the number 2, Cash Hart. Cash, looking down my notes over here, you were pretty quiet that first half of the race, but you really came into it for the second half. Chaotic, back and forth, back and forth. Tell me what your spotter was saying to you to keep you calm and make you get all the way to the end for that checkered.
He just kept telling me where everyone was at, always on the track, and after the restart, me and Mikey, we both took the same line, so when he biked, I biked too. I'm not sure if I hit him or not. If I did, I apologize for that. We both, were in a tough situation, and then I went all the way back to 6th and just trying to make my way back up there in the last 3 laps.
Well, you've done it here. Who would you like to thank for second place?
I'd like to thank Polaris, my mom, my dad, my brother, and Ronnie and Jesus, and my grandparents for coming out, and the Cotter Boys and Sneaky and Hoosier Tires.
Nice job over here. Taking second. And taking that top spot, Jaden Manchester Kuhn. Now, Jaden, we always talk about points and how important points are, and you just added a bunch of points for round 3. Tell me about it, because you've got 2 great drivers on both sides of you right now, but you're coming out with that top finish.
Yeah, I'm just super excited. I'm just I'm very exhausted. Past couple races haven't gone my way, and this one did, so I'm just pretty stoked.
Who would you like to thank for taking that top spot in round 3?
I'd like to thank Vision Canopy, Maxxis Tires, JMR Performance, my dad, my grandpa, of course, my mom, and Benchmark, Bo, yeah, big one. And I'm sure there's others, but I'm just, I'm speechless.
It's all right. All good over here. Top 3 finishers. One more round of applause for your Pro-Am podium. Back up to you guys.
Well, man, things are heating up. I mean, we knew it was going to be a warm day today, but the racing is red hot. Mark, I mean, we're a couple races in here this afternoon, and we're just getting started. We got Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo next, and I don't know. I mean, I can't say we can only go up from here because we've seen some electric racing so far.
Yeah, the temperature's definitely going to increase now. We got the pros coming up, the big dogs, the big guys. You know, everybody from 2X. We got the Wellers coming, everything coming up here. And here's our points chase right here in Pro Production. And it's going to be coming up here. But one thing I wanted to point out there, what a great situation that Cash Hart pulled out and said he didn't know if he hit him. That's great sportsmanship right there, saying I'm sorry on the podium when they both did the synchronized bike.
Yeah, that was a wild finish to that one. As we get a look here, our R&R Steel Pro Production Points Championship. It is Mia Chapman out front with 87 points. Kevin O'Donnell 13 points back with a tie with Jeremy Spears. So top 3 in points, separated by 13 points. Tie there for the second spot. And now we've got, because we're running 2 races at once here, we have our Pro-Am Turbo points. And point standings are going to be Steve Hoffman with 88 points. You got Michael Bernstein with in the 295 car, 13 points back. Andre Tomei, 16 points back. And then Daniel Hurd, 19 points back. Big news, Steve Hoffman not racing today. He broke a crankshaft from what I understand.
Yeah, that's you never want to see that happen. You want to see him out here lose it to the race, not see it before they even get out here to the race.
Yeah, it's a tough break. Looking forward to seeing Steve Hoffman hopefully back out here sometime soon. Great personality to have around the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Tough break for him, especially being the points leader.
Yeah, one thing though, Ryan Denny out here today, and I heard the thing was coming out of retirement. I didn't know she was officially put in retirement, but I guess in their mindset they were in retirement, and she said she came out of retirement just to race this weekend.
Yeah, so, we are going to be running 2 races at once. We're going to have the Pro Production. They're going to start up front. We're going to have a small gap. And then we are going to have Pro-Am Turbo coming in behind them. This one's slated for 10 laps. We are going to have that mandatory competition caution. A little bit of change-up. We'll get into our starting grids here in a minute. But Troy Horick was supposed to be in the Pro Production class, elected to move to Pro-Am Turbo. So he's still going to be racing in the same race. He's just going to be in a different division. So he's going to be starting a little bit further back. So get a glimpse here at our Liqui Moly starting grid. Rylan Lane, the newcomer, on the pole, followed by Red Bull's Mia Chapman. In row number 2, we've got Jeremy Spears, and then I believe it's going to be Bob Van Beekum now filling in for, I believe, one of the drivers that we had last weekend and 2 months ago in one of the Van Beekum cars. I believe that's going to be a rotating car, and a lot of people within the camp are going to be driving it this week or this season.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars over there at the R&R Steel Roundup. There is definitely enough cars for almost everybody to go around. Heck, maybe me and you could get over there and get a car and race one here before the day's over. But also here, they will start the Pro-Am Turbo here. And here is their grid with the 733 car of Andre Tomei will lead it in P1. Ryan Denny coming out of retirement, the 560 car, the 295 rather. Michael Bernstein, you just saw him in a race. And Daniel Hearn making his debut here for the weekend of the 2914 car.
Yeah, and we will have Troy Horick. You saw him on the screen previously. He will be electing to run in Pro-Am Turbo instead of Pro Production. So Pro-Am Turbo will have 5 entries in it.
Yeah, it's still going to be a great race. It's hard to keep track of everybody here in this race when we're up here, but we've got a way worked out, so hopefully we got it. Everything is going to be awesome. Drivers to watch out here, Mia Chapman, long-time racer, helping me the first couple years out here at Core, sitting here next to me doing a great job, but now she's returned to racing.
Yeah, well, and I think the one of the ones to watch here, newcomer Rylan Lane, get on the pole there. So Rylan Lane, I know, done a lot of side-by-side content and creation there at Glamis and things like that. So Rylan Lane, no shortage of experience behind the wheel of a side-by-side. I don't know exactly the race experience, but qualifying the pole out here in Pro Production, man, it's one to watch.
Well, that's something to say. There's a disconnect with the Glamis, people that go out to side-by-sides and the racing out here. So it's going to be great to see how that translates.
Absolutely. And as you said, you start looking at Pro-Am Turbo, really excited to see Ryan Denny making her return. It should be quite fun to watch. And, obviously somebody that's got no shortage of experience behind the wheel of a side-by-side in racing conditions. So great to have her back out here racing with us.
Yeah, she's awesome to watch. She also, like some of our racers that we were expecting to see a lot of energy out of, she's definitely got that energy we're talking about as well.
All right, so we've got our Jones Ford pace truck bringing us around. It is going to be on that front row. We're going to have Rylan Lane and Mia Chapman bringing us to the green flag.
And there's a great shot for our Pro-Am Turbo right there. And Daniel Hearn normally racing, Steve Hansen and Steve Hopkins and everybody normally racing our vet class, but we streamlined our event down just a little bit, so Daniel Hearn now having to run the Pro-Am Turbo.
All right, so that Jones Ford pace truck, waiting to see. We got looks like we got some officials coming out. We've only got 4 drivers, so looks like we're going to believe Jeremy Spears might be on the inside instead of the outside.
Yeah, I believe that's exactly what we're looking at. Troy Horick going to have to move to the inside.
No, I believe that would be Bob Van Beekum, I think, on the inside.
All right.
Possibly.
There you can see them pointing to see and make sure it's just right. Fair is fair. Make sure your position is correct. And we'll see how this plays out here. And then you can see the rest of the field. And one more car they have to work out.
Yep. That is Denny there in the 560 on the outside.
Daniel Hearn.
Our drone pilot sneaking in there.
That's the Horak car, the number 2 right there. You know, that is an interesting perspective. You know, we think about how far that we've come with video technology, and that drone right there, that drone work shows exactly why we have drones these days in off-road racing.
Yeah, some beautiful, beautiful shots there. Horak there in the number 2. Like we said, was slated to run in Pro Production, elected to change divisions, going to be running in Pro-Am Turbo.
Well, they've got their hands full with the rest of that field out there. Andre Tomei is still out there. Ryan Denny, she's definitely got what it takes to put that car back on the top of the podium, whether she's coming out of retirement or not. She's fast no matter what, and she knows that car. And I do believe she actually rented that car in rounds 1 and 2, so it is really awesome to see her back out here.
All right, so it's going to be Rylan Lane and Mia Chapman bring us to the green flag. Looking for that green flag to go racing here. Nope, we are not going to have the green flag, so we're going to do another lap.
All right.
We will have a gap, so we're going to have a green flag followed by another green flag.
You know,
we've been talking about some of this amazing merch that we've got out here from our friends at Traders. And, earlier on this weekend, we caught up with them to learn a little bit more.
Now, if you guys are on site, make sure to stop by the merchandise booth so you guys can be able to pick up something great for a loved one. They need a last-minute Christmas gift? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Over here, we've got hats, we've got sweatshirts, we've got sunnies. You got a coffee lover? Don't worry, we've got mugs right here. And if you want, while you're here, see these blank hats, you can be able to customize them. Like the girls right behind me, they made their very own customized hats. They picked one out, picked out the different patches. All you got to do is find one that you like. Are you a fan of green? Pick up this one right there. And then pick out your favorite patch. Bring it over to Leah here. She's going to get you set up, and you're going to have the best Christmas gift for a loved one. Make sure you guys come on by and stop over.
All right, Traders with all the goods down there. So definitely go and pick out some of your stuff. Like she had said, they can custom make just about anything for you. So, we got Pro Production getting ready to look for that green flag. Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing them around. It is going to be Rylan Lane and Mia Chapman bringing us to the green flag.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Rylan Lane out here. Rylan's going to have their hands full with Mia Chapman and Jeremy Spears right there.
Well, and Bob Van Beekum there in the back having a little fun in the Pro Production class as well. Never count out Bob Van Beekum. There's huge jump there by Rylan Lane.
Mia Chapman not letting Lane have it. Mia Chapman down the front straight. It looks like she checked up a couple times.
Yeah, me all the way to the top as we've got our second group taking off. That is Ryan Denny. Looks like with a little bit of an edge there over Andre Tomei. Denny going to get the whole shot. So Denny blowing the rust off quick with the whole shot.
Pro Production class right now. Mia Chapman trying to reel in Rylan Lane. And we got a car out over the ski jump already.
Yeah, Mia Chapman now working the angles there, trying to get around Rylan Lane. Rylan going way outside. Mia Chapman dropping down to the bottom. Trying the outside, inside. Chapman to the outside. Diving to the bottom. Nothing there. Mia getting a run on Rylan Lane on the backstretch. Keeping it down nice and tight.
Lane looking great out there and holding Mia Chapman at bay right now. Looks like they're just doing some racing right now and trading lines and seeing who's going to come out victorious. Both cars looking about equally matched in speed. And now they're just going to have to figure out what it's going to take. Mia Chapman's going to have to find out what it's going to take to get around that car.
Yeah, Mia Chapman staying low. Rylan Lane taking the high line. Both of them similar line there through that corner. Got to give Rylan Lane some credit. Newcomer here. Running pretty strong with a couple laps in. This one's slated for 10. So we get a shot there. Ryan Denny, leader in Pro-Am Turbo in the 560.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the time off hurt her even one bit.
No, Denny looking strong here. Already about a second and a half gap over second place. Tomei now making a little bobble there as the pace truck comes out.
I'm going to say the pace truck came out with that car that came over the ski jump there. Unless there's another one on the course that we don't see. There we go, right there. And again, one of those better safe than sorry situations. The landing on that ski jump can be quite a deal if you are not 100% straight or even on that jump landing.
And that is a 295 there of Michael Bernstein. Looks like they are gonna, something's going on. It's under its own power, but it's gonna be pulling off. So hopefully we see them back tomorrow. Tough break there.
Michael Bernstein, always a tough competitor out here, and it's tough to see him get off the track this early.
So last lap by, Chapman and Lane running identical lap times within 2/100ths of each other.
Ah.
I mean, identical lap times. So then we've got Denny and Tomei. Tomei a hair faster that lap by than Denny. So Tomei may have a little something for Denny here with going to have about 7 laps remaining. He's got a shot here from Starstream Pro.
Starstream changing the way that we watch everything. This Starstream is on the back of Dan Hearn's car, and Starstream just changes the whole landscape of off-road racing.
Yeah, Mia Chapman not allowing Lane to get the jump like they did last time. You got Spears all the way to the top, Chapman on the bottom. Chapman trying to get a run down the backstretch on Lane. Big jump by Chapman all the way to the bottom. Going to be contact. Little. All the way to the bottom. Lane to the outside. Chapman over the ski jump. Drawn even.
Wow! Look at this. There's that energy we've been needing all weekend long right now. Mia Chapman picking it up and pulling that car out into the front with a really aggressive move down that front straightaway. Rear straightaway.
Mia Chapman. She was sitting back in the weeds waiting for a chance to pounce. Look at that. Jeremy Spears now getting around Lane. So Lane going from first to third on this lap.
Mia Chapman taking full advantage of this restart. Very aggressive to the inside of that back straightaway. We're going to show you that replay right now.
All right, Mia Chapman, Jeremy Spears, Rylan Lane. As we've got a caution out again. We're going to get a look at that pass as we go to caution. There's Chapman all the way to the outside, had Lane on the bottom. Lane regaining the spot. Chapman with the momentum just slingshots by on the outside and able to seal the deal there and take over the lead.
Lots of rubbing going on behind her as well, though, if you didn't see that in that replay. And Daniel Hearn now looking like there's some problems here on that car, and he's the one that carries that Starstream camera.
Yeah, 29-14. We got the inside view there of the stiff rope.
Yeah, Starstreaming, even if you're racing or if you're being drug off the track.
Tough break there.
Yeah, that's too bad. Daniel Hearn, as I said, having to come up from the vet class and now having to run Pro-Am Turbo. And I have a feeling that stepping up from the vet class to this Pro-Am Turbo class, I think it changes your whole program. You got to get a little serious about it. The vet guys, they like to talk, and they like to talk about it after the race. You know what I mean? Do a lot of bench racing. But now, if you get in that Pro-Am Turbo, you're among some serious racers that want to race.
Well, the other thing to note here is now with these cautions, we've got Pro Production and we got Pro-Am Turbo re-bunched up. So Ryan Denny there going to be sitting in the 4th overall spot leading her class, but she showed some speed out here. So we might see Ryan Denny start to play with the Pro Production drivers.
I mean, she's done it before. I've actually seen her right behind the leader of the other class, and she definitely has the speed and the knowledge and the experience to do it, and she knows this car. She doesn't have to get out and say, I'm getting used to the car, I'm getting used to that. She may say, being retired has made her a little rusty, but as you said, she got that done and handled off on the first lap.
So it looks like we may stay under caution here for yet another lap. So continuing to stay yellow for another lap. Drivers hate this.
Yeah, they do. So Rylan Lane and Jeremy Spears, when they got into that turn 3 over there was a lot of rubbing going in there, so I'm hoping that none of that damaged the cars here for the rest of the race.
And we caught up with our points leader and our race leader, Mia Chapman, earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, this is kind of like your home track. You have many, many laps over here at Firebird. With that being said, when we were here for rounds 1 and 2, the track was underwater. They pumped 100,000 gallons of water out. And this weekend, it is a very warm December. Track is looking pristine out there. For somebody who has driven all over, how does the track look like to you right now?
The track looks amazing. I mean, yeah, last time we were here it was covered in water, so it was a little bit tricky to work with, but we came out here this morning and it looks great. Got around to practicing and yeah, everything felt amazing, so hopefully the sun doesn't dry it out too much, but we got some pretty great weather this weekend.
Well, with that being said, too, a lot of people don't know what it's like to drive in dust. And somebody that does that, you said that hopefully it doesn't dry it out too much. With the dust, how can that play a factor into your drive style?
I think it plays a huge factor. I mean, the way we set up these cars is for not a super dry track, but not a super wet track and kind of in between. So they definitely run better on the drier side, but it definitely toes a line to where you have to keep it kind of in that middle range. But I mean, it blocks visibility for sure. When you're right behind someone and trying to catch them, it can definitely be tricky. So yeah, I mean, we kind of race through it all. It builds a better driver overall. So yeah, I'm ready for some fun.
Well, you guys heard it here. Mia Chapman is ready for some fun right now. She is points leader heading into round 3 for her class. Best of luck to her. Back up to you guys.
And we are back to green flag racing. Mia Chapman taking us to the green flag. Jeremy Spears in the 2nd spot. Rylan Lane in the 3rd spot. That is your Pro Production standings. Look at that. Spears all the way outside. We got Ryan Denny sneaking in there as well. 4th overall, leading her class.
So it's kind of a last man standing right now. We got 3 cars left in the Pro Production class.
The last woman standing. 3 of the 4 out there are female.
Right? And Ryan Denny out there. She's the last one of the Pro-Am Turbo. So Ryan Denny, she's just got to drive it home to be on top of the box. Great performance from her on her coming back in. But right now, Mia Chapman, man, she just simply exploded here on the second half of the restart.
Yeah, we're only 4 laps in, too. We've still got 6 laps to go, so a lot of racing here, a lot of cautions. Like you said, not many cars left in this.
The last man or last female standing.
Yeah, Jeremy Spears is a bit outnumbered out here today.
Yeah.
But you take a peek there. That is Jeremy Spears. Had a really good run 2 months ago. Gave Mia Chapman quite a challenge there. She ended up coming out victorious, but he showed a lot of speed. So definitely one to watch this season as things play out. He can charge when he needs to.
What's really incredible, what I'm seeing right now, Mia Chapman, her car working flawlessly. She can put it anywhere she wants in the corner. It's coming around perfectly. It's landing perfectly. it straightens out perfectly. I mean, if you just watch her car, watch the lines she chooses, that car pulls all wheels pulling. It just simply looks great, man. That car is working just incredible right now.
Yeah, look at that. Just nice and clean lines, not making any mistakes. That's what you got to do. Rylan Lane trying to get back in it with Jeremy Spears. Looks like she's gained a little bit of ground on Jeremy Spears. So that's 623 of Rylan Lane. We're going to see what she's got from Mr. Spears.
Yeah, with these three right here for the weekend here in rounds 3 and 4, it could be any one of these three out front. But right now, Mia Chapman's car, as I said, working perfectly. She's doing it great, and she's probably going to drive it on home.
Yeah, we're lap number 6, so we're about 2/3 of the way through here. Big battle here, though, is Rylan Lane trying to get up there with Jeremy Spears. Mia not able to pull away from Jeremy Spears quite yet either, but Rylan Lane really tucking her nose in. She's go all the way to the bottom, trying to get around Spears. Nothing there.
That car just looks like you can't do anything wrong with the input of that car. Just put it into a corner, stand on the gas, and point it where you want to go. Mia Chapman's car looks like it's simply on rails.
Look at that. Oh, a little bit of contact. Rylan Lane getting into it with Jeremy Spears. Don't know quite what happened there, but we had a little bit of contact in that corner.
Man, if you're saying Rylan Lane comes from the discipline of sand racing or Glamis out there, they are so aggressive on this race.
Looks like we do have a replay of the contact between Spears and Lane, so we're going to cut to that, see exactly what happened. See here, Lane all the way to the bottom, Spears. That was Lane kept her line. Did Spears come down on her?
I don't even know that there really was any contact. I think it was just so close. Sliding in, Lane coming into turn 1, just sliding it in, and I'm saying probably miss it by merely an inch in there. I don't know if there was any contact.
I'm going to chalk that up to a racing incident. I don't think that was anything on either one's part. I think that was just hard racing.
Exactly. I think I'm with you on that one, 100%. Mia Chapman, though, starting to extend a lead over Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, Chapman now stretching out a little bit of lead, running a 56 that time by.
I mean, just simply watching that car here on the monitor.
Look at the ruts. See Mia start to try and go up on the bike. She saved her real quick, didn't allow it to, but of course starting to get a little bit of ruts and some movement in it.
Yeah, you're going to see that develop throughout the day, too, as the cars get faster. They're tearing the track up as well. When we get out to the SR1s, that's where it's really going to come into play here with those ruts out there. The SR1, not an all-wheel drive car. It's just as wide as it is long, so that thing is very hard to keep straight under acceleration.
Yeah, shot there, Jeremy Spears, currently second in the point standings. I believe tied for second in the point standings. He's going to... Things play out this way, he'll have a solid second in the points after this round. Rylan Lane there, running strong early on, was falling back a little bit after that incident with Jeremy Spears. Or non-incident, we don't quite know, but that is the 623 there. She's running some good lines.
Yeah, looking fast, looking smooth out there, keeping that car right where it needs to be. But Jeremy Spears just with a little bit quicker time around the track.
That time by all three of our drivers within 1/10 of a second of each other lap times. Pretty impressive. Very, very close racing.
Yeah, Ryan Denny doing a great job. Look at that. Great shot of Mia Chapman. Coming back down the front straightaway one more time. Or where am I? Coming up the ski jump one more time. Wow.
Down through the middle section. About a half a lap to go for Mia Chapman, our current points leader. Over the step up. Nice and clean. Pick her way through. 2 corners to go for Mia Chapman. Jeremy Spears in the second spot. Rylan Lane in the third spot. All the way to the bottom for Mia Chapman. The Red Bull backed car. Home stretch now. Got the checkered flags flying. Mia Chapman going to keep the perfect season alive, 3 for 3. Jeremy Spears and newcomer Rylan Lane putting a little pressure at Spears there at the end. So great debut for her, finding her way to the podium. And we've still got our Pro-Am Turbo. Looks like Ryan Denny coming out of retirement, going to be taking home the W.
Watch for the fist pump right here. I know she's going to be pretty happy.
That is awesome. Love to see Ryan Denny back out here racing. We're going to catch up with all of our podium finishers when we return here to round number 3 from Firebird Motorsports Park in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liquid Molly. More performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. That's turn 4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust. Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Getting a glimpse there of the Red Bull ride of Miss Mia Chapman walking away with a victory in Pro Production. Looks like her dad Joe been doing some spotting for her. He's there. He's a local legend, I would say, Mark.
I think so, too. Joe Chapman, man, he's got his hands full with both those drivers. Mia Chapman doing a great job. The car looks simply on rails today. Mia Chapman back to business as usual for Mia Chapman.
Yeah, and that was a great race. I mean, Jeremy Spears and Rylan Lane both playing a factor in that one as we get a glimpse here of our Rugged Radio's Pro Production results. Was Mia Chapman on top, Jeremy Spears about a second and a half back, and then Rylan Lane 1.9 seconds back. So that one's shaping up to be a great battle. I think this Pro Production class is going to be fun to watch throughout the season. And we've got Ryan Denny because we ran 2 races at once. She was the victor there in the Pro-Am Turbo. We had Andre Tomei in the second spot. Daniel Hearn going to be in the third spot.
And that's going to look for a great podium. We're going to split it up here between both classes. So looking forward to that. Great class there in the Pro-Am Turbo. And Ryan Denny was your victor.
Yeah, great to see her come back to racing. I know she took some time off. When you're a race car driver, it's never called retired, Mark.
Right? I mean, you're just not racing right now.
Yeah, you're just you're taking a breather. Yeah. But, that being said, we do have our podium for Pro Production. We're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Yes, it's so great, especially when I get to talk to some newcomers over here to the series. We're going to talk to Rylan Lane. Now, Rylan, we've seen you out in the desert. We've seen you in Glamis, but it's really cool to see you come here, come into your own, be able to hold some great numbers with these two drivers over here. 56 seconds, 57 seconds. Those were your lap times, and you guys, all three of you, were holding those numbers. How does it feel? First podium out here with Core.
It's really cool. It's definitely not like dune driving at all, but correlates a little bit. So.
Well, we saw you out there. You did get a little bit of a mix-up out there on one of the berms, but you were able to bring that back. You must attribute that to dune racing because we know all about the sand dunes. Who would you like to thank for helping you get a third-place finish today for round 3?
Definitely my parents and Desert State Electric and 2X Motorsports.
Wonderful. So we're going to see you for round 4, but we do have 5 and 6 going over to Glen Helen. Do you think we're going to see you there as well?
I should be.
You should be. Well, nice job. Congratulations on that third-place finish. Heading over here to the 849 of Jeremy Spears. Now, Jeremy, you had 2 dominating women right by you. They gave you all the great things. Talk to me about your day. Second place, obviously that's not where you necessarily want to be, but it's still great to be on a podium for round 3.
Yeah, I'm just happy to hold the car together the whole race. Last race we had some problems, and then yesterday we were battling the car, keeping it together, and now we just gotta fix some stuff for tomorrow.
Well, we always talk about points, and this is exactly where you want to keep adding those points to round 3, round 4 tomorrow. Any changes we're going to see?
I sure hope so. Yeah, we're going to go bring the car back and go over it, make sure it holds together for tomorrow.
Who would you like to thank today?
Green City Heating, Benford Metals, American UTV, and MRT Tires.
Wonderful. Nice job on that. And taking the top spot, number 37, Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, we talked earlier yesterday. You said that this was very familiar to you, your home track. You were really coming into your own. Seemed like the first half you were just trying to pick the correct lines, and it really played out for you for the second half. Talk to me about your day.
Yeah, definitely. Going out there and taking a look at the track, it was definitely on the slicker side, which we haven't had too many slick tracks, at least for our race. So I was trying to figure it out there, and it took me a few laps, but it started to come together, and definitely run a little slower than we usually do just to try to not spin out. But it was an awesome race. I had so much fun racing with these two. Definitely took me a little bit to get around them. So, yeah, great race.
Who would you like to thank for round 3 and adding points to your lead?
Definitely my mom and my dad. They do so much to get me out here. Red Bull, Tremor Wheel, Kicker Audio, Rigid Industries, Sparco, Rugged Radios, Shurcan, JB15, Misadventure, and Yokohama Tire.
Wonderful. Nice job to our top 3 finishers. One more round of applause for Pro Production Podium. Back up to you guys.
All right, what a great podium there. I mean, we got some veterans, got some newcomers, and this Pro Production class shaping up to be a fun one as we go throughout the season. Really excited to see that. Great racing. I mean, like I said, within a second of each other, I think, at the finish. I mean, that's what you like to see, Mark.
I do. I love seeing racing that close. You know, when the car checks out, when everything's perfect and the car checks out, it kind of does make for a very visually stunning race to announce or to watch. But, man, Mia Chapman and everybody kept it kind of close. Lots of rubbing going on there from the second and third place, and it was still pretty exciting to watch this race.
Well, and obviously, we had 2 races going on. We had Pro Production. We also had Pro-Am Turbo. Pro-Am Turbo, very eventful. But we saw, the reemergence of Ryan Denny, which was really exciting to see.
Yeah, Ryan Denny, she's tough no matter what. Steve Krashelhoff, he's right here in front of us. He's like all mad that he wasn't out there. He's saying, and as you said, he was our points leader. And I say was because now we know where that's going.
All right, so looks like we do have our first place finisher down there with Tiffany Stone, and we're going to throw it down to her.
Awesome. Nice job. I know everybody keeps talking about you coming out of retirement, and you felt like you were a little rusty, but trust me, when we were looking at that, you did not seem rusty at all. So, Ryan, talk to me about your day. It's really good to see you back out here.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be back out here. During practice, I only got 1 lap, so I was just going straight into qualifying where I haven't been in the car in about 10 months, so I was really nervous for that. But went out, qualified second, was stoked with that, came out to the race and got it done.
Well, it's really good to see you out here, and we were looking at some of the numbers. You're just as fast as the Pro Production, so if you ever want to step up, it's really good to see you out here. Who would you like to thank for round 3?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports for all their help, 518 Designs, Torco Fuels, my spotter Sherwood for helping me, and all my friends and family for coming out. Thank you, guys.
Wonderful. Well, it's great to have you back out here, and don't feel like you're rusty. You did a wonderful job taking that top spot in Pro-Am Turbo, and back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great to see Ryan back out here. Hopefully we see her out at Glen Helens for round 5 and 6. Obviously we just got those done, but we are bringing up some more racing. We got another dual race coming up next. We've got Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. They're going to be on track at the same time, but another stacked field of drivers.
Man, I love the way that Tiffany just said maybe we can see you move into that pro production. I would love to see Ryan Denny in a pro production class with that.
I think she could mix it up quite well with Mia and Jeremy and Rylan Lane. I think it'd be great to see her in there.
Indeed. All right, well, this one's great racing, too. These are the sportsmen. These is a great way to get it in racing. If you guys want to break into it and you got a car and you don't want to spend a whole bunch of money to get your car that you have, get it race legal. Come out here and race the sportsmen out here. And what a great class we have here. With Thomas Bach leading that off with 45 points. Cody Krantz just 3 points behind. Daryl Chastain out there with 5 points behind. Rylan Bernstein 7 points behind. Timothy Jones out there making his first podium out here. Only 8 points behind. And that's what it's all about here in rounds 3 and 4. Points. Well,
like we said, this is a start for the chase to the championship, and every point matters come year end when we're back here for the finale of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We've got Sportsman NA, Sportsman Turbo on tap. This is going to be 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution. Right there, you get a glimpse of the Sportsman NA drivers.
Yeah, that's a great-looking field there. There's that Yamaha once again stacked up against all those belts out there. It's a Yamaha. You got to shift it. You got to clutch it. Now, it is sequential, and from 2016 on, they had paddles on the steering wheel, so that makes the shift. You start off the clutch, you see it jump right there, and then when you get the speed, just bang the paddles, and it shifts right in.
This is an eclectic mix of side-by-sides in this one. I mean, I'm looking at RS1s, I'm looking at XP1000s, I'm looking at Yamaha YXZs. This is going to be fun. I mean, it is very much a mix of different vehicles in this one.
Well, that's right, Sam. This is the NA Sportsman, and I mean, we were talking about Lane out there, Rylan Lane, a dune, connoisseur out there, that the discipline is out there in the dunes. Well, if you've got a dune car, it's not that hard to get a race legal cage in and get the window nets, fuel cell, harnesses and everything, and come out and race this class right here. And that's exactly why you see a big variety of manufacturers out here in this class.
Yeah, that was our Liquid Moly starting grid. We got Timothy Jones, Thomas Bach, Sean Jones, Benjamin Ducharme, James Cummings, Rylan Bernstein, Nolan Hogg, and Austin Dorn on the grid here. So, I caught something you said there, a dune connoisseur. I've never heard that before. A dune connoisseur, Mark.
Being an announcer, sometimes the correct adjective doesn't always
I like that, a
match
dune
that.
Connoisseur.
But it did. It worked. I have to agree with you. I did. And it is a connoisseur of duning, because most off-roaders, you say, let's go to Glamis, they're like, why? But then once you go to Glamis, you're like, oh, we got to go again. So it's kind of a taste you get, But off-roaders, for the most part, that I know, were either motocrossers, short course racers, or desert racers.
All right, so we've got a shot there. That is Timothy Jones and Thomas Bach. They're going to be taking us to the green flag. Those are our NA cars. We'll have a pair of turbo cars behind them.
Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer will be those turbo cars. Now, can the turbo cars, this is a long time question. Start the turbo cars first, or do you start them behind? So here they are at this point, the turbo cars. That's a good question. Which one's which? These are the NAs then. These are the turbos. There it is.
All right, we got our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. It's going to be Timothy Jones and Thomas Bach taking us to the green flag. 6 drivers in Sportsman NA, 2 in Sportsman Turbo, and we are green flag racing here, round number 3. All right, got a couple drivers pushing way wide. Looks like Timothy Jones there going to be getting the whole shot.
Well, Timothy Jones now with a hands full of that Yamaha we were talking about. And Timothy Jones already enjoying one podium today. Can he make it a second? Stay out front of this stacked field.
Got to run down that center section off the ski jump. Nice line right through the middle there. We get a glimpse here now of our Sportsman Turbo drivers. 241, that is Calvin Odell.
Calvin Odell, the faster of the 2 qualifiers, if that's what I'm reading correctly right here, but just by a narrow margin. So, again, with a pair that are very equally matched out here, and it can be anybody's race back there with the Sportsman.
So Timothy Jones continuing to lead after here. 1 lap in the books. We're slated to go 10.
Well, Timothy Jones showing that marks of a pro out there. Getting that car sideways, holding it, staying in it, and making it set in the corner right where he wants it. But now a little challenge from Sean Jones.
Yeah, Sean Jones putting the pressure. Looks like he's going to get around Timothy Jones there. Timothy Jones going to go all the way to the bottom, trying to get it back. Well, look at that. Oh, big spin by Timothy Jones, coming in a little bit hot. Oh, it's going to be a tough break for the young kid.
Yeah, that's bad news. But, that's part of racing. He is fairly new to his racing program for him. So he's got a lot of those. I think he's got a few more left of those before, he really gets it on top of the box each time.
Yeah, we'll see how... big tumble there. Didn't quite see who that was. Is that...
Looks like it could be Timothy Jones again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to call that, but it could be Timothy Jones, but that was a big...
Well...
No, that's Hogg.
Nope. Okay, you're correct.
That is the 90. All right, so we got a spin of Timothy Jones.
Good to see that Nolan Hogg car moving, but look at this. Timothy Jones just getting a little aggressive there.
This came in a little too hot. Trying to protect the bottom and just came in too hot.
Yeah, nobody touched him. Nobody brought him around. That was air by himself. And now I'm wondering if this is the replay of...
Yeah, we're going to have... Pace Truck is out there. As we had Nolan Hogg, I believe, that was the one that went up and over. They got him back on his wheels. He's back underway, but that looked like a single car incident as well.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody around there waiting for that position, or waiting for the status on that driver. And I'm wondering, though, if there's any damage to that car. It looks like one of the wheels is towed in pretty heavy, but I'm not sure. Could just be something that I'm seeing from up here.
All right, so our Jones Ford Pace Truck back out.
A lot of Joneses out on the track right now.
There's a whole lot of Jones going on.
We got 2 Joneses up here, 2 Joneses out there, a Jones truck. We got some Joneses.
All right, so we've got another replay coming at you. That is, looks like this is Nolan. Yeah, little pirouette.
Oh!
That was the flip over. That was the 90, I believe, of Nolan Hogg.
Yeah, that definitely was pretty gnarly. I didn't get to see it and call it if he was pushed.
No, it looked like it was just a single car incident. Hooked a rut coming out of that corner and did a little pirouette, and one thing led to another. Pirouettes are great in figure skating, not in off-road.
Right. It's bizarre. There's not a lot of grooves out on the track, but the grooves that are out there are really claiming a lot of victims today.
Yeah, you're right. This track really coming in. I mean, it's going to be very, very racy here shortly for some of these faster classes we got coming up next. But yeah, some of these limited cars that don't have quite the power and the speed, those ruts are definitely causing a little chaos.
Definitely some chaos. Jason Weller, during qualifying in the SR1, caught a rut in turn 3. Put that car clearly over and beyond the point of rolling and was able to save it, put it back down. And, in fact, that was one as heavy as the Hart one earlier, but Hart, obviously, when he sat it back down, couldn't get the car from stopping going in the other direction. But Jason Weller was able to keep his car down, and that's not the car that he's normally used to driving in SR1, and he said that car was basically made for Corey. Says he was a little cramped in there, so I'm wondering if that played into that bite. Well, all right.
And we've got them regrouped. Looks like Jones Ford Pace Truck going to pull off. So we're going to go back to racing. Get your racing order here momentarily when everything gets regrouped.
Looks like Sean Jones will lead him into turn 1 with the number 27 car right behind Sean Jones. And I'd be willing to bet that 27 is the Austin Dorn car. And you'll just have to bear with us here as we look and see and make sense of this order. Sean Jones into turn 3. I believe that's going to be Austin Dorn in that 27, and Timothy Jones with that number 3 in third.
Now Timothy Jones battling back after that spin, trying to get back into the thick of things. 971 though, Sean Jones looking pretty solid today. Look at that. Car doesn't even have a speck of dust on it.
Yeah, when you get out there and you got your race plan and you set it out and something happens like that, you spin out, you slide out, or you tumble the car or whatever, it's very hard to get you back into that focus, that race focus. Not saying it's impossible, but some people, it takes a little longer to get back on that race focus the way you were, like in that zone before the incident. So Timothy Jones looked like he's doing a fabulous job getting his head back in the race.
So that is an 899 there of Bernstein. So we go over the ski jump. We're about midway through now. We won't have a mandatory competition caution because we've had enough cautions fly so far.
All right.
So we're going to run this thing through to the duration. Look at that, 241. That is one of our turbo class cars starting to make its way into the NA cars.
That's Calvin Odell.
Calvin Odell, strong run.
Thomas Bach right there in that number 13 car. But Sean Jones right now, the lone Yamaha, it's great to see finally one of those Yamahas show that, hey, okay, you got to shift them, you got to clutch them, you got to do whatever, but look at that. Yamaha shifting car over these belts could still win a race.
Yamaha's very, very strong in the Midwest, but out here on the West Coast, you haven't seen quite as many of them. We're definitely seeing a few of them out here this weekend and proven to be very formidable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, 100%. They're almost dominant out there, and it's great to see why right here. You know, advantage or not, I think it comes down to the driver. If you know how to drive and shift and one of those cars, then I say that they're for you, man. Go race that car. You know, not a lot of belts get taken out in short course racing, but get a clutch with a sequential shift, and that takes all the worries away.
Yeah, look at that. Timothy Jones now putting some pressure on Sean Jones all over the rear bumper, coming down the front stretch, all the way to the outside, dive into the inside. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything there. Going to make a run down the back stretch. Timothy Jones trying to set something up.
Well, you know, every moment, every lap that Timothy Jones gets on this track, he's getting more and more experience, man.
Outside, inside, down to the bottom. Timothy Jones drawing even with Sean Jones over the ski jump. Timothy Jones sealing the deal.
It looked like they were going to touch there for a second over the ski jump, but they were able to keep clean. And Timothy Jones now back out front.
Well, Timothy Jones, 3 to go. Got his first podium of his career earlier on this weekend. And possibly, do I say, looking for his first career W?
Yeah, a little bit of a lift up right there on that rear tire coming into turn 4. So Timothy Jones definitely on that ragged edge. And I think he's hungry now. I think he's got his first podium under his belt. He wants that coveted top spot.
He definitely does. Oh, look at that big jump over the table. Sean Jones now. Looks like Sean Jones going to get a little pressure from Dorn in the 27. Looks like we've got another caution flag out. As that being said, we are going to throw it to a feature we did earlier this week when we caught up with Thomas Bach.
Here with another points leader as we head into round 3 and 4. Thomas, now you said that you've been racing with Core for about 3 seasons now, since it pretty much came back over here on the West Coast. You've seen it develop, you've seen it get better. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. I'm learning a lot still, 3rd season in. Don't get much track time besides coming for the races, so it's definitely a learning experience every time I come out here for every race. So I'm building and getting my knowledge up a little bit more and more each time.
So rounds 1 and 2, we were here a few months ago. 3 and 4, we're back here now. Weather's a little bit different. Track conditions are a little bit different. Warmer for being December. Like you said, you've mentioned that you learn something every round. What have you learned from round 1 and 2 to implement into 3 and 4?
Listen to my spotter, Steve Hoffman, a little bit more. Staying on the gas. My car is set up to handle it a little bit better in the corners, so stay on the gas in the corners and just try to stay in as much as I can instead of lifting.
Well, you know, I really enjoyed interviewing both of you on rounds 1 and 2. You guys are great out there. This is such a great dynamic. I love that. Best of luck for this weekend, rounds 3 and 4. He is here. We've been talking about that. Not only are the classes getting bigger, but the sportsmen's classes are getting bigger. And it's like guys, like Thomas says, come out to race with us for the whole season.
All right, that was Thomas Bach. Inside the top 5 currently, but right now it is a shootout of Jones versus Jones.
Sean Jones inheriting the lead a little earlier on in the race. Timothy Jones out front earliest, and now look at this, where the battle still rages on between the Joneses.
Yeah, look at that. Timothy Jones looking like the veteran out here protecting.
Wow.
Look at Sean Jones all the way to the outside, going to try and do it the hard way, and he momentarily looks like he's going to have it. Look at that, slingshotting by Sean Jones. Timothy Jones now going to have his hands full of Dorn. Dorn now getting around Timothy Jones as well. So Timothy Jones, in a matter of 2 corners, dropped from 1st to 3rd.
Yeah, Sean Jones looking very dominant in that Yamaha YXZ out here. Seems to be the right weapon of choice if you were going to race this class.
Yeah, now we got a Pro Turbo. It looks like Timothy Jones going up to the top side might be having a problem.
That's unfortunate right there. I know Timothy would be very happy to be on top of the box here on this weekend of racing. But that's all right. Sean Jones and that car working just fine. And the 27 of Austin Dorn now inheriting 2nd place.
Yep, Dorn in the 2nd spot. Sean Jones out front. We've got Thomas Bach there in the 3rd spot. We've also got, looks to be one of our Pro Turbo cars now sneaking their way into the situation here.
Yeah, again, it's probably going to be the 241 of Calvin Odell. Seems to be the one that gets out in front again, dicing it up with these guys. Thomas Bach, the veteran out there, A.J. Burke out there, says, hey, get the win, Thomas Bach, and let's go Tombo. And I'm not sure I knew Tom's nickname was Tombo. And there it is, you are correct. They're checking out Timothy Jones's car right now.
Yeah, poor Timothy Jones, great run, and something just happened. He's pulled off to the side out of harm's way, which is nice.
Well, that leads me to start thinking, okay, well, wait a second. If that car's got a problem now for this race, is it going to have a problem for tomorrow? So hopefully they get that fixed. And whether Timothy races this class or not, Timothy's got a little bit of a 3rd place podium to defend here for tomorrow.
There we go, Sean Jones hitting his marks. Got another lap to go in the 971. White flag is going to be out for Sean Jones. That is Dorn in the second spot. John Jones. I got to say that a little slower. I say Sean Jones. Almost sounds like John Jones, the MMA fighter.
John Jones.
Sean Jones there.
Sounds
971,
like.
picking his way through. Up and over that big ski jump.
Sounds like that John Cena tape that goes around. This Saturday night, John Jones. See the many voices of an announcer. That's always fun.
All right, up and over. We're going through the tabletop, or excuse me, the step up there. It's number 13 of Bach.
Yeah,
got Calvin O'Dell in the mix there in the turbo car.
It's going to be neat to see how that step up comes into where it's actually going to make a difference in the outcome of the races as they get faster. When we get the pros out here, Pro NA and Pro Turbo, and even the SR1s, they are going to have to get crazy over that step up jump.
Definitely going to have to get crazy over that step-up jump as wrap things up here with our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo Racing. So we got our pace truck out there, courtesy of Jones Ford. And we're going to cut to a short commercial break. Going to come back with all our winners and podium finishers return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, return, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up there with a couple of races, our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo divisions. So 2 divisions on track at one time. A lot of lead changes and a lot of fun out there. A lot of racers just starting to get their feet wet, Mark, and figuring out if short course is a thing for them or not.
Well, I truly believe that Sportsman is exactly that. Come out here, get your car ready. Come out here and have the fun factor, because sometimes when you get out in those classes where you're chasing points and you're working those, sleepless nights for months on end out here to get these cars prepped, this is really the fun class. Come out here and get the car ready. Make sure it passes tech. Make sure it's safe. Come out here and have a blast and do some I like what you say, burn some laps out here on the track and just come out here and have fun and talk about bench racing when it's all done.
All right, so that brings us to our Rugged Radio, Sportsman NA and Turbo unofficial finishers. Sean Jones out front, taking the victory in Sportsman NA. We had Austin Dorn in the second spot in Sportsman NA, third overall, and first in Sportsman Turbo. That's going to be Calvin Odell, and Thomas Bach going to round out our podium for Sportsman NA in that fourth overall position in the number 13 car.
So it begs me to offer, we might have it backwards because I believe that AJ Burke was in the Turbo class. It's hard to say. I don't know which one's which, but Calvin was up there. Great job to everybody that finished here this Sportsman class.
The good news is it's not our job to sort through it. It's
Yeah.
Tiffany Stone's job. That's why we love having Tiffany Stone around. She's always keeping us on point. So that's why she gets paid the big bucks and not us. All right, speaking of Tiffany Stone, we're going to throw it down to her with some of our podium finishers.
Thanks, guys. That was a great race. I really loved watching these two classes race together, especially this one, number 13, taking the third spot, Thomas Bach. Thomas, we had a chance to talk third-year racing here at Core. You said you just keep getting better and better, and you're learning every race. You definitely can see it in there. I want to know what Steve was saying to you in your ear, though.
Go.
He was just saying go, 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 go. Talk to me about today's race for round 3.
I'm exhausted. These guys are great. It's a lot of fun. Track was pretty good. It was a little slick, but, what can you say? Took a little bit to get used to. Finally was finding my line, stuck to those lines. I don't know. I'm exhausted.
It is all good. Who would you like to thank today?
First off, my fiancée, Jamie. Thanks for letting me do this. Love you. My spotter, Steve Hoffman. Always in my ear. Can't do it without you. My dad's out here again watching me. All my friends, family come out, support me. Core, Jason, wherever he's at, Glenn, and all you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Nice job adding some more points to your lead. Heading over to our second place, the number 27, Austin Dorn. Now, Austin, we always like to talk to drivers, especially when there's a ton of full course yellows. It's always impressive how you guys keep yourself together, keep yourself mentally into the game. Talk to me about it, because you were getting faster and faster with every single lap, all the way down to the checkered.
Yeah, this was my first time out. I didn't get to do qualifying or practice yesterday, so we'll just see how tomorrow goes if everything's good and see if we get faster.
Well, it seems like if you didn't need to do too much today to get a podium, your first time out, no practice, no qualifying, you're doing a great job. Pretty much rinse, wash, repeat, and you've got it for round 4. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my wife for coming out and being with me all day and being my spotter. She helped me out a lot, and that's it.
Nice job getting the podium here for round 3. And taking the top spot, we have Sean Jones. Now, it for a while was the Jones and Jones show. You guys were kind of going back and forth, you and Timothy. I know that he was putting a little bit of pressure on you back and forth. You were putting pressure on him. From your perspective, how did you see round 3 for today?
It was awesome. I lost my brakes, so I was double, triple pumping into those corners. So I did get in contact with Timothy a little bit there, so I apologize. Hopefully I can find him out there. That was not intentional at all. But this was awesome. First time out doing this, and hopefully we'll have plenty more opportunities. So.
Well, you're definitely going to have an opportunity with round 4 in just a little bit. It's really good to see 2 new people out here. You, Austin, it's great. Thomas, they're coming for you. He says good. I like how this Sportsman NA class is shaping up. Nice job. Who would you like to thank?
Of course, God, my family, my wife and kids. The Wellers helped me out a little bit this weekend with just a couple odds and ends with the car, and lots of good parts from Wellers that is all over that car. So no sponsors, just Overtime is this my main sponsor. So anybody out there, we could use the help.
I love it. Nice job on here. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Sportsman NA. It's so great to see some newcomers out here, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, that is shaping up to be a fun division this year, our Sportsman NA class. So I know we standing by, we're going to have our Sportsman Turbo podium here momentarily. But, Sportsman NA, like you said, Mark, a lot of people tuning in at home, maybe going, how do I get into short course racing? That is it. That is the class. Take your current side-by-side. You can do a few upgrades to it, safety standards, and come out here and have fun and see if it's something you like.
Yeah, for real. I mean, if you are out there, I know there's people that get into these side-by-sides and they think it's, all for trail riding and getting out to Glamis. But, man, seriously, think about it. Come out here and race with Core.
Yeah, that being said, we are standing by with our Sportsman Turbo finishers with Tiffany Stone.
Nice job to you guys. Matt, let's talk about your day. It was really good to see everything come together for you. It seemed like you were getting a little bit faster, picking some great lines, making your way through the pack. Who would you like to thank, and how'd your day go?
Yeah, George at Double E Racing. He set our shocks up. The car feels a lot better than last time out here. My sponsor, Patterson Property Inspections, and my spotter, Brad Patterson, and Arizona Precision Fabrication, Cutting Edge Manufacturing, and all my friends that came out to support us.
Wonderful. Nice job over there taking that second place. And then top spot, 241 of Calvin Odell. We keep telling everybody in the sportsman's class, don't sleep on this class. You guys are just getting faster and faster and faster with each lap. How did this day work out for you?
Well, it worked out really good considering it was my first race in this series, so I'm pretty excited about that. But, yeah, it was a fun race, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and race.
Well, we keep talking about the sportsman class just getting a little bit bigger and bigger, and you can kind of see that. It's really good to have you out here. It's good to have you here. Taking a podium top spot, first day, Core Racing, love that. Who would you like to thank?
First off, I got to thank Steven from APF. He helped me adjust the car today, and he was my spotter for the weekend, so I want to shout out to him. Want to thank UTV Trends, Celtic Homes, Smokehouse, or Willamette Valley Smokehouse, and Backyard Construction for their support. And then I also want to shout out to my girlfriend Anna for her help and support getting here. And then my race crew back in Oregon, they're all excited for me. I know they've been watching this race, so I can't wait to hear from them.
Wonderful. Well, both of you, nice job. You got round 4. See you guys all tomorrow. Back up to you guys. Sport.
All right. Well, we've got that class wrapped up, which means up next, Mark, we have Pro Side-by-Side, the premier division here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and they are going to be on tap next. And we saw from rounds 1 and 2 pure fireworks.
And nothing short of fireworks is going to happen this time around. We always talk about a stacked field, but this time, I mean, I could just pick my finger, get it right here in the middle of the page, and we've got a rock star. Well, here it is right there. Chase Carr won't be joining us here, though. Chase is out front and going to lose that lead here right now. Bo Judge out there as well, though. I do believe Bo Judge is here this weekend. Haven't heard or seen him, but Bo Judge is here. So Bo Judge, with a good finish, may slide into the points lead. Ryder Chapman just 5 points behind our leaders. Both of them tied. We have a 3-way tie out there. And Colton Krajek, somebody you know of out here, well, 12 points behind our leaders.
Yeah, and then you got one of the legends, Jason Weller, in action in this division as well. He's 14 points back. Brian McCormick, Ryder Van Beekum having some struggles there in the opening rounds, but I think he's going to come back strong. Garrett Maxwell, Kyle Arkansas, always fast, and then obviously in the 10th spot, 27 points back, Bob Van Beekum. You never can count out the veteran.
Yeah, Bobby Van Beekum, when he's on, man. It is incredible to watch. And again, that stacked field we're talking about, I mean, it just goes on, Cohen Crawford out here, Brian McCormick out here, Connor Maxwell, pretty quiet on our rounds 1 and 2. Lots of problems here. The beginning of the races there for him. Ryder Chapman out there, Kyle Arkansas that you know, Bobby Van Beekum, and something that's pretty cool, our own Core drone pilot Tyler Herzog out there in the Liquid Molly car.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting to see as we see, I believe, 17 cars lined up here, getting ready to do battle. Stacked field. Literally, you look across the country, and this is 17 of the best side-by-side racers in short course in the United States. Let me tell you, Mark, it is going to be fireworks. Pro side-by-side up next. Man, grab a cold drink, grab your chair, grab your bleacher spot if you're here in person, because this is can't miss television.
This is definitely can't miss television. This is what you come for. This is why you tune in. This is why you want to watch it, or why you want to go racing, is because of these boys and girls right here.
They say buy the ticket and take the ride, and that's what you're going to get here with Pro Side by Side.
Man.
All right, we're rolling them off the tarmac, and they're going to come, as we said 2 months ago, into the arena as we see them roll in there, because it's going to be an absolute slugfest here as we get a glimpse here of our Liqui Moly starting grid. Liqui Moly starting grid, it is going to be Colton Krychek and Bo Judge on the front row. We're going to have Cameron Bodden and Cohen Crawford in the 3 and 4 spot. Ryder Van Beekum and Brian McCormick in the 5th and 6th. Got Jason Weller and Lucas Sweetland in there as well. Tyler Herzog and Connor Maxwell in 9 and 10. It's going to be 11 and 12. Jeremiah Wagner and Ryder Chapman. Got Bob Van Beekum and Kyle Arkanon in the 13 and 14 spot. Kelton Penrod and Tyler Penrod there in 15 and 16. Dan Kelly rounding out our 17-car field. Interesting note, we got a couple of our fastest drivers going to be starting in the back. Missed their cue to qualify, and so some of our heavy hitters going to be coming from the back. It's going to make things interesting. Got to love those storylines, and man, it's going to be really fun to watch Bob Van Beekum, Kyle Arkanon, and Ryder Chapman come from the back.
Again, I find myself we're thinking about the same words to say right here. Bobby Van Beekum coming all the way to the back. That's going to be, I mean, I can't wait to see it. It's like a caged pit bull that you smack the cage 500 times. Bobby Van Beekum is going to definitely be on fire. Ryder Chapman, I think, is going to be a little more methodical and work their way through. But here's another one. Connor Maxwell starting almost mid-pack there in the 191. As I said, not really a factor in rounds 1 and 2. But he is going to be simply on fire this one, and look for Connor Maxwell top 3.
Well, you know, the thing about this class is you know, you can't even call it, because there's 6 or 8 drivers you know have a legitimate shot at a win here. You know, and there's a lot of factors that can go into it. And as we saw last time, I mean, some of the fastest guys, you know, racing happens and they're 86th out of here. And I really have absolutely no idea, no predictions other than we are going to see electricity. It is going to be fireworks. It is going to be the best in the business doing battle here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Grab the edge of your seat, because things are getting cranked up.
Well, here it goes, man. They're coming down the front straightaway. They're looking for the green flag. Green flag going racing. Car stepping out into turn 1 already. And it's going to be Bo Judge leading the rest of this field through turn 1.
Bo Judge, the veteran, grabbing the whole shot, but he's getting a little pressure down low. A lot of contact.
Oh!
That was Bodden with a spin, collecting half the field. We got cars left, right, middle, all over the place, spinning donuts. They're all back, and they are racing. We are keeping the yellow in check. I love it.
Yeah, every car doesn't appear to be too damaged other than that one right there, the 93. I do believe that's Kyle Arkanon, and that's bad luck for him. You can see that little bit of damage there. It looks like his front axle is literally hanging out of the front upright.
Yeah, it looks like we got another driver down somewhere, but right now it's all Bo Judge out there out front as the yellow flag comes out. We are going to get a running order. We're going to regroup. We're going to see what cars we lost here. It was a very eventful lap number 1, as you would expect out of Pro Side-by-Side, as we see there.
Yeah, I'm looking around on the course. Here's a replay right here.
That was Bodden.
You're absolutely right, Bodden, and just took a whole bit. The cars had nowhere to go.
Man, that's rough, especially when a car in the top 5 and you got 17 cars deep gets a spin there and everybody's bunched together. Makes it tough on everybody. Got our pace vehicle out there. Yellow flag came out. We're going to see where things stack up here in a minute when we get a running order. Who we lost, who we're keeping.
Yeah, we definitely got to look out here. I see Dan Kelly still out there. I see Tyler. Here's that replay again down the back straightaway. You can see Bo Judge coming in. I think the problem's going to start right here. Boom, big contact there in third place. And the rest of the field, they just had too much speed going in. Yeah. I think the rest of the drivers did a great job, though. They're avoiding. That could have been way worse.
Yeah, Bodden just came in too hot, ran into the third place car, caused him to spin, and, and that's where we're at. So just coming in a little too hot, a little excited on lap number 1, and things happen. So Looks like we've got a lot of drivers going to be making some changes there. Oh, man, that was very, very eventful.
Connor Maxwell right there in the pits as well. Ryder Chapman right there in the pits. We lost a lot of drivers here. Oh, that's just simply too bad.
Wow, so yeah, we're going to regroup and see how things shake out here. Colton Krychek, pole sitter, finding the stiff rope as well. I don't know what's going to be left after this.
Well, as we look out here is the Jones Pace Truck. Bo Judge out front, the number 43, Cohen Crawford. Brian McCormick, unscathed. Jason Weller, unscathed. Ryder Van Beekum, I'm sorry. Dan Kelly, the 414 car, 309, and the 137. Just to name a few as they were driving by. Lucas Sweetland still out there. Dan Kelly still out there. Tyler Herzog able to avoid everything.
There's Ryder Chapman getting out of the car.
What a heartbreak. I really wanted to see Ryder Chapman. He's looking at it right now.
Yeah, I got some kind of issues. Got one of his crew members there with R&R Steel.
Yeah, he's taking the helmet off. His race is done.
Day's done. There's got to be some kind of failure there on that car.
You can almost see a little bit of damage right here in the bodywork here.
Yeah, that right front looks kind of torn up a bit.
Yeah, that's bad news for Ryder Chapman. He is our points leader here for rounds 1 and 2. So this is going to cripple that lead right now. And he needed this race pretty bad.
Yeah, tough break for him. So we will have a new points leader coming out of round number 3 here. Right now, though, out front, Bo Judge got that hole shot in the first corner and had to look back. And thankfully for Bo Judge, that was the safest spot on the track, is to be in the first position.
Yeah, 1 and 2 avoided all of that. And thank God for them.
Yeah, 3 back. It was pretty dangerous there. But, yeah, it is Bo Judge currently leading.
You know, all in all, there was a lot of carnage there, but I say it again, that could have been way worse. That's exactly where you don't want to get collected, is entering a turn, because if you stall entering that turn, you're the vehicle that stalled, you're getting hit pretty hard, and if you're the car, unfortunately, that hits them, it's going to do a lot of damage to your car.
All right, so that is Bo Judge and Cohen Crawford, 1 and 2. Drag race down the backstretch.
Oh! Ryder Van Beekum getting sideways just on the landing.
That was a scary one, and that was just single car incident also. Ryder Van Beekum goes for a tumble.
I really hope he's okay on that one. That one looked like it hurt.
That was a scary crash.
The rest of the cars are going to race into the finish line. That's the way it is here. Race to the finish line.
Yeah, that's Cohen Crawford there, getting around Bo Judge.
Cohen Crawford in that Yamaha once again that we've been talking about.
So Cohen Crawford getting around Bo Judge. It's going to be Cohen Crawford, followed by Bo Judge, 1 and 2.
Again, tough break for Ryder Van Beekum. That was one ride right there.
A very scary incident. Looked like single car.
And here it is. Here's the replay. You're going to watch Van Beekum come into the inside of the back straightaway, hit the rough, and the car gets out of shape. Already out of shape, pulls it in, hits the rough, and over it goes.
Yeah, that was 100%. He never touched anybody. Just got a little sideways off that jump and went for a tumble. Man, tough break. There's a lot of damage that right front. Looks like the rest of the car's okay.
Yeah. You know, you want to say he overcorrected, but I don't know that he really did overcorrect. I think just when the car got sideways and there was all those marbles right there, all those, that loose dirt, it just packed it up and set the car over.
Yeah, kind of bucked off that jump as well a little bit. So, man, tough break. Just not a good day for the Van Beekums.
Man, he had a lot of speed coming to the inside of that straightaway, though. And absolutely, you get sideways like that, you can't really get crazy on your landing.
So Cohen Crawford in the number 43 out front. But we do have some drone footage from that incident with Ryder Van Beekem. We're going to go on board with the drone here.
And you see him out of shape right there, as you said.
And never touched. Just out of shape. Went right, it bit, went left, and he went end over end. And scary incident.
Yeah, that's a hard call to make that right there. I mean, I don't think there's really anything he could have done. Being sideways off the jump, I think he was along for a ride at that point.
Yeah. All right, so we are still under caution here. Cohen Crawford, your leader, getting around Bo Judge. Bo Judge in the second spot.
Well, once again, we got to look out on the field and see who's left.
Looks like we've got the 333 of Brian McCormick in the mix. And then the veteran, Jason Weller, there in the fourth spot.
Yeah, this is Jason's class, and he wanted to race this weekend. He's also going to be doing double duty as Corey Weller is out racing the desert, and he's going to be in the SR1. Oh. Corey's here? Well, Corey Weller's here, apparently.
All right, well, obviously we talked earlier. We had Ryder Chapman, who was our current points leader, and we were able to catch up with him.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, going into round 3, you were behind Chase Carr 5 points. You and Bo Judge right now are tied for second, but Chase Carr's not here this weekend. How does that change the setup, the drive style, your mentality going into round 3?
It'll be some close racing like it was before. Kind of bummed out Carr didn't make it. It was a fun race having someone here besides my teammate that was just as fast as me. So good luck to him in his race this weekend. But going against Bo, it'll just be just as hard as it was last week, and he was right there the whole time. Car setup-wise, we came out testing. I haven't had to change nothing. The car was dialed from last weekend, so nothing much. Just going to go try and do what we did last race weekend and keep it clean.
Well, knowing that you and Bo are tied right now and you've got some great competition, this is a pretty good stacked class going into round 3 and going into round 4. If round 3 shapes up the way that you want it to, what's it going to look like for round 4?
Hopefully, round 3 we ended up on the box P1, hopefully, crossing my fingers. If we place good top 3 in round 3, then round 4 will set us up good for points, and we'll keep close with it. With Bo, definitely not going to let up that points gap too easy, so it'll be some fun racing. It'll be close, though, for sure.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. And like Ryder was saying, this is going to be a very, very close race. With Chase Carr not here this weekend, that is going to close the gap with him and Bo Judge. We're going to see what happens. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, tough break there for Ryder Chapman. Tough break for a lot of the field out here, Mark. I mean, we are going to have a big change up in the points, if and when we can get through this race. We had a lot of the heavy hitters drop down. Right now it's going to be Cohen Crawford bringing us to the green flag. We've got Bo Judge in second, McCormick, Weller, and Wagner, your top 5.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see half the field almost gone by now, but it is exciting to see Cohen Crawford out there, another manufacturer out front. This is a highly competitive class, and again, the number 22, Cara Bodden, going way too hot into turn 2.
This has been a wild one there. Jason Weller getting around into the 3rd spot.
Wow, Bodden getting really aggressive into turn 3.
Well, I just saw him bang. That was a 333 around of McCormick.
Wow, Bodden, I'll tell you what, showing no respect for the rest of this field.
He's absolutely slinging it sideways as Bodden.
Setting it up early here coming into turn 6.
All right, so Crawford and Bo Judge 1 and 2. Jason Weller, I believe, in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, we just heard that as I've been talking about that Yamaha that's out front. He's the only one out here in this class. And, man, and he's out front. And that's what I said. I love seeing multiple manufacturers being able to lead these classes.
Yeah, we got quite the manufacturers battle here. Bo Judge tripling that step up. Crawford, the 43, leading, holding off Bo Judge. Crawford able to get around, I believe, on the second lap.
Wow.
Bo Judge running a pretty identical lap time there. Crawford only about 0.2 faster the last time by.
Haven't been able to talk with Bo Judge or meet Bo Judge, but I have to tell you, just that little I saw of him from rounds 1 and 2, I'm becoming a fan of Bo Judge, man. He's quite the racer.
Well, he's definitely the utmost professional. You got Jason Weller there. You got to glimpse him in the third spot. But right now, it's all about that man going Crawford.
You can see Bodden there now, right behind Jason Weller. And you can see him come out of the ski jump right now. Bodden is very aggressive in his driving style. You look at the car, he's sideways before he gets in the turn. He's jumping farther than anybody else is jumping. He's carrying a lot more speed into the corners. He's just driving really aggressive.
Yeah, Bodden, one that caused that pileup in the first lap, took out a good chunk of the field now. Trying to put some pressure for that third and final podium spot. Jason Weller there. If anybody can hold him off, it's Jason Weller, the veteran. No stranger to this track, but no stranger to racing. Been around for a long time. Him and his wife, Corey Weller, run a great program, help out a lot of other teams.
Yeah, the Wellers are just such a big name in short course racing. It's great to have them out here again for this series. And we're going to see Jason Weller return in the SR1 class. So we're going to see a double duty from Jason Weller as well.
Bodden there. Get a glimpse of him trying to chase down Jason Weller. A Weller Racing entry.
So aggressive.
Now, Bodden's starting to slow up a little bit. Wonder if he's starting to have some problems. Yeah, he's
oh, yeah,
he didn't even double it. Yeah, he's going to cede another position here. I think Bodden's got a mechanical failure.
Yeah, he's going backwards, that's for sure. But, man, with that car, when he had it up to speed, man, that car and him were definitely being very aggressive.
Yeah, there's something going on with that car. He's just trying to limp it around now, starting to drop back. The number 22.
Oh, that's too bad.
As our pace truck comes out yet again. Jones Ford pace truck staying busy in this division. Very busy.
Well, this field unfortunately narrowed down pretty quick. I would have loved to have seen a full field all the way from start to finish.
Yeah, there was a lot of chaos happening early on in this one. So right now it is Crawford, Judge, Weller, 1, 2, 3. Speaking of our driver in second place, Bo Judge, we caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you are tied for second place right now in your class, but the kicker is Chase Carr's not here, who was leading the class. And then later on tonight, you're actually heading out, going to Vegas, going to a works banquet, and then driving back for tomorrow's round 4 race.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll see how it all shapes up after the weekend, after with Chase not being here. But yeah, we got a busy couple days ahead of us. I knew the weekend was going to be full, but we completed a undefeated season at work, so it's their last awards banquet. So we definitely want to show up and participate in that. I won the championship. My son got second in points, so we definitely want to make it for there. So yeah, we're gonna, the Turo's showing up any minute, and we're gonna jump in that, and we're gonna head to Vegas and go to the banquet, and then jump back in the car and head back here for tomorrow's race.
I mean, that's pretty exciting, though. Not only did you get this championship for Works, you also got an Impact Award from the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame for short course racing. You said, in round 1 and 2 that you kind of found another home again here with Core. How's that shaping up after round 3?
It seems good. I mean, I like it. I mean, the way the TV time and the way they're pumping this up. I mean, it seems like it's going to be really good. I mean, I think we have even a bigger car count this weekend, and I can't wait to get out there and just do
all right, and we got so Crawford there.
It's close racing and
leading through turn number 1. It is Bo Judge in the second spot. It's like one of the R&R Steel entries there into the third spot.
That Yamaha doing a great job holding the rest of the field off. And now up in third place, got the number 1 car out there, Ryder Van Beekem now.
He's back. Big spill earlier, and it looks like Ryder Van Beekem is back.
So I'm wondering if that was Bobby Van Beekem that checked out, and I do believe it is, and that's the problem with them having the 64 on the car. So that was Bobby Van Beekem earlier than we were speaking about Ryder. So now Ryder is out there as he sported the number 1. He is our champion. Totally my mistake there.
All right, so it is Crawford, Judge, 1 and 2. Van Beekem, Weller in the mix as well.
Bo Judge and your leader, Cohen Crawford, just airing it out over the ski jump.
Yeah, we're only halfway in here. We've had a string of cautions, but we're only about halfway home here. 5 in the books. We got 5 to go.
The longest 5 laps in off-road racing history.
Well, they say desert racing is about getting to the finish. Man, this short course side-by-side pro battle has been about getting to the finish as well. Right now, the 2 that have come through unscathed so far have been Crawford and Judge, sitting 1 and 2.
I absolutely love seeing that Yamaha, the lone Yamaha in this class. I just love seeing it out front. A little different style car, a little different, setup on the car, as it has a clutch, it has a shift, you have to shift it. It has a sequential transmission just like your dirt bike or quad. And it's great to see Cohen Crawford get that car out front.
Yeah, Weller protecting the inside, getting a little pressure there. Track's starting to show first signs of blue groove.
Yeah, there's blue groove all over the place, and that does play havoc into your driving style and how you put it into a corner.
As we've got another caution out, the Jones Ford Pace truck staying awful busy. Jones Ford getting their money's worth today of TV time with that Pace truck.
We want the Jones Pace truck only out on the pro side-by-side.
All right, so that does bring out yet another caution. It is going to be Crawford and Judge 1 and 2. Looks like we're going to have Jason Weller there in the 3rd spot. McCormick in the 4th. Bodden in the 5th spot.
And Ryder Van Beekem being towed off the track, so a mistake that I made thinking that the red, white, and blue Van Beekem car was Ryder. It's not. That was Bobby. And Ryder Van Beekem, and I should have paid attention to it, he has the number 1 car, and he's got now the green livery on the car. And that's the thing right there. And there you go. Great shot right there of Ryder Van Beekem. Unfortunate. He's having mechanicals as well now. So, all right. Cohen Crawford, once inheriting the lead, hasn't looked back. Still has his hand full, though, with Bo Judge. And now look at this. Into 3rd place. You can see that WR of Weller Racing.
Yeah, it's trial by fire today, and for whatever reason, Jason Weller has been fireproof in the 3rd spot. It's been a lot of chaos around him, and somehow the veteran has kind of moved and grooved right through the chaos and been able to stay unaffected. So Jason Weller put together a phenomenal race here.
I would imagine sometimes if you're out there and you can see the cars carrying too much speed down that front straightaway, you know something's going to happen. You can almost get yourself out of that before it happens. You can be proactive in avoiding it. So I would almost imagine. And here we go.
Yeah, we're going to have the green and white. So it's going to be a 1-lap shootout here in pro side-by-side. It is Crawford, Judge, Weller, 1, 2, 3.
It is definitely going to be a drag race all the way into the checkered flag. These laps are under 50 seconds. We have less than 50 seconds of racing left in this pro side-by-side.
Look at that, side-by-side over the ski jump. Crawford, Bo Judge, Weller getting a lot of pressure. Bodden trying to stick his nose right in there.
Wow, they were 3 wide into turn 3 right here. And all those cars were able to thread the needle and get through.
Yeah. And Bo Judge just had nothing for Crawford, running identical lap times, just not able to get around. Jason Weller, that is the 32 there of Chapman. That is Ryder Chapman up and over on the bike. Second incident of the day. As we're going to finish things up, it is going to be Crawford, Judge, Weller, 1, 2, 3. That has got to be the most chaos and carnage I think I've ever seen in a short course race.
Hey, push Ryder Chapman down, let him get his points for finishing. Oh,
what a wild one out here. There's a wow. I mean, Firebird Motorsports Park, you have absolutely got your money's worth today. We got another replay here of Ryder Chapman. Definitely not the day Ryder Chapman wanted.
Trying to look for the Ryder Chapman. Oh, all the way in the back. It looks like got in the back of the car there that said Ryder just right on over.
Yeah, kind of got into, looked like, was that Bodden that Ryder got in the back
No, Bodden had to check out, unfortunately. Oh, no, Bodden's out there still, but as we said, Bodden was going backwards, so it's the car right in front of him. And that is a good I mean, so hard to remember who was out there.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman there. I don't know what's going on. We got our pace truck pulling 3 of them away. We're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to sort through things, catch up with our podium finishers, and when we return here to round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At turn 4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, Championship Off-Road Racing, round number 3. The heavy hitters, the pro side-by-sides, were out on course. And, Mark, when I say heavy hitters, man, there was a lot of hits.
Man, it was crazy right off the start. A little bit aggressive driving down the back straightaway. Took about not quite half the field, but a large section of the field. Lots of carnage. But some cars making it back out there after checking them out or fixing what they had. And then at that point, it was anybody's ball game at that point to see where you were at in the finish order.
Well, we've got our results courtesy of Rugged Radios. It was the number 43 of Cohen Crawford taking home the big victory. The 956 of Bo Judge, only about 0.2 of a second back. Jason Weller, the veteran there, finding his way to the podium as well. And then it was going to be Brian McCormick, Cameron Bodden, Jeremiah Wagner, Tyler Penrod, Lucas Wheatland, Tyler Herzog, and Ryder Van Beekum, rounding out your top 10 in pro side-by-side. And speaking of our podium finishers, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. It's getting a little crazy down here. Now, Jason Weller, we must talk about this race. Taking a third place spot here. So much carnage happened around you. But as a true veteran, as a true calm, collected driver out there, you drove it all the way, third place for the checker. Talk to me about what you kind of saw, what your spotter was talking to you about, because behind you, so much was happening.
Yeah, I have a really good spotter too. Corey, my wife, was spotting for me. That's the most chaotic race I've ever been in. It was literally like something you'd see in the movies with cars flipping. I got hit from the back. I've never been hit that hard in my life. So I'm like, it took that, and I'm like, it still feels good, and I kept going. That was lap 1. And then it was chaos the whole way. Fun though, you definitely got to work out. You got to keep on your game because a couple laps in, it's hot, and you got a lot going on and adrenaline. And these cars that are coming up from behind are really, really fast. So they come up, they kind of push their way in, and then they wreck or break or something. So you just got to kind of see it come in your mirror, and then you can kind of tell what they're going to be doing, and it's usually how it ends up. But real chaotic. I'm happy to get a third from that one. Huge thanks to my crew, all the Weller Racing guys that come out. We have a solid crew, and the guys at the shop, Can-Am. Again, Corey for spotting for me, all our fans that watch us. And Corey, I mean, this is, I think we have 17 in this class. That's awesome, and it seems like it's only getting bigger. Congrats to these guys, just getting there at the end. That's awesome. Thanks.
Nice job. You're absolutely correct. 17 in this class today, coming away with a third-place finish. Heading over to our second-place finisher, Bo Judge. Now, Bo, same thing for you. Between you and Cohen up front, a lot of things were happening behind you. You guys were cool, collected. Very, very close lap times. I know that you were trying to get around them, trying to figure out which lines to take. Walk me through your day.
Yeah, I know it was an awesome battle between us two. I really wasn't even caring what was going on behind me. I was just more paying attention to what was going on in front of me. I mean, he was driving the wheels off of that. I was driving the wheels off of my car. He definitely, you could see on this back straightaway here and the back straight over there, he was pulling me, but over the jumps, I could air the stuff out a little harder than him, and I could catch back up to him and get to him. Without doing anything dirty, I couldn't get around him, and I just want to race people the way I want to be raced. So we made a little contact over here. I just thought I had to run him on the outside, but we drifted up and into each other. But it was just it was door to door. So it was cool. A couple on the restart, I thought I had him over here, but he just was able to pull back ahead of me again. But yeah, it was totally fun. I didn't even know who it was at first, and then I seen the car when we pulled off, or when we were sideways. I'm like, oh, and it's like I remember racing him in works and stuff. So yeah, it was totally cool. He was racing me clean. Yeah, it was great. I also kind of was just like everyone else that was on the podium last time. We're out early, so this is a good point stay for me. And I knew there wasn't even a Yamaha on the podium last time, so that should have gave us a pretty good gap this weekend. And yeah, we're just gonna head to Vegas now for a Works Awards banquet, and we'll get back here and see what we can do tomorrow.
Well, I was just about to tell you that, yeah, with Chase Carr not here, some things happening with Ryder Chapman, you've made yourself into round 3 now, taking the points lead. It looks like that. We're going to check, make sure everything's official. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, just Can-Am, BFG, Doug Roll from Roll Designs and Elka Suspension, and George White. Last time we kind of missed the shock setup a little bit when we came, and definitely this time, I mean, I qualified almost 2 seconds quicker than last time, and we had a rocket ship with just maybe we just need a little more horsepower, but we're definitely in the battle. We've been on the podium every single round, and I think that's what it's going to take to win this championship. If a good guy falls out, there's just another good guy right there to come up again. So congratulations to Jason and these guys. Like it was a awesome battle race with these guys.
Nice job. And taking that top spot, we've got Cohen Crawford over here. Cohen, the only thing that I could hear when you were pulling up is, I have no brakes. So talk to me about having no brakes, pushing it all the way to the front. You're being able to hold off Bo Judge over here, and Bo is a phenomenal driver in short course racing, and to do that, that's a feat in itself. Congratulations. How was the day for you?
It was great. I mean, we struggled in qualifying a little bit with some turbo issues, but worked through that, got the boost figured out. I'd like to thank Bo. He raced me perfectly. It was clean. It was probably the most fun race I've had in a while. Yeah, but no brakes. It was after the mandatories when I lost brakes, so I went straight to the floor. Had absolutely nothing. But thank God for these guys right here. They had the good Weller turbo kit. I could wick up and throttle around it and rotate. But it was definitely a struggle to get around. But yeah, I'd like to thank everyone to get me out here. Weller, 2X, my parents, everyone else come out support me, all my support crew, and we'll be here tomorrow.
I love that. Love hearing that. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Side-by-Side. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, yeah, what a podium. And that one was a little bit of survival, a lot of experience there on that podium between, Weller and, Bo Judge, and obviously Cohen Crawford coming in and taking the W. And like you said, you love to see it, man. A little bit of manufacturer battle going on as well, so all good stuff.
Yeah, like see that Yamaha up front, in a field dominated by the ones with the belts. It was great to see Yamaha out there with a sequential transmission on top. Losing your brakes, though, that's a whole other story because, man, if you've ever raced or driven one of these things, you really can't go that fast if you can't stop them. So great. That just shows you great driving right there from Cohen Crawford.
All right, so yes, we still have more racing yet to come. We got the big bad Pro Lights, and we've got SR1s. For those of you tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app and YouTube and Racer Network, and those of you here at Firebird Motorsports Park, we're going to take a brief intermission, probably about 30 minutes. We come back, we've still got SR1s and Pro Lights yet to come. So rejoin us, man. We got some fun racing still to come here. Round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park Championship Off-Road Racing, round number 3. And yes, we've had some amazing racing, lots of action, but we still have 2 of our favorite divisions left. We've got the SR1s and the Pro Lites left on tap. And speaking of SR1s, they're currently sitting and staging, and we're getting ready to do battle with 11 of these beast of side-by-sides. It's like a hybrid, Mark.
Yeah, these are incredible. They're based off the old-school Rhino chassis, but they have an inline-4 street bike engine in them, and they are incredible to watch. We're going to be missing a veteran in this class. She's right in front of us, Corey Weller. She's not going to be out there. She's a desert racer now, so, short course racing isn't quite on her schedule much anymore, but she's here today supporting her husband, Jason Weller, and he's going to be driving her car. But, yeah, SR1s, what can you say about them, man? These are as wide as they are short. They're two-wheel drive, unlike their Rhino counterparts. You have to shift them. You have to clutch them. You have to do all that stuff. Sequential shift, just like we said on the Yamaha YXZ. You shift, you bang, you let the clutch out, and a lot of driving, and it takes quite the driver to get these cars to go fast.
Yeah, well, and, Jason Weller there just coming off a podium finish in the Pro side-by-side, so trying to get his second podium finish on the weekend, which brings us to our R&R Steel SR1 point standings. Paul O'Brien, he is out front. Brandon Kilgore in the second spot. Brandon Kilgore and Paul O'Brien, man, they had a shootout here 2 months ago here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So looking forward to seeing that resume. Corey Weller there, Jason Weller filling in for her this weekend. And then Scott Webster there in the 4th spot as our Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing us out onto the grid as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid. Take us through this starting grid.
Well, Larry Hayes was your P1 this weekend with a great job in qualifying. Paul O'Brien, surprising there that he was not your number 1 qualifier. Jason Weller did a great job, almost wrecked the car in qualifying. I don't know if he told Corey that, but the old man, Scott Webster, Robert Gutierrez will round off row 3 with Christopher Redden right next to him. Brandon Kilgore having to settle for row 4 right next to Sammy Nino.
Yeah, looking at row number 5 and row number 6 there, it's Bob Garver, Greg Baum there in row number 5, and Stephen Arlia in row number 6. So that was our Liqui Moly starting grid.
Well, it's great to see a great full class like this out here. This is the biggest we've had since the return of SR1s. I love seeing a lot of veterans out there. Scott Webster, the old man, you heard me. I very lovingly and dearly call him that. Paul O'Brien, one of the newest fast guys. How about that? So I say he's actually one of the late bloomers into this class, but he's so freaking fast. Brandon Kilgore, you know him, out from Parker, Arizona with you guys out there. And Stephen Arlia, longtime off-road builder out here in a car. And Greg Baum. Greg Baum used to race the stock full classes. I used to race that one out here. So Greg Baum pulling his SR1 car out of retirement, and he's out here racing with his friends and family.
Gotta love it. SR1s, they haven't aged a bit, literally, you know what I mean? So that's what's a whole lot of fun about this division. And these things absolutely scream around the track. One of the biggest differences in these is not just the engine, but the fact that they're two-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's a big deal, too. And if you look at them right there, especially from that shot that you just saw, these do not ride like a typical side-by-side, okay? They are not plush, set up with lots of travel. You have to remember, these were based off of a utility vehicle, not a sport vehicle. Okay, so this suspension is not that of the newer modern vehicles. So these still handle like race cars. They drive like race cars. They're rough. They're tough. You have to hit your mark spot on because these cars can bite you in an instant.
All right, so our Jones Ford's Pace Truck is pulling off, and we are going to go to a green flag racing here momentarily. This is SR1, 10 laps.
And you can see there as they accelerate, those cars get squirrely coming into turn 1. Jason with a great position. But the whole shot, Larry Hayes. But now Paul O'Brien makes short work of him down the back straight with Jason Weller to the inside coming into turn 2.
A little bit, almost a shortcut there for Jason Weller. Down through the middle, Paul O'Brien, Larry Hayes, Jason Weller, 1, 2, 3. Looks like Webster there.
Yeah, Webster's got what it takes to, a veteran. He's won a lot of these races, and he's got his hands full with the number 9 car. And that number 9 car, as I'm looking...
That is Redden, I believe.
Christopher Redden.
Oh, up on the bike.
But couldn't save it. The car number 83.
Gutierrez up and over onto the side. Doesn't look like much damage done.
No, and I'm sure he's okay. Yeah, it doesn't even look like barely wrinkled the passenger side of the roof there.
That gives us a thumbs up out the window. You got to love that. He's like, come, guys, push me over. I want to get back in this. Push me over.
Yeah, that was an easy rollover. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it here. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm hoping we do because...
Actually, I've been in that position. The only thing that isn't fun about that is you're in your seat and you're upside down and you're hanging sideways, and it puts a lot of pressure on the body. But he has flipped over that 83. I mean, we got the thumbs up. The car looks perfect other than a little fender damage on the right
100%.
side. So cosmetic damage. We're going to get Gutierrez flipped over and hopefully back out there.
Yeah, here it is. You'll see him a little hot into the corner right there. Nothing too crazy, but right when he gets the car into the corner right there, you can see he's a little out of shape going up. And here it is right here, a little bit of clip in the middle. Boom.
Boom.
And over it goes.
Yeah, just got that inside. As in Formula Drift, they would call that the inside clip. In off-road, it's more of an inside berm, but just hit it, and it was enough to send him up and over. Like we said, car looks to be in great shape. Hopefully we can get it started here.
Yeah, and Greg Baum there kind of stopping right there, making sure that he was okay, I think. I don't know what was going on unless Greg was starting to have mechanical issues there. And, yeah, hopefully they get the car started, or he's having problems getting it started, I guess. I don't see any. Oh, there it is. He's leaving on a rope.
Yeah, it was up on its side a long time, so you never know what kind of fluid spilled where or what. But you're going to get him off and get going. We'll see him back out here tomorrow. It looks like very light damage to that car, so should be able to get it back going tomorrow.
Yeah, now that's another thing, too, as you just mentioned, a lot of fluids in that car. You know, when you have the side-by-sides that are out here for trail riding and everything, you can really make them easy for racing as far as catching the fluids. But this is a street bike engine, so you have to do a lot more to catch the fluids out of this engine.
All right, so our running order here, we got a lap in the books. It's going to be Paul O'Brien. We got Hayes, Weller, Redden, Kilgore, your top five. Then it is Webster, Arlia, Garver, Baum. And then obviously we had Gutierrez with the spill, and Nino is out as well. So
we lost two cars, but, man, still a packed field. And the list that you just went down, those are all names that I've known for many years out here.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot of drivers that could take away a victory here looking at the drivers remaining. So should be quite interesting. Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off. Looking for the green flag. It is going to be Paul O'Brien bringing us that green.
Yeah, it looks like, as you were just pointing out, the guys that can do it, Jason Weller looking very strong in this car. I believe this used to be his car. He raced it for a little bit, but then Corey Weller got back in it, and it just became her car. So it's great to see Jason kind of come full circle and get back in this car that he knows, and hopefully he can make some work of it a little bit. Again, checking up the number 9 car, Christopher Redden getting a little bit from behind him from Brandon Kilgore.
Number 75 there of Hayes, bright red car.
Our number 1 qualifier, and he's being chased down by Jason Weller and Paul O'Brien. Now here's where the rest of the field really doesn't want to be. You don't want to let Paul O'Brien or even Brandon Kilgore get out front, because if you do, you're not going to catch them. I mean, if those two don't make any mistakes out front, you're just simply not going to catch them. And same thing with Jason Weller. If he gets out front, you're probably not going to catch him.
Big jump stair down the front stretch. He's SR1 sure fly. O'Brien still out front.
Wow, Greg Baum, he's way in the back, but boy, that car sure sounds good.
Kilgore there all the way to the bottom. Looks like he's going to get around the number 9 there of Redden. Webster a little bumping and grinding there with Redden. Redden just getting shuffled to the back, being a ping pong ball here the last couple turns.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy right there. You can see Stephen Arlia now making his bid up there. Stephen Arlia, if you look at his car, again, a little different design. Stephen Arlia, he's his own deal. He builds his own cars, so great to see him out here and the designs of his car amongst these, very similar-looking cars out here.
Yeah. Look there of Brandon Kilgore.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore, he has the ability to work his way through a field in this class, along with Scott Webster. They know what it takes. You can see, again, we were talking about sawing on the wheel, but Scott Webster just with a few movements to get that car to negotiate turn 1.
Yeah, Kilgore looking really strong in those opening 2 rounds. Right around the podium both days, so...
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore really knows how to get these cars fast around this track. What I'm really surprised about right now is Jason Weller can't seem to find a way around Larry Hayes.
No, O'Brien getting a little bit of a gap now. Oh, Weller down through the middle again.
Hey.
A little shortcut again.
Hey, that's it. It's there. So
I don't see any signs that say no shortcuts.
I agree. You know, I think as long as you clear that white inside, I think you're all right. Take it.
O'Brien looks to be about a 6-car length lead over Hayes in the second spot.
Yeah, O'Brien's just going to check out. This is where everybody's going to be happy that there is a mandatory caution. O'Brien, probably one of the most successful drivers in SR1, along with that long list that we know. You know, Scott Webster's won a few. Jason Weller's definitely won a few. Corey Weller, probably the single most dominant SR1 driver in history.
Yeah, you think SR1s, you definitely think Corey Weller for sure.
Well, I went on record and said I would be willing to bet that Corey Weller, with all her wins, I would be on record to say I bet you she is the winningest off-road racer in short course. And somebody said, "No, have you ever met Rob Mack and all these other ones?" I said, "I have."
Female driver for sure.
All right, female driver for sure, but I don't put her in that category.
I don't know. Johnny Greaves, C.J. Greaves, Rob Mack. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of wins. So.
I mean, so am I.
But we got Brandon Kilgore there in the number 35.
Yeah, right now, Paul O'Brien, I think it's just going to be business as usual. Lead him to the yellow flag here and then bring it on home. That's that. You know, we talk about that rinse, repeat. Paul O'Brien definitely has that rinse, repeat down pat.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien he gets in the zone and he just hits his marks, and he's very, very hard to beat because he just doesn't make mistakes.
No, he doesn't. And when he does, especially if you got Jason Weller, Brandon Kilgore, you know, the old man next to you, you cannot make a mistake in front of those guys.
Yep, yellow flag is out. That is our competition caution.
So Brandon Kilgore was able to get himself up into 4th place, staring at the top 3.
All right. Well, you know, keeping our teams in touch with their spotters and with the track is our good partners at Rugged Radios, and I was able to catch up with them earlier this weekend. I'm Jim Beaver. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Rugged Radios, one of our big partners in the series. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the Nitro B. One of the cool things that Rugged Radios has brought to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series to help improve communications between the series, the spotters, as well as the drivers. What this piece does is it gives priority communications or priority to the series, so when they relay information to the spotters, it takes precedent over their dialogue with the racers. This is improving communication and safety all around the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and it's being instituted. All the drivers are going to be running it this weekend. All right, so it is Paul O'Brien out front of Larry Hayes, Jason Weller, Brandon Kilgore, and Webster, your top 5 here in SR1. So we're at that mandatory competition caution. Got a handful of laps remaining here. But, man, Paul O'Brien in the number 11, going to be hard to beat. He's hitting his marks, looking strong, Mark, and I think it's going to take a bobble on his part.
Yeah, man, if there's anybody here this weekend that has his race program from start to finish covered, it's definitely Paul O'Brien. It's polished. It's something that doesn't need a lot of changes to. Just, again, I've said it, as we've said it here, at core, rinse and repeat, man. He's definitely got that rinse and repeat. He knows how to get that car just right. I don't think there's many changes he makes to the car, and the consistency here, as you see, is paying off. It looks like we got a clean start once again as they come into turn one. Paul O'Brien with Larry Hayes and Jason Weller. And Brandon Kilgore getting aggressive to the outside. That was an aggressive move down the front, back straightaway, rather.
Well, I think with 3 laps remaining, it's going to take some aggression because these top 3, I mean, they do not want to cede a position. It's tough to get a mistake out of these top 3.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, anybody in this class right now.
Kilgore leaning on Jason Weller a little bit.
Another, as we talked about the Chapmans and Van Beekam's being good friends, these two are great friends as well. Jason getting out of the action.
It looked like a little bit of a spin there from Jason Weller. That's going to be tough to catch back up as we've got the 90 there of Arlia. Now taking over that spot, so Jason Weller now on the outside looking into the top 5.
They touch
and
again.
Another mistake.
Oh.
Man, Jason Weller making use of those Nerf bars is where you're going to have a glimpse of what happened here just moments ago.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant to do that, but I think Stephen Arlia just came to the inside. We're going to find out. Jason Weller comes into the inside of that corner right there, and Stephen Arlia tries to duck in and take the line away, and I think they make contact. There's him spinning out, collecting no one, so that was a mistake. Like you said just an individual car. But what I was hoping for was the other one. All right. But back to Paul O'Brien.
Paul O'Brien on rails out there out front.
Yeah, he has definitely found the short way around this course. He's staying true to his line. I bet if we had one of those programs that could show you the laps, I bet you he didn't deviate from his line even once.
So it's O'Brien, Hayes, Webster, top 3. White flag's going to be coming out next time by. We got the number 75 there of Hayes. Trying to hunt down Paul O'Brien, which is a tall task. Webster hot on his heels.
Yeah, Scott Webster, the veteran in this class. Stephen Arlia, Jason Weller now getting back together, but great position right there is for Scott Webster. And that's going to put him in 3rd place now. And Brandon Kilgore again and Jason Weller. With Stephen Arlia right there in the mix. That's where the action's at right here.
Well, those 3 have had quite the race today at different times as we've got about a lap remaining as the white flag comes out. So it's O'Brien, Hayes, and Webster 1, 2, and 3, and they've got, I mean, a football field's worth of lead over the rest of the field.
Well, Jason Weller can definitely say one of the veterans. Oh, Jason Weller now to the outside of turn 1. Wonder if he's having mechanicals with that car. Yeah, he's going backwards.
Yeah, Jason Weller, car just hadn't been handling right today. He's been out of the racing line a few different times. Something going on there. So get a glimpse there up front of O'Brien. Looks about 3 or 4 car lengths over Hayes and Webster. Got a couple corners remaining. O'Brien trying to lead this thing almost wire to wire. Obviously, Larry Hayes was our pole sitter, but O'Brien been out front early and hasn't ceded the lead since then.
Yeah, it would appear that Hayes got the whole shot, and then O'Brien just drove around as they exited turn 1. So we'll call it, like you said, 99% wire to wire.
So it's going to be O'Brien, Hayes, and Webster 1, 2, 3 in our SR1 division. Kilgore going to take home the 4th spot.
I've seen every one of these drivers on that podium, but I always get happy when I see the old man on that podium, Scott Webster.
Yeah, that was a great race as the checkers fly here for our SR1 finale. Wow, what a race. I mean, it was definitely eventful, but Paul O'Brien almost wire to wire in the number 11. Keeping it nice and perfect there. And we're going to catch up with him as well as 2nd, 3rd place here at Firebird Motorsports Park when we return for round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And we are back here to round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park. And that man in the number 11, Paul O'Brien, putting on a clinic out here in SR1, keeping it clean, took the lead on the first lap and never looked back, Mark.
Yeah, he was untouchable, and that's the way he does it. If he gets out front, like I said, I don't think anybody's going to have anything for him. That entire field, though, could have caught him because they're all pretty fast, as you saw. They all came in within... you can see the seconds separating them right there. Greg Baum out there all the way to the end there. But Scott Webster, Christopher Redden, 3rd and 4th, and Stephen Arlia with a great 5th place finish right there. Jason Weller looking like there were some problems there at the end there. That is still speculation. So, and Brandon Kilgore, you know, pretty uncharacteristic of him, but he had a long way to make up there without being able here to qualify.
Yeah, that was our Rugged Radios Championship Off-Road Racing results for SR1. So, yeah, O'Brien, Hayes, and Webster, 1, 2, and 3 out here for round number 3. Paul O'Brien going to have a solid points lead heading into round number 4.
Yeah, the performance that I was really impressed with out there, is Larry Hayes. Larry Hayes, what a great job there for 2nd place. And Larry Hayes, man, he was quite the man in that showing.
Yeah. Yeah, great run by Larry Hayes as well as Paul O'Brien and Scott Webster, which leads us to our podium, and we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with the number 42, Scott Webster. Now, Scott, we want to talk about track conditions because you were able to capitalize a little bit on Jason Weller's mistakes going into the second half. Walk me through your perspective.
Yeah, the track was amazing. There were lots of lines. It was. You guys did a heck of a job getting that track ready for us. I knew I needed those guys to make a mistake. Everybody's so fast in here. It worked out to my advantage.
Who would you like to thank for getting a podium spot here for round 3?
Well, the Wellers for putting this class on and then helping me fix my car this morning. My wife, Susie, my family that comes out all the time. Core for putting this together, and congratulations to these guys.
Nice job on taking that 3rd place spot. Heading over here to number 2, the 75 of Larry Hayes. Now, Larry, you did a great job holding a bunch of people off to get to that 2nd place finish. Now, you got the whole shot, but then we did see that Paul O'Brien got around you. Was there anything that you feel like you could have done a little bit different to make that top spot here for round 3?
Just hope for him to make a mistake.
Hope for him to make a mistake. Who would you like to thank today?
I want to thank my wife, first Brian McCormick for spotting for me, my wife Susie and family at home for watching, and Core Weller Racing for making these cars and doing what they do.
Nice job. Oh, and it's your birthday. Well, 1, 2, 3, everybody. Happy birthday, Dave. Nice job. And we're going to head over to our top finisher, number 11, Paul O'Brien. Now, Paul, going into round 3, you were the points leader. You're +4 above everybody else. Now taking a top spot here for round 3. You added some more points to that. We keep talking about that. Points in the beginning of the season to help you finish and make sure that you ensure to stay on top. What do you think about today? How did it go for you?
You know, it went really well. I had good qualifying, got a flat in qualifying, but overall felt really good in the car. track was exceptional from the moment we got on the track. So I felt really good. Jason Weller came back, and we know Jason's fast. So, it's hard to manage the points in the season versus I just want to win, and I really just want to win. So it's a management. And so I was happy to get a good jump with Larry, and we went through that first corner like kind of touching. And it was clean and got out front and made a good run.
Well, the guy said that you pretty much put on a clinic, 99% of the wire-to-wire. That's what exactly you did. Who would you like to thank for round 3, adding some more points for the overall season?
First, my wife. My wife's here she did an unbelievable job spotting. I told her 2 is the corner where someone's going to come in. She kept me safe there. My in-laws, they go to every single race that we do. Everybody here, SR1 class for sure. We have 11 cars. Now, anybody that follows SR1 knows there used to be 20 cars. When I got into it, 10 was a good number. So to see 11 again, that means the class is strong, and it's hopefully going to build. So Weller Racing, thanks to you guys. Let's keep it going. All the SR1 racers, everybody helps each other out. Scott's not saying much, but his shoulder's hurt, and he's a little under the weather. So congrats to him. Larry, it's his birthday, just had a grandkid, so I think the old guys are on the podium, so congrats to the old guys.
I love that. And just to let you guys know, Mark up there, Scott, was saying you were the old man. Just putting that out there. But nice job over here. Top 3 finishers, SR1. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, great group of guys. You love to see the camaraderie in the SR1 division, as well as a lot of the divisions here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And, speaking of that, we still have some racing yet to come.
What was the name of that bus I just got thrown under? Boy, that bus hurt. But Scott knows I call him the old man very respectfully. I love that. I love that old man. He's incredible. I mean, I'm not much younger than him anymore, so we're all getting older. And I did love what Paul O'Brien said. He said, man, the old man got it done today. They sure did, man. And I'm very proud of that entire field, including the old man, Scott Webster.
Yeah, they definitely got it done. That was a strong podium there in SR1. Great bit of racing. And speaking of great bit of racing, we still have Pro Lite yet to come. We're going to fire up the V8s, and we're going to get out here, and gloves are going to come off because, man, it is going to be exciting.
Do you know what? I am looking over there, and I love this field that we got right here. And you can see it right there. Here at the point stands is Tobias Chevalier. He was the one that came out and got it done the first rounds at 1 and 2. Johnny Holker. Now, is Johnny back in the car, or who do we have there with Johnny?
Johnny is in his truck. We also are going to see Michael Funk out here in a second truck that Holcher owns, his backup truck. So we're going to have two trucks out here. It'll be Michael Funk and Johnny Holcher, but Holcher is going to retain the points for round number 1.
Well, that's incredible. It's bizarre that you said that, because when I drove by the pits, I did see both trucks, and I said to myself, I wonder if they're going to do Funk and Holger out here this weekend.
It'll be good. Michael Funk had a great run out here 2 months back for rounds 1 and 2, which brings us to our Liqui Moly starting grid for Pro Lite. It is Michael Funk in the number 77 inside row number 1. Johnny Holcher in the number 44 outside row number 1. So a couple of teammates there. And Tobias Chevalier in row number 2. Tony Crease there in the outside row number 2. And then we're going to have Nick Brandon in the number 63.
Yeah, we've been talking about the big numbers that we used to have. As Paul O'Brien said, the SR1 class. You remember when they were 20, 30 strong out there in the S1s, and to hear 30 cars take off, that was just incredible to hear that many cars on this track. Same thing, I remember back in the old days of Lucas when we'd have, again, 25, 35 cars in the Pro Lite class, and it was incredible. And here we go. The numbers just keep picking up as the rounds go on. I have a feeling this class is going to take off here at Core.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely believe that, especially when we start looking at next year and some of the events we've got coming up in Southern California for the next couple of rounds, and then obviously back home to Firebird Motorsports Park. I think we're going to pick up some Pro Lites along the way. And, man, it's a little cold in the Midwest. I think there's some trucks sitting around there that need warmed up out here on the West Coast. So we'll see if we can pull some out of there as we get a glimpse there of the teammates there, the number 44 and the number 77 of Johnny Holcher and Michael Funk.
Yes, indeed. Looking great out here. And, some of the feedback that I get about, hey, you coming out to Core, you watching the thing on TV, they said, well, I haven't really tuned in or wanted to go out there since the trucks haven't been out there. I said, the trucks are coming. We got them. We got the Pro Lites out here.
Yep, get a glimpse there of the Jones Ford pace truck, who has been awful busy this afternoon. Yeah, that's an understatement. But we are slated for 10 laps here in Pro Lite. We are going to have a mandatory competition caution thrown around the midway point, unless it comes in earlier due to incident on course. So 10 laps, mandatory competition caution. We've got the teammates there of Johnny Holcher and Michael Funk that are going to bring us to the green flag. So got them all bunched up, and we're going racing with Pro Lite.
It's going to be great to see they got the green. Coming into turn one, the Holcher trucks are side by side. Johnny to the outside of Michael Funk, and Michael Funk staying right there with him on his rear bumper.
Number 63 pushing up there. That is Nick Brandon trying to get in the mix there with Holcher and Funk.
It's got some speed, and if you look at these trucks, way different from the side-by-sides. A lot more dirt coming off the back of these trucks.
Definitely a lot more dirt coming off the back. We got some V8 power here, and that is Michael Funk chasing down Johnny Holcher.
Yeah, indeed, these engines, V8s, they're all spec engines. They all pretty much run in the same engine. And I'd be safe to say that these trucks are upwards of 600 horsepower. Maybe not quite that much, maybe 500, but still a lot of horsepower.
Flying down that front stretch, that is Tobias Chevalier chasing down the number 63 of Nick Brandon. Oh!
Went up on the bike, tried to save it, but unfortunately he couldn't get that truck to turn before hitting the fence.
Yeah, stuck it right into that catch fence there.
Now he's in quite a position there coming out of turn one. I was going to say, I have a feeling this is going to be a full course caution.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one here. Caution flag coming out. Everybody's checking up.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see it on the replay. He went up on the bike right there and did the right thing, turned the truck into the turn, and was able to sit back down, but then he couldn't gather it back to not hit the fence. You'll see it right here.
Yeah, look at that. As you said, that is Nick Brandon turning in, up on the bike, and brought it back down. Couldn't get it around again, and you know, I'm looking at the way it hit there, and it hit the post. Obviously, you see a lot of bodywork damage, but I don't think there's much damage to the physical truck.
Well, let's hope that's the case. You can see the wheel, though, stuck right through the grate, and, yeah, there you go. Got it out there. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of camber, too much camber on there. Might have broke the upper control arm. Tires flat, yeah.
Yeah, right. It was a tough hit. Gonna have a little fence patching to do.
Yeah, that's the biggest hole I've seen so far on this course. And here's another angle of the replay, this time to the inside. You'll see the truck come up. He does what he's supposed to do, turns in. You can see the tire, but then again, nothing that he could have done to not hit that pole.
Man, that was tough. Like you said, he did everything right, and it still ended up being wrong.
Yeah. Tough break, and I hate to see one of these Pro Lites have an exit early.
Yeah, definitely tough break for him. He was pushing hard. He was there right around the top three. And Nick Brandon, hopefully we see him back out here tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of race. There's a lot of racers out here in the pits. There is a lot of welding. There is a lot of tools out in there. And, you know, every one of them has a shop, too. And they have been known to, all the racers, off-road racers, pull together, say, hey, I got a shop, I got a plasma cutter, I got a torch. Let's get you back into that race. And, man, I've heard of some all-nighters. You can see the truck right there actually moving. So, yeah, I have a feeling that truck will be repaired and back out here tomorrow.
Yeah. He is pulling off the side there, and at least it's still rolling, so that's always a positive. But like you said, there's going to be some late nights here in the pits between round 3 and 4. That's for sure.
To say the least, especially in the side-by-side rigs.
All right, so we've got that Jones Ford pace truck bringing our 4 drivers remaining. That would be Johnny Holcher, Michael Funk, Tony Crease, and Tobias Chevalier still remaining.
Still going to be a great race. I love seeing the Holger trucks out there. And Michael Funk doing a great job in round 1 and 2, holding up that Pro Lite honor right here. And now we got Johnny Holger here with us this weekend.
Yeah, great to see Johnny Holger back. Obviously, he had a conflict for rounds 1 and 2, wasn't able to make it out. Had Michael Funk in his truck for those opening rounds, gathering points for him. And then it looks like Michael Funk, he's got a second truck, and it looks like Michael Funk running that this weekend. So hopefully see him both the remaining part of the season.
Has Dad ever trusted you with his truck to race it?
Yeah, I did race my dad's truck.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, for a couple of years. Yep.
Nice. I wish I came from an off-road family like that, but what a great job. All right, well, here we go. Back to green. And Johnny Holger will lead us into turn 1.
All right, that is the number 44 there. That is Johnny Holger leading. Michael Funk going to try and chase his teammate down.
And I do believe that the Nick Brandon truck is the old Eric Barron truck, I believe, right here out of Phoenix. I could be wrong, so I'm not stating that as a fact, but I'm saying I do believe that is the old Barron truck.
Johnny Holger getting a little bit of gap over the number 77 of Michael Funk now. Johnny Holger, after the Championship Off-Road Racing Series wraps up, going to be moving up to Pro 2 full-time.
Airing it out over the finish line jump. Great to hear the roar of the V8s back here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Holger flying down that backstretch. Funk there in the number 77, getting it rotated around.
You know, both those Holger trucks look like they are set up just perfect. Both trucks. I know the 77 of Michael Funk's car is one of the backup trucks, but man, still looks very fast out here amongst these other Pro Lites. You know, I'm a Ford man till the day I die, like your dad, probably like yourself. But I will always, for the rest of my life, love the Nissans. Nissan, as far as I know, in desert racing, the only manufacturer that can state that in one season they won every single race that they entered. So, and I haven't heard of anything like that since. So I will always have love for the Nissans.
Yeah, we got Holger there just screaming around. You know, that mandatory competition caution here coming up pretty quick. He's working his way through this center section in the number 44 Yokohama backed entry.
Holger literally just drove the car up over the step up. Didn't even look like it caught any air. It just was so smooth, went right over the top of it.
Look at him working those wheels. Gotta love that. All that horsepower just being dropped down through those rear tires. Big jump.
Yeah, if you're out there and you don't know how it is, man, the engine does not sit underneath the hood. The engine sits right next to the driver. So you can hear that. Everything comes through. There is not much separating the driver and the engine. I mean, when I say it is sitting right next to you, I mean it literally is right next to you.
Big jumps over that Arizona and U.S. flag. 77 of Funk trying to chase down Johnny Holger.
Yeah, I think that just comes down to bragging rights here at the end of the show between those two.
Yeah, it was tough seeing Nick Brandon taking himself out of the race. He was in there fighting for a podium spot.
Truck definitely looked fast, but a little too much side bite or a little too much momentum into turn 1. That'll do it to you every time. I'm more amazed that I'm not kidding. That's probably the most damage I've seen out here on the track since.
Yeah, Chevalier in the 107 up and over. Set it up on the outside, trying to drop down low, right through the middle section there.
I don't think I could ever run that body on a Pro Lite because I would be 100% tempted to do the red, white, and blue Nissan colors.
Continues to work his way through, jumping down to the middle section here. Big jump. Whoa, look at that, tripling it. Rear end came up a little bit on him.
Yeah, it's a quick jump on these trucks if you continue to stay into it coming out of turn 3 like that.
The competition caution is out. We're going to re-rack him, restack him. Give Funk a chance to chase down his teammate.
Yeah, Holter unstoppable right now in this Pro Lite class. Got the truck. Everything in that truck's working perfect. Sounds good, looks good, and it's handling perfect coming around this course.
All right, well, talking about Tobias Chevalier, who is currently sitting in that 3rd spot, trying to find his way to another podium. We were able to catch up with him earlier on this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Tobias. Now, Tobias, going into round 3 and 4, you are tied right now for the points lead with Johnny Holcher, but in round 1 and 2, we didn't see Johnny out here, but he's come back out to race. What are your thoughts about the weekend?
Oh, it's going to be, I'm really looking forward to racing with Johnny. You know, he's a man when it came to champ, so it's like me getting out, race with him, race with Funk, it's like a dream for me. It's really cool.
Well, seeing your smile right now, a little tidbit for you guys at home. Tobias was just telling me that this will be the 3rd time driving his truck. He's podium, and not many can say that, especially in a series, and you're tied for 1st right now. Going into round 4, there's a lot of pressure onto it because right after this, we head over to Glen Helen, a completely different track. But how do you feel about this track right now for the weekend?
Oh, the track's, it's good. I mean, we'll see. We had that big rain the last time, so we'll see how it sticks together. It might get dried up, but run up into marbles a little bit and keep it together.
Well, if this doesn't work out for you, this umbrella is stellar right now. I love this. Tobias, it's always so great to chat with you, especially going into, the new round here. It's a little bit warmer. How is it going to feel in the truck for you for the weekend?
Oh, it's good. Yeah. You got the fresh air, so it feels good.
Wonderful. No problem at all. This is a guy to be able to look out for. We not only have Tobias in a truck, but Johnny Holter's here, and Michael Funk is actually in Johnny's spare truck. So it is going to be a great round here at Firebird.
All right, we're back to green flag racing here at Pro Lite. Handful of laps remaining. It is the teammates of Holter and Funk out front. The number 77 and the number 44 truck. Holter currently leading. Funk was your fast qualifier. Funk trying to reel in Holter. Got about a 1 truck length gap. Tobias Chevalier there in the 3rd spot. Tony Crease, the number 33 in the 4th spot. And number 44 looking nice and tight there around the interior portion of this track.
Yeah, both trucks looking almost equally prepped. Maybe with a little bit of difference from driving style. Both drivers airing it out over the finish line jump, putting on a show for you guys. And I still love hearing that V8 coming around this track.
Screaming around this track. Oh, Holter pushing up. Both of them on the bike there, the 44 and the 77.
Yeah, we don't want to see a replay of what happened earlier.
This track's starting to go away a little bit, so making it rough. You see those trucks kind of bouncing through the ruts there as it's...
Look at this, side by side.
This is for the 3rd and final podium spot. The boys are racing.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the race going on back here. They are swapping it, a little bit of a touch right there. Tony Crease keeping it together. Tobias, though, let him know, hey, I'm not going to give it to you. You got to earn it. And that's great to see that type of bumping when it's this close in short course racing.
Yeah, Tobias there trying to fight back for that podium spot. His laps continue to dwindle. I believe we're going to have about 2 laps remaining right now. Should be getting the white flag possibly the next time by.
Well, both of these drivers fast in other areas and exact opposite areas of each other. So we definitely could have, this race could still shape up. They probably another position change coming up here soon. They're coming into turn 3. Tobias on the outside. He's going to go outside in. He does and puts the bumper on him right there, and not able to make the pass in turn 3.
Oh, big nose there by Tobias.
Somebody better tell that boy to slow that rebound down.
They're both into each other. They both spin on the gas.
I think Tobias is going to come out victorious on that turnout, though.
Yeah, Tobias both spinning. Looked like he got into the back there of crease.
Boy, and that's the exact scenario you do. If you get spun around like that, stay in the gas and get it around.
So white flag is out. Holcher and Funk already taking it. It's going to be Chevalier there taking the white flag. Followed by Crease. We got a replay here. You got Tobias in the 4 spot there, looking for the 3rd spot. Goes all the way to the bottom, up, and looks like Crease over-rotates just a little bit. Yeah. Causes them to have some contact. That was just a racing incident.
Absolutely. I'm very certain 100% that Crease did not come in with intention to take the line away from Chevalier. And Chevalier was able to actually keep his composure, slow the truck down enough to try and not get bumped out of shape, but unfortunately it was able to collect him.
And that was Holcher there taking the victory.
Man, they took it by a huge margin.
Yeah, Michael Funk in the 2nd spot. And Tobias Chevalier in the 107 looking to hang on for the 3rd and final podium spot.
Well, crowd, where are you at there? Did you see this race? Did you enjoy those V8s? Let me hear you. Well, we had a great crowd, and I'm very impressed with the turnout.
All right, so we're going to catch up with our Pro Lite finishers here when we return for round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series from Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And look at that guy right there, Johnny Holcher, bringing it home with the victory here at Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. He's going to be sole possession of the points lead after this round.
Yeah, it was great to watch these V8s here tame this track once again, hearing that roar. Unfortunate for the Nick Brannon car that had to go in, take out the fence there. Like you said, did everything right. He turned into it, but unfortunately he could not get that car back around before he hit the fence.
Which brings us to our rugged radios. unofficial results, it was Johnny Holcher out front, Michael Funk in the second spot. We had Tobias Chevalier in the third, Tony Crease in fourth, and Nick Brandon rounding out your top 5.
Great to see all drivers okay in that incident. No really big deal that happened, and I think that truck will be able to be repaired and back out here for tomorrow.
So we get a glimpse there of our championship off-road racing winners circle. Looks like Tiffany Stone is standing by with our Pro Lite finishers.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am. Now, I just want to talk to this gentleman here, the third place of Tobias Chevalier. Now, Tobias, we had a chance to talk before round 3, and you're letting me know you've got very limited seat time in this, but you were able to hold off, be able to block a little bit, take home third. You said, man, this is intense. This is awesome. Tell me about how your day was here for round 3.
Oh, it's been, easy day coming here to the track. This stuff's amazing. Racing with these guys, they're flying. They're really flying. So, yeah, just coming out, trying to keep up, get to the next one.
Well, you did that. I mean, going into this, you were tied for first. It's not necessarily where you want to be after round 3, but you still gained some more points. Who would you like to thank for helping you out for this podium?
Amazing wife, Kimberly, at home, my son, Trenton, R-Tac. I got Eric Welch helping me out at the track today, and, Park Avenue Builders. Thank you.
Wonderful. Heading over here to our second-place finisher, Michael Funk. Now, Michael, you filled in for Johnny Holcher for rounds 1 and 2. You were in the spare truck today, but I just want to let you know, out of all of the drivers out there, you had the fastest lap time, even over your teammate over here, Johnny Holcher. Tell me about how your day was. It really seemed like you were coming into your own, especially in this truck.
Yeah, it was really fun. I was just putting down some good laps, just learning lines and watching Johnny ahead of me. It was a tricky track out there, that's for sure. It was tough at the beginning. It was definitely a sketchy one, but just dodging the holes and everything and keeping it on all 4 wheels was definitely the main thing. And yeah, it was an absolute blast.
Well, you've done it here, taken second in round 3. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I got to thank Johnny Holcher and his whole crew, HBI, for letting me run their spare truck for this season. And yeah, I can't thank them enough. My dad, Eric, Lee, for coming out to watch me and help me out. Can't thank them enough. And all my sponsors from this year, Reimers Painting, Corey Oil, SPF Landscape, Bellwell Sales, Hankook Tires. Yeah, I just can't thank them all enough. And, yeah, it was fun.
Well, nice job on number 2. And taking the top spot and continuing his points lead after round 3 is Johnny Holcher. Now, Johnny, you missed round 1 and 2. You came out here for practice yesterday. You said you had a little bit of trouble out there. Your ankle right now, there's something going on with it. Tell me how round 3 shaped up for you.
Yeah, it was awesome. I guess there's an inversion, so Michael got to start on the pole, and I just went and did my thing, and Kelvin kind of messed with my mojo. I was expecting some blue groove, and he tore it all up, so that made it a little bit exciting, and I hope the fans enjoyed it when I threw it up on the bike a few times. I wasn't planned, but I bet it adds to the show. But, yeah, I couldn't do this without my whole crew. I mean, I really put them through the ringer the last couple of days with tearing up the truck in practice, and my whole family, my mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, my girlfriend, Uncle Jeff, HBI, Blood Lubricants, Impact, Vision Wheel, King Shocks. Those things are amazing. I mean, even after that wreck, we didn't have to touch a single thing on the shock. They're just super beefy. R&R Insurance, Shape of You, Victory Sign, 5G Benefits, R&R Insurance, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Nice job. Well, one more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Lite. Back up to you guys.
All right, yeah, great Pro Lite podium to finish things off here at round number 3. And yes, Mark, I did say finish things off. What an amazing day of racing. I mean, this round 3 and 4, we're calling the beginning of the chase for the championship. And let me tell you, it didn't disappoint. We had a lot of surprise victors. We had some legends emerge and come back with some podium finishes. And all in all, great day of racing.
Yeah, I wouldn't have changed a thing about racing today. It was incredible to watch. We had a lot of drama in every class. Probably wasn't the kind of racing that, I was really wanting to see a lot of aggression out there, but you know what? I still saw the speed. And what I think happened was rounds 1 and 2 is you were able to see that speed, and I think everybody else stepped up to become the aggressor as well.
Yeah, well, definitely no shortage of excitement. That was round number 3. We are back here tomorrow for round number 4. So if you're tuning in at home, yes, we will be back same time tomorrow. Racer Plus app, and as well as YouTube, Rumble, and all of our affiliates. So definitely, please tune in tomorrow. If you're here in person, well, come back tomorrow. And if you're not and you're in the Phoenix area, make sure and grab some tickets and come on out. We'd love to have you here. On behalf of Mark, Tiffany Stone, all the entire staff of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, our production team in the back, thank you guys. And you know what? We will see you out here at Firebird Motorsports Park tomorrow for round number 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.